First Nation citizens of Ontario. In the very heartland of Turtle Island, Great Lakes, James, and Hudson Bays, is the bounty of creation that provided a homeland for the by sacred laws of sovereign nations. We governed ourselves according to our systems of governance. We used the expanse of ancient trails and waterways of the Western Hemisphere. Many of these
Tristan is off.
Already muted.
Okay. Morning, people. First, welcome. Now, Canada First Nation. And
Good morning. It's Tristan Snyder. I'm from the Ontario. Yes, I am currently north of Toronto, so that's Ontario. I'd just like to welcome you to that 15 here.
our elder with Anishinaabe asking Nation, northern community as well.
Hi, well, my name is Saima Jibneshkam, and so keeping that in mind, a lot of times the elders fight happening today, and the events that that we participate in. And said I grew up in, and my first education 12 years old. So I spent a lot of time. They told me about the land and the way of life. And so we all were taken to residential school when we needed to grow up with them. They gave me a lot of time working in the streets. Sit with them and we have ceremonies. I ever do. Glad to hear, you know. And they are, and I think we need to tell our children, young people, you know, and they can be strong, you know, and that's where the strength comes from, and knowing who you are and where you come from and learning about the history. So I think that's our. And the education in the other part of, you know, in my life, I've been very fortunate to do that. I worked most of my life since I was 15 years old. Those years that I so I've been married over 42 years now. I got 4 daughters and a wife at home, so I'm going to say, as our elders, to bless us today and to go. I took work, 7 minutes. Me question. I'm so gay go no, can I not to you need to go. So when I'm young, need to go. Works and I need to go to minister what, where must we, when the she go nang, then we might go nang. I go no way, she's where we to go. I need to go. When I know I give my nanak no, come as nanak away. Now, so we know, I guess on a slot.
And I'm just really honored to be here and to be able to welcome you on behalf of Fort William First Nation, not only to our traditional territory, but to the traditional territory of the Ojibwe people. So I thank you for that, and I'm aware of the important work that needs to be done, and I will allow you to get on with your work. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah DiCarlo. We're here from the Centre for Indigenous Theatre in Toronto. We're actually, according to the agenda, we're doing a skit. Lucky for you, it's not a skit. It's going to involve all of you, what we are going to do. So get ready. And I just want to say that we at the Centre for Indigenous Theatre have a full-time and summer program, and we do performance training rooted in Indigenous culture and traditions. And our programs really help the participants develop their voice. And so hopefully at the Education Symposium, we can see the value of training in the arts for our young people. And beside me here is Cliff Cardinal. He's going to lead you in some theater games, and then we're going to show you a short video at the end. Thank you. Hi there, I'm Cliff Cardinal. Can you hear me in the back? Yeah? Can you hear me back there too? Thank you. First of all, I just want to say that it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be here with you right now while you're doing this really important work. And I want to send along the best wishes, positive love from the students at CIT. They're here with you in spirit, so please keep that in mind. The first thing I want everybody to do is stand up from your tables and get in a circle. We're going to chart our way forward into a circle. Great big circle all around the table. You might have to there are a lot of leaders in the room. I know we can do it. I've been asked to use a microphone so that the millions at home can see us. If you want to give a wave to the camera, now's the time. It's over there. Okay, just Are we in a circle? Let's have everybody hold hands, please. Can we hold hands?
It's a connected group of people.
We're connected now.
And I'd like, this is, we've already had one prayer today, but, you know, I think you guys could use another one. Now this is a traditional show business prayer that was taught to me by my teachers, and their teachers taught them. And their teacher was Tonto. Just kidding. Okay, please repeat after me. These hands you hold depend on you. As you depend on them. So go big or go home. And if they can't take a joke. The next thing, while our hands are still being held, I'm going to pass a pulse around. Just going to squeeze the hand of the person next to me. And we're going to squeeze all around so that every single person here gets to hold that pulse. So I'm going to pass it along, and it's going to stop when it comes back. So if you need to close your eyes, do it. And here we go.
Somewhere over there. It's coming, I think. I haven't met him, but I want to go say hi. You got it? No. Is that it? Yeah. For real. That was it for real. That was for real. It's so obvious. Everyone's I know.
It's getting more deliberate.
All the heads turn. Yeah.
We did it. That took a lot of trust and patience. Okay, all right, and there's one more thing I would like to do with all of you while we're still in a circle, and this is to give you an idea of the very important work that we do at the Center for Indigenous Theatre. Some of you will know this exercise, and we'll be asking you to be leaders among us. It will require the very best of all of us, and it's called the Hokey Pokey. So, 1, 2, 3. You put your right foot in, you take your right foot out, you put your right foot in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. Left foot. Put your left foot in, you take your left foot out, you take your left foot in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Right arm. You put your right arm in, you take your right arm out, you put your right arm in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Left arm. You put your left arm in, you take your left arm out, you put your left arm in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Your head, come on, do it. You put your head in, you take your head out, you put your head in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Good job, everybody. Thank you very much. Please sit down.
Okay, we're just going to close with this 3-minute video that is from our school, and thank you very much for your time today.
CIT has had a huge impact on me. I feel that I have gained a lot of skills in theater training, in facilitating workshops, and in even interacting with people and having a greater sense of my own self.
CIT, it helped me, because I was a very shy person. It helped me open up, and it helped me realize my self-worth as an individual. And it also made me really love my culture more. It really nourished that aspect in my life.
What made me come to CIT is how they combine the technical skill of performing, and they also bring in the cultural components. And for a native performer like myself, I feel that it's a truly compatible identity.
CIT has honestly changed my life. I come from a very rough community that's plagued with violence, gangs, murders, and stuff like that. CIT has brought me to find out who I really am as a person. I really got the opportunity to dig deep and see what's inside of me as my identity, you know what I mean? To know who I am as a Cree Nation, to really bond and see how other people share their life stories.
I can't even imagine not coming to CIT because I have other friends in other programs in BC and even going to university studying theater, and it doesn't sound the same. They have a lot of different skills than I have, and I feel that CIT helped me find out who I am more as a person, which in turn helps me become a greater artist because I understand myself more and what I want to do in my own life.
It helped a lot with my body, and it introduced me to a whole new world that I never thought I'd ever be in. But a lot of it has to do with the self, so it really, I felt like I really grew as a person.
There's nothing like this on my reserve, and I feel that I took on the role to bring it back home, to share our stories, to keep our culture alive through theater and through performance.
So coming out here gave me the opportunity to share the dark things that I went through back home and to bring the hope to my community that there's a lot of opportunity out in this world, and to take that chance and lead the reserve to try and make change. CIT is just an amazing place to be, and it changed my life.
Put your left foot in, put your left. So these guys enjoy the hokey pokey? So, at this time, I would like to thank the Center of Indigenous Theater, they do a lot of great extensive work. And to be honest, that hokey pokey was pretty fun. And at the time, I'd like to thank, the counselor for Fully First Nation, Michelle Solomon, for walking us into here into the traditional territory of Fort William First Nation. And I'd like to thank our elders, Sam Matching and Nescom, for doing the opening prayer this morning for the people here and for the people who could be with us today. So with that being said, at this time I would like to introduce the Ontario Regional Chief, Isidore Day.
Bonjour, good morning. How's that sound? Yeah. Wish kwem ik zie de Nederlandse pas. Genabjin gongji, genojin godem. Keget sana chun dagwe bang mang pi nongwa nichke wen ge wen wa yawat. First of all, I want to acknowledge the Creator, creation, the prayers, and the protocols. And before I get started, I want to take a second here to acknowledge, the words of our elder, Sam Apchineskum, and the fact that on this planet today we are seeing many things in the media. We're seeing a lot about what's happening in Syria and the Middle East. We have our own tragedies in many of our communities across Turtle Island. But our hearts are going out to those little children that we see constantly in the media. It's becoming more evident that there's a lot of needless suffering and conflict in the world. And as I listened to the elder, I was also awake very early this morning. And this issue of world conflict and the discussion that's happening right now in this country around the refugees and Canada's place in the global community, around how it's responding to the issues that face us as humanity. I can't help but think how important it is to take the time to turn to our elders, listen to their wisdom, their insights, and gather those things as we do the work that we do in our daily lives. And I had extended on social media today and to our good friend and colleague, Minister of Indigenous and Aboriginal Affairs Canada, Dr. Carolyn Bennett, that this may be the time, the very point in our history, in our relationship with Canada, that this government turns to our Indigenous elders to seek the guidance, the reflection, and the wisdom as to how to view the world and what our place should be in this country as treaty partners. So I just wanted to leave that with you because I think it's come to the point where we can no longer just speak words, that we must be part of reshaping Canada's identity. And we clearly have come to a point in time in the history of this country where now that seems possible. So again, I want to thank the elder for that and let him know that as I listen to those words, that's what's in my heart, and I firmly believe it's time for our leaders to pay much greater attention to the words that are spoken by our Indigenous elders. So again, I just want to acknowledge the elder and thank you for your time. I also want to acknowledge the territory of Fort William First Nation. I want to also take the time here to say that I know that we have leaders, we have former chiefs in the crowd today, we have council members, and it's going to be pretty tough to acknowledge each and every one of you, so I will just acknowledge that you are here with us. We have educators. Those educators are the experts in our communities, and we have those that are on the front line. We have, again, many elders, citizens from our communities, students, and we also have our co-chairs, Tristan and Clyde, and again, let's give them a big round of applause. They're why we're doing this. And I want to tell you that just in the short time that I've known Clyde, you know, I've had the honor to dance with him. We're both dancers on the Powwow Trail, and he also asked me to be interviewed by him for one of his research projects, and I can tell you that the more I meet young people like him, the more confident I feel that we're on a good path going forward. So for all those young people that we're doing this for, let's give them a big round of applause. They are incredible people. I want to acknowledge our guests, Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada, Dr. Carolyn Bennett, Right Honourable Paul Martin, two very strong First Nation advocates and up-and-comers in the inner echelons of the Young Liberals of Canada. Just to give them a round of applause. I say that jokingly, but these folks are always on their feet. They never stop, right? And just by seeing the hokey pokey there, you know, proof these people do have batteries inside of them. The theme of this symposium, Naganida, besides the spirit of unity and cooperation, this means that we should never see our children walk alone. I want to acknowledge the Chiefs Committee on Education and the elders that chose the theme of charting our own path forward, and that theme in the language, because clearly that's part of the work that we have to do, and how we set out our own path has to refer back to our languages and our customs and our belief systems. I want to take a moment to pay respects to the spirits of 7 of our young people who lost their lives after leaving home to complete their education here in Thunder Bay. We know there are many others who have struggled and lost their way. We know this must never happen again. And again, for those of you that don't know, that we do have the inquest into the death of those 7 youth that are happening here in Thunder Bay. And again, my respects and acknowledgements go to the Anishinaabe Nation leadership for being vigilant on the inquest and ensuring that their loss doesn't happen in vain. Again, we acknowledge them. I also want to acknowledge that we have recently lost 2 significant elders in the Nan territory. We have lost Margaret Wabano, who at 111 years old, she was the eldest Indian residential school survivor in Canada and predated Treaty Number 9. You know, this is somebody we just lost, and again, we acknowledge this, you know, in a sense of sadness, but we're also celebratory in that, you know, here's an individual that spanned the test of time and challenges that our people went through. And again, you know, she will play a very important part, not just of our past, but as we go forward, we will reflect again on the teachings of our elders. Also, we lost a very well-respected elder in the Anishinaabe Nation, Hilda Surrett, who was a very strong advocate for education, culture, language, and First Nation community wellness. They walked on Mother Earth long enough to see us pass from the clutches of oppression of a Harper government into a new era of truth and reconciliation. Today, their families are gathering to celebrate their lives, to remember and reflect on their contributions to our nations. Please keep them in your prayers. This symposium is one of the main reasons why we're here, to ensure that our children receive the very best education possible, not just from K to 12, but this conference is also looking at lifelong learning as a nation-building imperative, one that must be exercised in the safety and comfort of families, communities, and in strategic partnerships with other jurisdictions and like-minded institutions. We will do that together. As a father of adult children and a father of 3 young girls, I know full well the hopes and aspirations that we all have as parents. I know how very much every parent wants to ensure that their children receive every opportunity they need to grow physically, spiritually, and mentally. And for those of you who follow me on Facebook, you'll know that I always have my daughters on Facebook, and in particular, I've really taken the time over the last 4 years to share with you the steps that my 4-year-old has taken from daycare now going into JK, and you know, I've done that for a reason, and it's to actually share with you the life of a child who is actually getting the best education in our First Nation community that we can never ever see anywhere else. And again, for those of you who are daycare workers, can you put up your hands, please? We're one daycare worker, we have one. But you are a champion, and I just wanted to acknowledge all of our daycares. And again, we can't forget, and part of what I'll be talking about today is that the daycare aspect of education is so very, very vital in our communities. Our children and our youth are our future. That future is today. The future is the very work that you have in your hands, not only here today, but in the everyday work and efforts as education experts, frontline workers, and community leaders. We cannot afford to let any more of these dreams be dashed by the cruel realities of the current First Nation education crisis in this country. I've been involved in the Charting Our Own Path Forward initiative for quite some time as a First Nation leader in Ontario. I have moved many resolutions associated with this walk together to assert our inherent jurisdiction regarding the education of our people. I'm very familiar with the vision of asserting our jurisdiction over education, and I want to ask you just to take note here that for the purposes of this discussion on education jurisdiction, the simple definition for jurisdiction, there's 3 words: responsibility, capacity, and authority. When we have jurisdiction over education, it means our lifelong learning systems are intact, operable, and resourced, and based on our customs, traditions, languages, homelands, and sacred knowledge. When we have jurisdiction of education, it means our communities and nations are stronger, our cultures thrive, and our people flourish. I was elected as the Ontario Regional Chief for First Nations in Ontario based on a commitment to secure a future for our children. Education is a key component to securing that future. We all know that the status quo must go when it comes to education. This is something that our 2 young Liberal guests, the Right Honourable Paul Martin and the gracious Minister of INAC, Dr. Carolyn Bennett, have been saying for a long, long time. And again, I just want to underscore that these 2 individuals that are joining us here today have been champions in days, the dark days of the Liberal government when you know, this country lost faith. But again, they were faithless to the cause of First Nations. Let's give them a big round of applause again. We all know that the current system was not designed to meet the needs of our learners. We all know that the challenges and issues that provide a continuous array of barriers to the success of our students. That's why we're here. We have the knowledge and the expertise here in this room to build an education system that overcomes these challenges and serves the needs of our students, our communities, and our nations. The time is always right for making improvements to the education system, and from a political standpoint, no time is better than the present to make significant strides towards our walk. Currently have approximately one and a half years to seize an opportunity with the current provincial government through the political accord, and we have 3 years left to work with the new federal government to assist in moving forward their commitments made during recent election campaigns. Next week, First Nation leadership will gather in Assembly to deliberate on many important topics. Those topics will then be discussed in a roundtable session with the relevant provincial ministers at Queen's Park. 2 of these roundtable sessions have direct implications for First Nation education. The session on the TRC calls for action, and the session on First Nation languages, culturally appropriate education systems in the province of Ontario are where this particular work that you're going to be discussing over the next couple of days will be brought forward. And again, your work here, I need to underscore the importance is that we're no longer just going to be sharing ideas and hopefully those land on tables and get to places where they actually make traction in the communities. No, it's very different. We have a plan, we have a process, we have willing governments, and your work will not be left on a shelf or in a report to collect dust. We are anticipating that the political accord between First Nations in Ontario and the Government of Ontario will provide a strong motivation to produce positive and meaningful outcomes for these sessions. We will need you to work directly with your leadership at the community level and at the PTO level to ensure that your messages get through your ideas, visions, and concerns. As for the feds, the new Liberal government made several funding commitments related to education, as well as more general pledges to work with First Nation governments on the way forward and increase efforts on language, culture, and the preservation of those. The work you are undertaking here over the next 3 days will be essential to any future discussions with the federal government. On November 4th, I asked Carolyn Bennett to attend here to visit you during the summit. She is here as a new minister, but I can tell you from my gut and from my heart of hearts, Carolyn is here as a friend. So again, thank you, Minister, for being here for us. We have a great director, Julia Canelish, and her staff who have done an excellent job. Julia, can you please stand? And have all your staff stand, because I think they've all done an excellent job pulling this together. And just a note there, I need to tell you that Sharu has been at her desk. There's many times that I've stayed late in the office, and she outstays me. And again, a testament to the work that will take place here today is really through the efforts of the staff at the Chiefs of Ontario. At the Chiefs of Ontario, we're committed to supporting First Nations in asserting control over education in a way that responds to our sovereignty and inherent rights. This translates to listening to and understanding completely the needs that you express in bringing those forward for coordination and advocacy purposes. Let me emphasize the word responds. It goes back to the definition on jurisdiction. And again, I go back to Paul Martin attended one of our gatherings, as he's done many, and we had this discussion on jurisdiction, and I'll continue to echo the connection between the Indian Act system and the solutions around First Nation jurisdiction on education and other areas to suggest that, you know, when it comes back to the issue of jurisdiction, the root word of responsibility is the ability to respond. The Indian Act and Indian policy will also be part of the much needed work and attention that we will give to this mandate in months and in years to come. And again, just to note that as you work on the issue of education, very specifically, we are working with our partners in other governments to address issues of the Indian Act, because essentially that's got to be the biggest problem right there, is the Indian Act and the Indian policies that have plagued our people for decades. We understand that the autonomy and self-determination of First Nations can be strengthened and supported, while at the same time walking together in unity. Unity and diversity is what we strive for. Your guidance and advice in the past has demanded that COO ground our activities in sovereignty and inherent rights. In doing so, we ensure that positive outcomes that improve the quality of our lives, which includes strong and healthy educational successes, is really our target. So in closing, I wish to thank all of you who are personally involved with our learners and support them in their everyday efforts to gain knowledge that is relevant and significant in their lives. Your guidance and patience are critical to the development of healthy self-esteem and self-worth, and I commend all of you in the work that you do. And you know, I sat on the plane yesterday with Roxanne from Monica, and she wouldn't stop talking. I don't know what it is about all these people that are interested in education, but they just don't stop talking. And I say that with all due respect and kindness. And again, I want to let you know that this symposium is designed to allow that talking to continue. But it's not just about discussions we have. We need to take that discussion, we need to target it in dialogue. Dialogue that actually targets our goals towards success. And then ultimately, we as treaty partners will begin to make decisions, and we will set direction forward in this country that sees us securing our rightful place. So again, thank you for being here. Miigwech.
Thank you. Thank you, Ontario Regional Chief Isidore Day. So, at this time, I'd like to invite the Grand Chief of the Association of our Iroquois and Allied Indians. He currently holds the education portfolio for the Chiefs of Ontario. So, at this time, I'd like to welcome Grand Chief Gord Peters.
Good morning, everyone. We got a little energy boost this morning, so things are moving quickly. I too this morning wanted to be able to acknowledge Sam Paniskum this morning for his opening, but also for telling us and reminding us about our responsibilities and our responsibility to be able to transfer that Indigenous knowledge to our children. And that knowledge has been interrupted so many times, and it's amazing that we still have that knowledge to be able to pass on, not only with the residential schools, but the transfer into the day schools, into the public school system. That has all interrupted that process of being able to transfer that responsibility to our children, but it's coming back and it's getting stronger. I also wanted to acknowledge this morning the Center for Indigenous Theatre. I know them well and I know the work that they do, and so I acknowledge them for what they did to us this morning. It's ironic, you know, that this morning, that little bit of activity that we get, and to me what it does is it releases that inner child for us again. And it allows us to have fun. It allows us to be able to laugh. In our teachings, in our medicines, we say that you can't get too serious about life. You can't get really super serious about life and only focus on things. But if you happen to get that way, there's also medicine that comes to you, that will come to you. That medicine will come and it will talk to you, and it will play with you, and it will bug you until you have to do something about it. And those are those little people that we know in our world that are part of our medicines. And for us, our people, we call them the Wamshak Anis. And so they are part of that inner child to keep us moving forward. And so for us, that's really good for us this morning to be able to begin our session by being able to do that. It's been true that I've been the portfolio holder for the last couple of years. I was asked to take this on when we began our work of trying to deal with the national panel and the subsequent legislative process that began with the Assembly of First Nations and the federal conservative government. And It's been a good journey for us in the last couple of years. It's been a good journey for me because I've learned a lot from people, and I've met a lot of talented people out there. We have a tremendous amount of talented people out there in the education field, and in general we have a lot of talented people. And it's being able to harness that energy that we have, and to be able to bring that energy together to be able to help us to be able to move our things forward that they want to be able to do. This morning, I wanted to be able to introduce the group that I work with. It's called the First Nations Education Coordination Unit from Grand Council Treaty Number 3, Yolanda Fobister. If you're here, Yolanda, could you stand up? I saw you this morning somewhere. From AIAI, Gina McGatty. I saw you here too, Gina. From NAN is Dobie Don Fernetti. From the Independent First Nations, Diane Miracle Nadjuan. From the Union of Ontario Indians, Murray Miracle. We also have from the Aboriginal Institutes Consortium, Rosie Mosquito. Our youth rep is Tristan Snyder, who is our current speaker this morning. And from AMO, it's our languages group, is Nelson Toulouse. And so we have quite a strong group. Oh, and I forgot too, we have a partner, Oneka, that Regional Chief spoke about, Roxanne Manitowabi, who was with us too. And has done some tremendous work around First Nations laws and processes in our communities around education that they've provided to us. So I think our approach is what we wanted to be able to talk about today, and how we're going to be able to see what we want as a way to move forward. And the last time around, we had Max Solis do a presentation last year, and he said we have to stop all these words that we use, like pedagogy and all the other ways of describing how we're going to teach our children. And he said, I'm going to give you a word, and he said, and I want you to hold on to that word, and I want you to use that word. And the word he gave us was indigigogi. And he said, everything that we do, he said, has to be based on that word. That's our languages, that's our culture, that's our way of life. Everything has to be put back into our world to make us the leaders that we were intended to be. It's that knowledge that we have that gets passed down from generation that Sam was talking about this morning, that we have to be able to take hold of it and to be able to move forward with it. So I acknowledge Sam, or Max Solis rather, for that. You know what, this work that we're trying to do, the regional chief spoke to it a bit in that approach. We're trying to look at things in a collective mode, but of course that's not to say that there's only going to be one model. Everybody's going to be able to do the work that they do, but what's important is that we share the work that we do. And we have a tendency to hold on to that work and hold that work close to our chest, and we don't want to share that work with anybody else. And we have to be able to share. We have to be able to open up to each other. We have to have processes that take best practices and to be able to move with them. That's how we're going to move forward together. And that's how we can learn how to support each other as we drive forward to be able to work with these willing partners that are now on board. I've been around for too long, some people will say. Been around a long time, but we have never had an opportunity that we have with the provincial government right now. We have never had the opportunity. Every government that we worked with, well, when I started, there was a total denial of our rights. We had no rights. And so, as we've gone through the successive processes that we've had in the years and in the decades that we've gone through, we have come to a place where we've gone from that non-recognition of any existing rights to a place that the Ontario government wants to be able to sit down with us and not talk about delegated authority, but talk about our inherent jurisdiction and how we're going to build that relationship between us to be able to move forward. We've never had that before. It's an opportunity. And we've had good opportunities on many things like the OFNLP, Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership. That's our funding mechanism, our gaming revenue. And I've heard one of the leaders say, we took a bomb and we made fireworks out of that. So this opportunity that we have before us is something I've never seen in my life. And it's something that we have to be able to move forward with and we have to work together at. And by being able to work together, we can do a heck of a lot of things. I mean, you look at the energy that we harnessed that diversity, and we took on the conservative government, and we shut down their Education Act. That's a victory. We have to acknowledge that. You know, we have to celebrate every victory that we have going forward, because we don't have those big victories a lot of times. But that's a big victory. And you have to accept the fact that we have that power within us to be able to do that. That was amazing, because a lot of people said, it's a done deal. There's nothing that we can do with these governments, that this Education Act is going to go through. Well, it never went through. And here we are looking at different opportunities in a different time, only a few short months later. We can harness this diversity and this energy. That never-ending responsibility that Sam talks about, the first time I heard about it was in 1977. It was a presentation that was made by the Haudenosaunee delegates to the first working group on indigenous populations in Geneva, Switzerland. And they said, and they spoke in their languages when they talked about this, and then they spoke in English, and they said, we don't have any words for sovereignty and jurisdiction. They said, if you want to talk about sovereignty, they said, it's this feeling you have, it's this thing that you have inside of you. That's sovereignty, and we all have that. And that's how they described it. It's a feeling that we have. And by bonding together, that's how you create that larger entity of moving forward. And when they talked about jurisdiction, that was the first time I heard anybody say, they talked about it as a never-ending responsibility. Never-ending responsibility for our lands, our resources, for everything that we're given through creation. That never-ending responsibility, they said, and that's the only way that we can equate to jurisdiction, they said, and sovereignty in the English terms. And so for us, we take on that never-ending responsibility, and we begin to pass that on to our children. And now we pass it on through the school system. And that's a huge part, because the school system, as far as I was concerned for a long time, were not the vehicles of being able to pass on knowledge, but the vehicles of assimilation. And we've turned the corner on that. And each and every one of us here in this room have had an opportunity to participate in that change. And we'll get stronger, and we'll do more things, and we're able to change. And we're able to create a tremendous change, and we have some willing partners, so let's take advantage of what we got. We've got a great lineup of speakers today. We've got panels, we've got open discussion. So I want to hear you talk, and I want to hear your views, and I want to hear your comments. So let's have an awesome 3 days. Nisha.
Okay. Thank you, Grand Chief Gord Peters, for those remarks. So right now, Clyde's we're gonna go over the agenda with you guys. So we are running on Indian time, just in case you haven't noticed. We are about half an hour behind, so we need to get moving. So if everybody can just briefly look at their agendas if you have them. So myself and Clyde are just going to be talking about, we're just going to be going over how what's going to be happening over the next 3 days. Supposedly at 9:30 we're supposed to have our keynote of the Honourable Paul Martin. And at 10:30 we're supposed to have the COOF update and Symposium overview. And Julie Candish will be going over that with us. And then at 11:40, the Honourable Carolyn Bennett, the Minister of Indigenous Affairs in Northern Affairs Canada, will be giving a keynote. And then at 12 to 1, we'll have lunch.
So at 1 o'clock, we'll continue with our symposium with our first support circle panel on community places of learning. We will also have Mary Elijah Onaida, Perry Garreau, Jennifer Manitowabi, and moderator Gina McGailey. Sorry if I said that wrong, but and at 2 o'clock we're gonna have our discussion and input, and at 3 o'clock we're gonna close the symposium for the day.
So the layout of the symposium, if you haven't noticed, this is our main area where we're going to gather, talk, have our open discussion and panels and our presenters. So this is the main area. And over there in the back is our breakfast lunch room. So breakfast is about 8 o'clock in the morning, and then lunch will be from 12 to 1. So the lunch and breakfast room is just over there. And just across the hall there, we have our booth. So I know that our booth people want you to come by, so go check them out. There's about 22 of them, I believe. So they're ready and they got information, so go check that out. And as for washrooms, washrooms are just down the hall to the left. And
we also have washrooms in the corner over here, and our coffee station, for refreshments, coffee, tea, water, and orange juice, which is in the corner over there. So,
and just so you guys are aware, we are live streaming. This is for people that can't make it or just watching it from home. So this is where we're live streaming. We do have note takers. If note takers can raise their hands.
we have one.
We got Alice Lombok that is taking some notes for us. So anything that has questions, comments, or for discussion, everything's getting documented and will be put forth into recommendations to our leadership. And then for the microphones, there's 2 microphones set up. So when it's open for discussion or panelists, we ask that you state your name first and your community, so then our note takers can have that in documentation. And just so you know, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we don't have any scheduled breaks. So you guys are more than welcome to come and go as you please, but we ask you to be quiet, as speakers or presentations are happening.
And just to take a quick moment, why don't we give James Murray of Net New Ledger a round of applause for live streaming this event for us today. So, James. And at this time, I would like to again invite Ontario Regional Chief Isidore Day.
Okay, I'm going to make this very quick. I again was remiss. I should acknowledge a couple other things. Again, yes, we are webcast, and I just wanted to acknowledge all those people that are visiting us here today on the webcast. Again, we're sharing with you a way forward into the future for First Nations education and part of a new identity for Canada. So again, welcome to our symposium, and thank you for joining us. I as well wanted to acknowledge Grand Chief Gord Peters. Again, I didn't have him in my notes, but again, work with him quite closely and take direction from him. Just a note about Grand Chief Peters. Again, he is also part of a group of young aspiring leaders, and again has been around for a long time, but again, very, very busy gentleman. And just to note that much of the things he spoke about with regard to the new political accord in Ontario, you may or may not remember that Gord Peters was a former Ontario Regional Chief, and was during his leadership that there was a strong effort to have a political accord of sorts, and back then it was called the Statement of Political Relationship. And some of you may remember that during those days there was a lot of work done with the Ontario government, and it was under his leadership that would take place. And again, during the Mike Harris Common Sense Revolution, we got a flat tire on that vehicle. So again, he's a leader, among us, but very much behind the scenes, giving solid direction and providing insights and helping us along the way. So again, I acknowledge Grand Chief Peters' very important file on education. This next note that I'd like to make here again, just to do a little bit of justice to this speaker. Again, as I indicated, our next speaker is the Right Honourable Paul Martin, former Canadian politician who was the 21st Prime Minister of Canada and leader of the Liberal Party of Canada after being Canadian Minister of Finance. And again, many of you will remember that history, but the one note that I'd like to make in introducing Mr. Martin to the podium here this morning is that he also has another life, and some of you may know that, but he's tied to Canada Steamship Lines. And again, his father, I believe that his history goes, was a deckhand. And again, oh, you were the deckhand. Oh, he was the deckhand, and Paul Martin Jr. Was the deckhand and had recently bought into the company. So anyways, I make that note of history because, again, I'd like to refer to Paul Martin as our two-row wampum partner. And the reason I say that is because much of the work that we're doing today is about the two-row wampum and the recognition of our nationhood and our sovereignty and building our systems and the recognition that we have a former Prime Minister and somebody who understands relationships, knowing very well that the work that we're doing and embarking upon is respecting that we are moving in the same direction together and respecting that the vessel and the systems and the ancient technologies and the customs and beliefs that we have about educating our children. And again, I can't say enough about how much we at the Chiefs of Ontario appreciate the work that Paul Martin has done in leading up to where we're at. He certainly has been faithful and continues to be a friend among our Assembly. Help me welcome the Right Honourable Paul Martin. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chief Day. I too would like to pick up on a couple of things that you mentioned in your own remarks. Over time, people may forget, but I don't think they will, the residential schools. But we must take advantage of the residential school survivors who are alive today. There's no doubt that one of the most emotional events of my life was being a witness at one of the sessions, the session in Montreal, and listening to the survivors. And I just simply want to pick up on your mention of Margaret Wabineau, who was Canada's oldest living survivor until she passed away. I also, Chief Day, want to pick up on something else that you said. When you stood up in front of the audience and your very first remarks were of the refugees and of the need to talk to the elders. And you know, I think that that's something that Canadians should hear from coast to coast to coast. The fact is that here at a seminar on education, at a seminar on First Nations education, that the regional chief from Ontario stood up and reminded us all as Canadians and of members of the First Nations of our responsibilities to the world, that this country has come of age. Grant, when you spoke the way that you did, and I really want to congratulate you on bringing all Canadians to the realization that we have a responsibility to each other and we have a responsibility to the world. So thank you very, very much, Chief. I have two embarrassing things that have occurred to me here. One of them is that I'm going to speak to you about two subjects. One of them I've been asked to speak to you about is MAI, the education initiative that I started and that Carlana Lindman, who is hiding there in Liberal Red, is very much in charge of, and very much the boss of, and she's from Thunder Bay. But the other thing that is, this one is a little more embarrassing. I have, in my life, before danced the hokey pokey, but I have never been asked to stick my bum out in front of 200 people. And I really am very worried about the cameras that are here. Anyway, but thank God my political career is over. let me just simply, I would like to talk about two things. The other embarrassing thing that has happened is I've been asked to speak about the new minister of Aboriginal Affairs. And nobody told me that she was going to be here. But she is, and so I'm still going to speak about her. But let me just begin by talking very briefly about 3 of MAEI's programs, just in case some of you may not be too aware. I want to pick up a certain aspect of our youth entrepreneurship program. And I want to do it because one of the things that happens, not when I'm speaking in front of an audience such as this, but when you're speaking in front of an audience sometimes of educators where there are no First Nations members, or you're speaking to educators who are not fully aware. And they will talk about why is culture so important? Why are languages so important? And I'm sure you've had the same discussions yourself when people have asked you, why is culture such an important part of it? And one of the things that we discovered when we set up our business program, which has been a huge success. We started out with 3 schools, we're now in 47 schools. But the reason that course has taken off, it started here at the school in Thunder Bay, the reserve school in Thunder Bay, Cromarty. But very quickly, after we got to about 3 schools, something happened. A young boy, a young Cree here in Thunder Bay came up to me and he said, Mr. Martin, I don't quite understand something. This course is for us, but all of your examples are from Toronto, they're from Vancouver, they're from Montreal, and some of them are from New York. But the fact is that this is supposed to be a business course for young Indigenous Canadians, and there are no Indigenous examples. None of them are occurring on reserve, none of them are occurring in Northern Ontario or elsewhere. And so the bell suddenly went off, and we brought in 2 of our teachers, both Indigenous, and we brought in a publishing company, and for a year they set aside and we designed the first set of workbooks and textbooks teaching business ever in an Aboriginal and an Indigenous context. And as a result of that, the course took off, and that's why we're in 47 schools. And I've been to those schools, and Carlana has been to them many times, and when you sit down and you talk to these students, what really grabs them is that they're able to talk about it within the context of their own culture, within the context of their own history. The First Nations were huge traders from North to South America. And when you're able to talk about it in a way that is relative to their culture, it's enormously important. And you know, people will say, well, you can't teach it. You can't talk about culture and other things except when you're talking about culture, but you can. You can bring the First Nations culture into every single area that you want to study. And I think it's very important that Canadians understand that, and it's why I wanted to mention it to you today. The second thing I want to talk to you about is the Principles course. Now, Carlana Lindman, along with 13 expert Aboriginal educators in the University of Toronto, have designed a course for principals, not courses for principals who are going to be principals in downtown Toronto, but principals who are going to be in reserve schools up through the north, right across the country. Principals who've got to deal with a very different set of problems without the benefit of the Ministry of Education in Ontario, without the benefit of all that the large school boards in Montreal or Vancouver have. And the course is being a tremendous success. We spent 1.5 years developing the modules, and now we're in the middle of a pilot project. There are 20 principals from across Canada, 5 from Ontario, who are taking the course online. And it looks like it's going to be a tremendous success. And one of the things that we would like to talk to you about at some time is where do we go from here with this course? Is there a second stage? Are there other areas that we should look at? And so what I would really say to you, Chief Peters, as the education chief, to you, Chief Day, is that this is the kind of area in which I think we should work together. And we are very, very open to doing this. And then the last that I would mention to you is our literacy course. Some of you heard the results of our literacy course at Kettle and Stony Point and at Walpole Island. But the fact is that it was a course that went in with a literacy rate was 15% compared to the Ontario standard. And 4 years later, after when the course had completed its term, it was evaluated by the University of Toronto. The fact is that 70% of the kids in grade 3 were at the Ontario standard. That's the Ontario average. And the greatest thing is that those who could read. those who could write were above the Ontario standard, and the thing that gave me the greatest deal of pride is that the girls in those two schools could read better than the girls in Ontario could right across. And so it was a tremendous, tremendous success. But what it says is something else, and I'm now looking at the minister. It was expensive as heck to do the pilot program, Minister. It's the kind of thing that we're going to start it in other schools. But sooner or later, Minister, as fundamental revolutions take place within the First Nations education system, the Canadian government is going to have to play its role. And I can't tell you, having been the Minister of Finance and having Carolyn Bennett, when she was another minister, come to me for money, what a pleasure it's going to be to go for you for money. Could I have a glass of water? Did you get me one? Now, let me go to the second thing that I was asked to do, was to speak about the current government and the minister. I did not know Carolyn Bennett was going to be here this morning. I didn't know that I was going to stand up in front of the boss and do this. Thank you very much. And I won't take immeasurable amount of time on it, but I just want to say that I served in cabinet with Carolyn Bennett when she was the Minister of Public Health. I knew Carolyn Bennett long before she became a minister. Her interest in education, her interest in First Nations education, the interest that brought her here today did not start yesterday. This has been her interest from the beginning of time. And she's incredibly knowledgeable, but she is also incredibly sincere in what she wants to do. And I must say that I do believe that this is a magic period. Chief Peters and Chief Day spoke about it. The fact is that the relationship with the province of Ontario and the First Nations could never have been better. We all know what happened in the last 10 years. I don't want to be partisan. Well, yes, I do want to be partisan, but I'm not going to be. The fact of the matter is that that relationship with Ontario was one that you were building on. And let me tell you, I know Carolyn Bennett, and I know Justin Trudeau, and I know this government, and that also is one that you will be able to work on. But let me say as well that they will need something from you. There is no Department of Education in Carolyn Bennett's ministry. There is no Department of Education in Ottawa. That's why it was so absurd that the previous government decided that what they were going to do is impose upon you, look at the educators, look at the Indigenous educators in this country, look at the people who are in this room. And the Department of Aboriginal Affairs that has no educators at all attempted to impose upon you their own will and basically told you that if you didn't accept it, it was that way or the highway, is simply a triumph of stupidity. And not what we want to do now. What we want to do is we want to reverse that. Carolyn wants to reverse it. And I know I have talked to Justin Trudeau, and what he said during the election campaign and what he has said since. What he said in Carolyn's mandate letter is as sincere as it can possibly be. That they want to work with you. They want to make this happen. But that Carolyn also was going to require, she may not want to say this to you, but she's going to need something from you. She is going to need for you, the education leaders of the First Nations, to set out your own plan for successful education in a strong and united voice. A plan that will show how you will run the system. A plan that stresses the importance of languages and cultures, as both chiefs said, but a plan that will also be at the top end of mathematics, of science, history, literature, and all of those others. Fundamentally, what she will need from you is a plan that will show what kind of a system that you can have and you will build if you have real and consistent funding. And that is what is all important here. This is a combination of working together. The promise has been there for the funding. And I think that some of you will say you don't think that's enough. And you know something, I'll agree with you. The fact of the matter is that education is an ever-evolving thing. And the problems that you face in terms of education are not simply limited to the classroom. But they are limited to the fact the number of children who've been taken away from the reserves on welfare. They are related to a welfare program that isn't working, that you're going to have to change. And when that happens, you're going to have children in care in the schools, and you're going to have teachers who understand how to work with those children in care. And that's going to cost money. And you're going to have, and so it's a question of working together. And that's why it's so important that Dr. Bennett is here. That's why it's so important that we're having this discussion. And then I'm going to close on one other thing. I don't want to take too much of your time. But the reason that the country, not simply the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, requires from you, Indigenous Affairs, that the Minister requires from you is a plan, is something else. I'm going to quote, take my glasses off, I'm going to quote from something that Chief Peters said. He talked recently, I don't know where you were, Chief Peters, when you said this, but I'm quoting from you. We are in the midst of a changing social and political environment where First Nations are not alone in the fight, but are joined by other Canadians to voice our common interests. I could not have said this better. What I believe that the Chief was saying to you, saying whoever the audience was when he said that, is that the world is changing fundamentally, education is changing fundamentally. As Chief Day said, the world is changing in some ways that are not all that pleasant, and we're going to have to face up to them and the kinds of things that you talked about. But if you listen to what Chief Peters said, what he is saying is, we want to have this fight for better education. We want to have this fight for decent revenue sharing and for an understanding of natural resources. We don't want this to be a fight between the First Nations and other Canadians. We want this to be a fight where Canadians stand hand in hand, as we did around this room, basically dealing with the issues that we have to face. And for that to happen, your plan is going to have to be the one that in fact Canadians speak to. And I can tell you something. Yesterday I was in Halifax with the Mi'kmaq, and the number of university presidents were there. If we do this, if you develop the plan and Carolyn basically implements it, you will have every single university in this country supporting you. The deans of education in every single faculty in this country came out with an accord 5 years ago. And they did this in the face of the government that was in office at the time, talking about the necessity to work together in terms of First Nations education. The Teachers Federation of Canada has come out in favor of what you want to do. The school boards across Canada, the Canadian school boards, have come out in favor of what you want to do. And I have spoken to most ministries of education in this country, and they will support you. Shortly, what can happen if you come up with a plan, if you are strong and united behind the kind of plan that you want, and you get Carolyn Bennett and the federal government behind you, and they will be there, then what we will do is bring the entire education constituency in this country behind the First Nations. And then just think of what that will mean. If you go to the Canadian people, it won't be you just saying this is the First Nations plan, but will be every single educator in the land saying that this is the First Nations plan and it makes sense. Who in God's name is going to be able to withstand that? Who is going to say that's wrong? Who's going to say that they're not being accountable? No one can. And that, I believe, is feasible, and I believe that it has to happen. And I believe it's going to happen because of meetings like this. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm going to fall asleep. This is the most comfortable chair I've had all morning.
Sure better than the flight I had. Anyways, this morning we wanted to have a conversation and just to be able to talk about where we're going. We're talking about the plan and how we'd like to see that plan unfold. But I wanted to just go back a bit because we've gone through a period of time, the last decade or so, with the Colonial Accord and then with the Education Act, and I guess we already heard a bit about what Paul Martin was talking about this morning. And so my question remains the same this morning. What advice would you give the Liberal government on the approach? We've tried, like I'm saying, both these approaches have been national in scope. What advice would you give would you give a regional, go to the regions, go to the communities? What advice would you provide?
Well, I think that, I think we all understand some of the difficulties that you face in coming up with a strong and united plan. But I think that you're very close to being there. I certainly, in the communities that I've gone to across the country, have found that on issues, like achieving standards and this kind of thing, that there is unanimity right across the board. Individual communities are going to have some differences, and why shouldn't they have? There's no doubt, that the Cree are going to have certain cultural differences with the Mi'kmaq or with the Mohawks, and those have got to be recognized. But the ability to come up with a consistent plan, that the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, Indigenous Affairs in Ottawa can endorse and fund, with the support of the entire education constituency in this country, I think will take us ahead. And I guess my basic request is that you come up with that plan, in the details that are required.
Okay, I think that's a given, and we've been working on several plans, and I think the notion of being able to approach this on a regional basis has been more successful to us than trying to do a national process. Right now, our graduation rates are about 35%. Nationally, they're about 78%, and obviously we're trying to bring that up. Do you think that in this discussion we're going to have with respect to the plan that we have to go well beyond just talking about academics and the cultural part of our development into the social issues?
I don't think you have any choice. The social issues play a phenomenally important role in the fact that graduation level is down at 35%. Education is, the quality of education, the ability to do it is obviously important, but you're not going to get away. You cannot escape from the social problems that you have faced, and those are going to have to be dealt with. And by the way, a number of them are going to be brought into the school, are brought into the classroom, and more and more are going to be brought into the classroom. Most, as I understand it, and I think that it makes an enormous amount of sense. For instance, that there is a tremendous push to bring children in care back into the reserve, basically take that over, and I think that that's what should happen. But that means you're going to have children in care in the classrooms, on the reserves. If you have children in care in the reserves, then that's going to require a special understanding, and that the special understanding of how do you handle children in care. And so I think that what you're dealing with is an evolving thing. I think the other thing, Chief, in terms of the evolution of education, is that education is evolving everywhere. It's not just on reserve. Education is evolving everywhere. The new technologies are changing it. You're going to have to adjust to that, as every other educator is going to have to adjust to it. And what that really means is that we're all going to have to work together to make sure that that works.
How do we handle the social economic issues that we face in our communities? I mean, they're definitely tied to how our children perform. We've got housing issues. Sometimes we've got breakfast issues, food security, those kinds of issues. They all play a part in education. What would be your advice to the new Liberal government on this area?
I think that you're going to have to push and blow at the same time. I do believe that you have to deal with education, first of all, within an education context, because I know the way the government works, and that if what you try to do is deal with too many problems all at once, then you're not going to solve any of them. So I think what you've got to do is get very clear what it is you need in terms of education. Then having done that, then you've got to then marry that with the other problems, and you're going to have to deal with the health problems separately. You can't marry them, mix them with others. You're going to have to deal with each of them, and because my worry is, there's no doubt that education is a determinant of proper health care, that health care is a proper determinant of education. There's no doubt that they're all brought together. And I think that you're going to have to bring them together. But I do believe that when you're making the push on education, you've got to make it on education. Otherwise, what's going to happen is that you're just going to find yourself dealing 5 fights at once. And you ultimately fight the 5 fights separately and then bring them together. But I don't think you're going to get away with it, Chief, and you don't want to get away with it. Society is society. Society isn't any one single discipline, and we've got to solve them all, and they're all part of it.
One of the areas, I want to go back to funding for a bit. One of the areas that we've experienced in the past is that there's been this expression of being able to match provincial funding. So whatever the provincial school boards get, what would you advise the government with respect to that?
Well, I see Julia Candlish. I've talked to Julia Candlish about this a long time. I have, I understand I understand when you're fighting the fight. I actually have had a bit of a difference with people. I understand when you're fighting the fight, you've got to fight. It's an easier fight to say we need equal funding with the provinces in the gap, but that's not enough. I mean, the fact of the matter is, the average student, a non-Indigenous student, isn't the son or daughter of somebody who went to residential school. They're not somebody who fundamentally is living in communities where there's been, whether it's bad water, whether it's just been the huge social problems that have been in those communities. I think that ultimately, I think we'll get to where the funding can be equal between the First Nations and the other Canadians. But we got a lot of catch up to play here. We got a lot to do, and I think that that's a start, but it sure as heck isn't the finish.
Okay, thank you. I guess that for us, I mean that's become a big issue for a lot of people, the catch-up process. And I look at RCAP as the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples recommending 1994, 95 that we were going to talk about a 20-year front-end funding to be able to bring communities back up to par. So I would suggest that we're probably almost 40 years behind right now in the process, and so whatever we can do to move that yardstick is going to be essential.
Well, I obviously have a preference. Let me just tell you what happened in the Kelowna Accord. A number of you here will remember that. But in the Kelowna, Carolyn certainly remembers that she was very much part of the process. When we sat down with the First Nations, I sat down with Phil Fontaine, who at that time was the Grand Chief. We basically said, this is the premiers and myself, we're not going to tell you what the problems are. You tell us what the problems are. We'll deal with your issues. And what they then did is they set out healthcare, welfare, education, economic development, clean water, and accountability. And we said, fine, those are the issues we'll talk about. Then we said to them, you tell us what the solutions are. We're not going to tell you what the solutions are. The solutions are but we will negotiate with you. We won't accept every solution. And that's what the tables were set up for. And the reason that it took 18 months is that the First Nations leaders, the Indigenous leaders, wanted to go back and consult with their people. But we came to it. It really depends on the nature of how you go. I think that we're not going to go back to the Kelowna Accord, but I think that the Kelowna process is the process that should be followed. That in fact, point of fact, the problems should be addressed are the problems, first of all, that are raised by the First Nations. Second of all, the solutions are the solutions should be ones that are suggested by the First Nations. That doesn't mean every solution will be accepted, but it does mean that this has got to be done within your basis. You yourself have said it. The responsibility for education exists within the community. The community understands the community. These are where the parents are. The community understands what has to be done. The fact of the matter is that most of the stuff that the communities are going to want are stuff that is wanted by every single community across the country. And so we're going to have it but let's come at it that way. I think that this idea that Ottawa knows, my way or the highway, surely to God, after the last 10 years, we've learned that that doesn't work. So I think that the kind of process where essentially the first people that Carolyn Bennett should hear from, and that's why I mentioned in my remarks, is from the people in this room. And they're the people that have got to give her your plan.
Okay, one of my last questions then is that we're talking about funding. One of the big issues in our communities is that we spend an inordinate amount of time on administration and accountability in the process. And would you advise the government on how we might be able to look at this and make change with respect to that?
Well, Chief, I've never heard a community object to accountability. I've never heard a chief object to accountability. I think I think you have to have some measurement. I've never heard anybody object to it. Now, how it should be done has got to be done within the cultural context of the community that's being there. I did not realize that you think that this is a large cost in terms of how it's done.
Well, from where the perspective that I'm trying to bring to this discussion is that administration, you're right, first of all, nobody's opposed to accountability, but massive accountability is what I'm talking about, oversight, the amount of reports that have to be generated. I mean, we send in reports sometimes that are 300-400 pages long that I'm sure that nobody reads.
Yeah. Well, again, I can tell you, I'm not sure the documents are still available. This was discussed extensively in Kelowna. The fact of the matter is that the amount of reports that the communities have got to come up with are 2 feet thick, and they just pile up unread, or if they are read, they probably got a little room there in Aboriginal affairs where people who just simply do is read them, and they don't have any, but they spend so much time reading the reports they can't do anything. I think that makes an enormous amount of sense, but what has to happen, and this again goes back to you, there should be essentially a group such as this, a much smaller group, that can basically cut the reports down to what is required. The reports that should be required by Ottawa are no greater than the reports that should be required by every single member of the communities. And under those circumstances, I think both can be satisfied. I've had this time and time again. I've had chiefs come and say, let me just tell you something. When the former government walked away from Kelowna, I said to you that when we asked the chiefs, or we asked the First Nations, what is it should be dealt with at Kelowna? We asked them for 5 things. There was no surprise in the 5 things that they raised. But then they said there's a 6th. We want to deal with the issue of accountability. That surprised us. And they said, we want to deal with accountability. And they wanted to deal with accountability in 2 ways. One was transparency, and the other one was the point that you've just raised, and that is that we are asked to fill in these incredible number of reports that we don't think anybody reads, or if they do, they're going to have lost their sanity. And they said, we want to set up a table that is going to deal with this issue of the reports. When the Conservatives walked away from Kelowna, the chiefs who were on this table made a special request to the government to keep that table alive, and the Conservatives refused. My view is, basically, if you want to deal with that issue, and I think you're quite right to do so, basically restart, take the work that was done, they worked for 18 months, take the work that was done and build on it from there, and see what happens.
Okay, we'll find that work.
Okay.
Okay. Any last words that you want to provide to the delegates here today?
I actually, I wanted to be here when I received the invitation. This is going to be an education symposium. I wanted to be here because I really didn't want to hear myself talk, but I really wanted to hear from the educators as to what is required. You're the people that really know. And I am so pleased to see the Minister of Indigenous Affairs here. And you've got to say, think about it. I mean, I know the demands that are on her time. And if there's anything that indicates her interest in education, it is the fact that she is here. So all I want to do is to say thank you, Julie, and thank all of you for giving me this chance to be here. And thank you for this wonderful chair. I'm not leaving.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Grand Chief and Paul Martin, if you guys could just sit there for a few more minutes. We're going to take a couple questions. We want to try and end this by 10:45. We want to catch up with our time, make sure everything's going. So at this time, if anybody has any questions or comments, you can direct them either to Gord Peters or Paul Martin. Please come up to the microphones. Please state your name and your community. And we'll be taking a couple of questions. Thank you. Okay. And when you go to the mic, can you just turn the switch on?
All right, good morning. My name is Jason Thompson. I am a director on the North Superior Workforce Planning Board and a member of the Red Rock First Nation. And my question is, I guess for both members of the panel, is opportunity is a huge motivator. And I believe will assist in improving completion rates in regards to education for First Nation people. As a manager of a construction company and an entrepreneur, what does industry need to do, in your opinion, to get involved in the First Nation education systems to create that opportunity?
Well, I'm assuming that what your question really says is, look, we really need skilled people. How can we get them? The fact is that you've got to work with the schools. You have to work with the schools. There are technical schools across the board. I'll just give you one example, which Chief Peters would know, that, for instance, there's a technical school at the Six Island, at the Six Nations Reserve. It's a very, very good school. A major Canadian company basically said, we're going to need 100 people a year, and they're going to have to be trained. So they're now talking to the Polytechnical School about, I set it up in order to sort of say, look, these are the skills that are required, the Polytechnic schools, can you deliver them? And what the private sector has to do is essentially take these people as they graduate. The real problem with the private sector is when the private sector comes in and you know that business goes up and down, all of a sudden, you know, you've asked for them when business is up here, and then all of a sudden they're delivered when business is down here, and then what you create is a huge problem. But I think that that's the kind of thing that you should work on. I think that essentially that what industry has to do is to work with the schools that are existing, and if there are not enough of those schools in the area in which you are, then I tell you, you can work with the federal department, with Carolyn Bennett's department to set them up. Because this is the kind of thing that they should be doing.
Just to respond to you on I'll take a different twist on this. One of the things that occurs in our world is that women graduate at a far greater rate than men. And we lose a lot of our young men on a grade 10 level, 9 and 10 in that area. And thankfully we have the Aboriginal Institutes Consortium, because it helps men get back and helps other students get back into the professions that they wouldn't get back into. But we need to be able to figure out how to keep young men in school. We need to figure out how to keep young men motivated towards going to something. And if it's not the academic side, then it should be the vocational side, and looking at how we're going to get them apprenticing, getting into those areas. I think that's a huge part of what we need to look at as we move forward.
Thank you very much. I guess I just want one last comment is, closing that gap, or creating those opportunities to get out to the communities, to the education boards in the local communities, and let them know there are opportunities out there, apprenticeship and so on and so forth. So I guess, I'm kind of tasking all the educators here today is, please look at that opportunity, because the trades are struggling. I'm hearing it from multiple different colleagues. We're looking at migrant workers as people that potentially fill that gap, but I think we need to look in our own backyard and move that forward. So.
But if you move into the school, if you move and work with the schools, I mean, it's not every industry has the capacity that the oil and gas industry had at the time. But if you ever go out to Fort McMurray, there's a Patrick McCready High School out there. There are two of them, the Composite High School. And what's happened, the industry moved right into the school to provide that kind of thing. And that'll provide a lot of the incentive that Chief Peters is talking about.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, next microphone. Bonjour.
Patricia Big George, Chief of Anishinaabe Nalgashi. I just had a question when you were talking about the MIA, that with the youth entrepreneurs. I think that there's a big gap. You know, you give them the skills, you give them the training. You know, whether they finish their their high school, and the big thing that there's a big fall that I see is you give them the skills, then after the skills, you know, they start their business, and there's no support for them to be able to achieve those contracts across Canada. You know, we got to give them that support too.
Well, I think that's a good point. Dr. Carlina Lindblom is here. It's an interesting thing. Now that we've got 47 schools across the country, it's quite conceivable that we could build up some kind of a network of support. It's maybe it might well be the next stage in our entrepreneurship program. So, but we'll take it. Carolina's right there. So, give her a heck.
Is there any more questions? I think we have time for one more. Okay, microphone.
Kolomosi, my name is Brent Stonefish. My title is about this long, so I usually just say everything education in Delaware Nation. So my question to you is, one of the things that we do in Delaware Nation is we're looking at a strategy for language. We have 2 fluent speakers left of the entire language across North America. So it's about making language and culture part of the foundation for education. And I know I've been watching the Paul Martin initiative over in Walpole and Kettle Point, and the focus you put on literacy and numeracy, which is great, and you're getting them up to the provincial standards. But the way that we're looking at things is that we want to create an education system that uses the Ontario standards as a minimum, meaning that culture and language is part of the foundation and that we excel our students. So my question is how is your initiative and how is the new government's dedication to making language a priority as opposed to 40 minutes per day at the provincial schools?
Well, again, Carolyn can obviously fill in, but the new government has made it very clear that they do understand the degree to which languages and culture are an essential part of education. They also understand the degree to which a person who is secure in their identity and a person who has the kind of cultural and linguistic background that you're talking about is going to be a far greater success in their academic efforts. And so I don't think there's any doubt about the desire of the government to help that. I think there's complete recognition of the need to fund it. Essentially, I think if you take a look at the way immersion courses have worked, and not everybody will agree with me, but fundamentally immersion courses have worked, that the more languages that you understand, if you're bilingual, if you've got 2 languages, then in fact your results would be far greater than if you only have 1. Your understanding, your capacity to look ahead, your capacity to intuit, your capacity to understand. So I don't think you have any difficulty making the argument that in fact that language training and cultural background will in fact lead to a better education, and that it's worthwhile putting the money into it. Now, how you're going to squeeze that 40 minutes into it, you know, and Carlina and I have discussed about this, and you can extend the school day, you can extend the school week, but even if you don't, I think I can't help but believe that you can work that in, and if you've got the will to do it, you've got to do it. And again, will the federal government cooperate with you? Yeah, they will if you lay the plan in front of them. I keep coming back to that. You've got to lay the plan in front of them. You've got to say, this is what we need, this is what we can do, and then people can test as to whether the result is working or not.
So what you're saying is Carolyn should pencil me in then?
Yeah. Well, at least you should give her a call.
I think one of the other commitments that we've seen is the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and really strong recommendations around language and culture coming out of that process. We've always fought for languages to be a part of any additional funding, but the last 10 years we've never seen anything that's come to real fruition out of that process. So I think one of the things that we have to be able to get from this process is not just in respect to the plan around the education, but a fund that's dedicated to language, because that language is not just dedicated on the community, it's our citizens wherever they reside.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I just want to thank Paul Martin and Gord Peters. At this time, we're not taking any further questions. We're going to move on to our next presentation. But if anybody has any outstanding questions, please see Julia. And thank you.
Again, huge rounds of applause to the Honourable Paul Martin and Grand Chief Gord Peters. For me personally, I feel like the topic of education is essential for the well-being of Indigenous peoples across North America, and I feel like to live sustainable lives nowadays is we need to become educated and we need to work. Again, I'm currently in my second year at Lake University, and it's a lot. So at this time, I would like to invite the Director of Education for the Chiefs of Ontario, Julia Candlish.
Okay, good morning again, everyone. I don't know if we need the lights dimmer up here. People can see. Can you see the screen okay? No? You're going to? All right. All right, so welcome, everyone. Hopefully, that's a bit of a hard act to follow, for sure, but I'll do my best. So I am going to give an overall update on the Charting Our Own Path Forward initiative, and then just an overview of what we're going to be doing at the symposium. Bear with me while I figure out how to work this. There we go. So the Charting Our Own Path Forward is really an overarching initiative that, you know what, I'm going to get a handheld microphone. Sorry. Okay. But it's not on. Oh, it is on. There we go. All right, so the Charting Our Own Path Forward is an overarching mandate of the First Nations Education Coordination Unit. That's the unit that Grand Chief Peters was talking about when he asked people to stand up. We have representation from all of the PTOs and the educated-related regional organizations. So, Charting Our Own Path Forward is really the guiding kind of mantra of what we do within that coordination unit. The scope, so the coordination unit was formed at the direction of the Kingston Assembly in 2000, and the scope of the unit, like Grand Chief Peters talked about, is lifelong learning. So it is the whole scope of learning, both formal and informal, although we do focus a lot on formal education right now. The core issues that the Education Coordination Unit deals with are really all revolve around jurisdiction and funding. Jurisdiction and funding related to early learning, related to K-12 education, related to post-secondary education and training and adult education, all of those things. And our activities include support, coordination, communication, information sharing, intergovernmental liaison, and we develop strategies and policy position papers, and everything goes through leadership before it actually gets implemented. So the source of the mandates for the Education Coordination Unit are from the terms of reference for the coordination unit. We have a terms of reference. It's posted on our website if anybody's ever interested in having a look at it. We also get directives from the Political Confederacy, and the main source of our mandates are really revolve around the resolutions that come out of the Chiefs in Assembly. We do receive political guidance on from several areas. We receive political guidance from the PC Education Portfolio Holder, which is Grand Chief Gordon Peters. The Chiefs Education Committee, we have a Chiefs Education Committee which is comprised of First Nation leaders from the 4 PTOs, and there's a rep from Independent First Nations as well. And we also bring things forward to the Political Confederacy on a regular basis to obtain political guidance. And that's how we move the mandates along. The other way we move mandates along is, so this is a kind of a busy chart, but it provides an idea of what it is that we do when we get the mandates from the Chiefs in Assembly. So we got a mandate to provide recommendations on systems and funding. So when we get that mandate, we have a look at our priority areas, see where it fits in there. So the Education Coordination Unit and the Chiefs Education are kind of in the middle there. First Nations entities are on your left side. And so you'll see First Nation communities, aggregate organizations, which are like tribal councils and PTOs, Political Confederacy, and the Chiefs in Assembly, and then we are also connected very much to the national body, which is the Assembly of First Nations, of course. And on that, so there's that side of the coin. When we receive a mandate, then you'll see the arrows going kind of in a circular motion. So what we do is we bring things back to the communities, and then we try and bring things back in towards the Education Coordination Unit, so that we can provide recommendations to the Chiefs in Assembly, whatever it is that they're asking us for, right? And then on the other side of the coin, we have outside governments and organizations which are always trying to interact with the Education Coordination Unit. We have the provincial government, so the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Training Colleges and Universities, the federal government, which is mainly Indian affairs, Indigenous affairs now. And then there's other organizations that always want to interact and get input and want participation on committees and things like that. And those other organizations are organizations like the Ontario College of Teachers or the Ontario Teachers Federation or ETFO. I'm trying to think of, I see the acronym, but I don't know. Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario, the Ontario Secondary Schools Teachers Federation, things like that. Often they're wanting us to provide input and participate on their committees. So you'll see that the circles go around there, so we're getting information from them, what it is they want us to provide input on, and then we bring it back to the First Nations, and then bring it back to the Education Coordination Unit, and then back out to the organizations or the federal government. So that's kind of the motion that we go through to try and get the information. Whenever we sit on one of the committees at the provincial or federal or other organizations, we never sit there as representatives. We never speak for the First Nations unless we've gone back to the First Nations in one of those circles and obtained the information to bring forward. So we always tell them, we can't answer these questions for you because we need to go back to our communities and get that information and then bring it back forward. So that's kind of how we work. with the Education Coordination Unit, the main thing that we do is coordination and for First Nations education, and then advocate on behalf of the First Nations. So the mandate for the mandates that revolve around this symposium, we received a resolution in 2012 that directed the Education Coordination Unit to work with First Nations to develop recommendations to the Chiefs and Assembly on systems and funding mechanisms for First Nations education. And then in 2013, because we always have to go back to the Chiefs and Assembly and report where we're at, right? So in 2012, I think they were asking for recommendations by 2013. Well, we didn't have them at that point in time. So we reported back on what we had, and so they give us another resolution that direct the scope of the work to take a bit of a different direction. So we tried that didn't work. So again, in 2013, we got another resolution that just was overarching on our inherent jurisdiction over education and just kind of asked us to continue the work going forward. So that's where our mandate comes from to do the work that we're doing today and that we have been doing since 2012. So when we had a look at the mandate asked us to analyze systems and analyze funding mechanisms. So we thought, so how do we do that in a very simplistic way? You just have a look at this little chart and it says, what do we have now? So what kind of system do we work with for First Nations education right now? And then on the other hand, we have to say, well, what is it that we want? So we have this system here, but what kind of a system do we really want? And then have a look at what we have and how can it be streamlined or improved to get us to that vision, right? To get us to where we want to be. So we thought to analyze the systems, we had to look at the governance tables that were taking place. So Anishinaabe Nation, the Union of Ontario Indians have governance tables specifically on First Nation education. So work with them to see where they're at in their negotiations, what kind of work they've done. We don't want to reinvent the wheel if we don't have to. Gather input from communities and organizations. Look at other models so we can do a bit of a comparison. Like you say, we don't always want to have to reinvent the wheel. And then build on successes. Build on the successes that we have in our communities. I believe it was Grand Chief Peters or maybe it was the regional chief that talked about it this morning. But we do have lots of successes within our communities. How do we bring that forward? It was Grand Chief Peters, I remember now. Those best practices, we need to share those and we need to build on them to move forward. What did I do with my little clicker? And then when we're analyzing funding mechanisms, again, same kind of thing. What do we have now? How can it be improved or streamlined? And then at the end, how much will it cost and how will that funding flow, right? So it's all the same kind of thing. We have to say what it is that we want, what it is that we have now, and then how do we get there? So there's a comparison with, well, we thought that we needed to do a comparison with the provincial system. We need to review the work of the governance tables again because they have done work in this area on funding, and research other existing models and mechanisms. So same kind of deal with the funding mechanisms. So what the methodology has been to move towards the recommendations to the Chiefs and Assembly on systems and funding. We did an environmental scan, and that really analyzed that first circle. What is it that we have now? Where are we at? Environmental scan provided that for us. We held focus group sessions, several focus group sessions. I think there's been 5 so far, to create a vision. What is that end goal that we're looking for? And how do we improve and streamline the system and obtain that input that we need? As that previous slide, we always need to go back to the communities, the organizations, and get that input in order to bring it forward. Education officer gatherings, we had a couple of those, and we call them education officer gatherings just for lack of a better word, but really it's the education directors and managers at the community and tribal council level that were invited to come to those gatherings and really talk about this Charting Your Own Path Forward initiative and and exchange ideas on systems of funding. And we had, this is the second symposium. We had a symposium in 2013, and then we had a summit in 2013 as well, or it might have been 2014. But it's all in that document that you have. And that, once again, that was to share information, build on successes, and obtain input. So what the document is that you were provided when you came to, before you came to the session, and I must apologize that you didn't receive a lot of notice with receiving the document. We were working on it right up until the bitter end there. But that document, and does everyone know the document that I'm talking about? Because if you don't have the document, it's the Charting Your Own Path Forward initiative, yes. If you don't have the document, they do have some at the registration table. So it's an evergreen document. The way that we've worked this since 2012, we've been working on this Charting Your Own Path Forward initiative, well, this part of the Charting Your Own Path Forward initiative, and we've been gathering information, gathering input through the focus group sessions, through the summit, through all the various forums that we've had, and we continually add to this document, and we continually change or just modify things according to the input that we receive from First Nations and First Nation organizations. So the document that you have now is the document for today. It's going to change after this, right? So that's why we call it a living or evergreen document. And it really embraces the spirit of unity, and unity that we're doing something unified all together, First Nations in Ontario. It has a spirit of vision and organic evolution. So it's ever changing based on our vision and how we want to get to the vision, how we want to move there, how we want to walk there together, Nagani Da. So the document also synthesizes all of the collective input to date, and what you'll see is a support circles framework lens, and that's what has been developed out of all of the input that we've received so far, was that lens. And then what we did with that lens is we utilized that lens to develop ideas and options on systems and funding for consideration moving forward. It also provides some context. It provides a little bit of information on stats and the reality of what we're dealing with, the systems that we're dealing with right now. There's also three appendices that we put in there because they're relevant to the document, but it's not something that we thought needed to be right in the document. So the coup resolutions, all of the wording is there, the exact wording for the resolutions are there as an appendix in the document. Then there's the First Nation inherent jurisdiction over education. This was developed to provide a rationale for First Nations jurisdiction over education, not that we need a rationale for it, but in case you're trying to explain that rationale to others, it provides a lot of really good, solid information on how we can express what jurisdiction over education is. Appendix C is a draft education declaration. Now this has been called for repeatedly. This is a draft, it's a first draft. I want everyone to know that. It's been called for over and over again at conferences and focus group sessions. As I was going through the notes, updating the evergreen document for this meeting, I could see how many times over the course of the last few years somebody has said, we need to have a declaration. We need to have a declaration on education. So we did a real preliminary draft and put it in there so that we can start the discussion on developing a declaration for First Nations education. So one of the things so when we're talking about what it is that we have to do with it in developing these systems and these funding mechanisms and models and things like that, we have to look at what we have today, right? So this is a little diagram. It's not 100% correct, but it's close. Because things are ever changing in the First Nation world, as you know. So this is kind of what we currently look like if we were thinking that we were any semblance of a system. So we have 133 First Nations, and you can see that from those 133 First Nations, we have 76 communities that have council-operated schools. We have 2 communities that have federal schools. Out of those 76 communities with First Nation schools, 24 have K-12, 52 have elementary only, some form of elementary. It might only go to grade 3, it might only have kindergarten, it might go all the way to grade 8. But I didn't want to break all those down. There's 57 First Nations with no schools. So these ones would have to deal with tuition agreements with the public school boards for all of their students to go out. Many of the 76 First Nations that do have council-operated schools also have tuition agreements because at some point in time, their students have to go out into the provincial system. Out of these 133 First Nations, we have 4 provincial territorial organizations, NAN, Union, Grand Council Treaty 3, AIAI. Out of that, 2 of those, NAN and the Union, have a governance table on First Nations education. That means they're working towards a self-government agreement with the federal government on education. There's also independent First Nations, and then there's also unaffiliated First Nations who are not part of any of the provincial territorial organizations. We have, I believe, 4 communities right now that are unaffiliated, but they're still part of the Chiefs of Ontario, but they're just not part of a territorial organization. So that kind of goes in the coup bubble because that's all kind of within the realm of what coup does. And then you'll see some dotted lines. And the dotted lines go out to the other organizations that are not directly part of the Chiefs of Ontario, but we do interact with them on a very regular basis, and they're very involved with First Nations education. So we have ONICA, the Ontario Native Counselor Education Counseling Association. We have 7 Indigenous post-secondary institutions. 5 of those post-secondary institutions form the Aboriginal Institutes Consortium. So as you can see, it's all just a little bit complicated to try and bring it all together under and in some kind of a semblance of a system. There's also 21, so there's 112 First Nations that are part of a tribal council. There's 17 tribal councils. Out of those 17 tribal councils, I believe only 13 offer First Nations education services. Yeah, 13. So and out of those 13, 5 offer what has been determined as complex education services. And this is through the environmental scan that I talked about just a little bit earlier. So the environmental scan kind of grouped the tribal councils into the types of services that they offered for First Nations. So there's complex, there's a coordination and advisory, and then there's advisory, and I can't remember what the other word is. But so even the tribal councils don't all offer the same type of services for First Nations education. So as you can see, it's a little bit complex, and then there's no real mechanism to coordinate what those tribal councils are doing for First Nations education. Oh, there's also 21 First Nations that are not even affiliated with the tribal council. So they don't even, they're not even part of those services that are offered by the tribal councils. There's no real way of kind of sharing the information among the tribal councils. There's no real way of sharing the information, say, from the Indigenous post-secondary institutions with the tribal councils or with the First Nations, with or without council-operated schools. And so that's what we're dealing with. Nothing, we have all of these kind of islands of things happening, pockets of things happening, but there's nothing to coordinate it up, and there's nothing to ensure that information is shared, ensure that everybody has the information that they need. There's no coordinated way of sharing best practices, things like that. So that's the system that we're kind of working with right now, and that's why we're trying to move to another way of doing things. I don't think that anybody disagrees that the current system is not functioning the way we would like it to function. So, as I talked about earlier, we've had lots of input over time, and it's informed this support circles framework. So what we've heard time and time again is that the First Nation learner is at the center of everything. This is what education is for. It's for the learner. And we use the term learner just because we want to make sure that it embraces the concept of lifelong learning. If we use the term student, then that really kind of narrows it down to formal education, or maybe even K-12 education, you know. So we want to make sure that we're capturing the broader scope of lifelong learning. So that's why we use the term learner. And then for that learner, there has to be a support system, right? Something to support that learner, and that's what we call the first support circle. And this is the place of learning. And the reason why we use the term place of learning is to embrace the concept of lifelong learning. It's a place of learning. It's not necessarily a school. It's not necessarily a college or a university, but it is a place of learning. And so it's whatever types of places of learning. It may be a daycare, it may be a childcare, it may be a Head Start. So we use the term place of learning and community. So that's the first support circle for those students. For a single student, that the community and the institution or the place that they go to learn, that is their first circle of support. And then and then over time, people, you know, over the course of all the discussions that we've had, everyone's talked about very strongly about the need to have a second support circle. And this is the regional aggregate collectives. This is the tribal councils. This is the FNSSP groups. This is perhaps even your PTO. It kind of depends because everybody works a little bit differently, right? So there has to be some kind of a second support circle that supports those communities at the community level. So we don't have each 133 communities all by themselves doing their own thing, doing exactly the same thing, reinventing the wheel all by themselves. So they come together in collective organizations so that they can do things together and they can share things together and they can work together. It always works more effectively when you have help, right? So that is the second support circle. And then conversations over time also they actually started right off the bat saying that we need a third support circle, an Ontario-wide aggregate of some sort that is a collective organization or a collective partnership that supports all of those different circles. And the reason why the circles aren't kind of circles surrounded by other circles, they're kind of in this shape that's all connected at the bottom, is because what we've heard over time is that all of these circles need to be connected, and that's what I talked about earlier in the diagram that showed the current system that we work in. There's so much disconnection. Nothing is connected up in a coordinated way. So this is what we heard, that we need to make sure that all of these support circles that are supporting the student, the learner, are connected, and that they're all focused on supporting the First Nation learner. But as we know, we do have lots of our students attend the provincial school system, right? In fact, when we look at statistics, and First Nation leadership has said, we have jurisdiction over the education of our children regardless of where they reside. So regardless if they reside on a First Nation community, within a First Nation community, or outside. And when we look at those numbers, 75% of our students attend the provincial school system. So we have to be connected to the provincial school system. And outside governments like the Ministry of Education and the federal government, who provides funding, we need to be able to work with those systems to ensure that, you know, because it's all part of the system that we work within. So there will be some sort of connection between the first support circle, which is at the community level, with the outside organizations. And this could be in the form of a tuition agreement, like I was talking about earlier. Communities have tuition agreements with public school boards. So that's a connection to the outside for the first support circle. There's a second support circle connection to the outside as well, because as we know, FNSSP groups do work with the province, right? So there has to be a connection there as well, and then also a connection with the third support circle as well, in order to advocate on behalf of First Nations. So that's kind of an explanation of the support circles framework and how it came about from input that we have heard to date. Fundamental considerations that were undertaken when we were developing the support circle framework is that we had to make sure that it supports First Nation learners and lifelong learning. Those are two kind of no-brainers. Respect First Nation sovereignty and inherent rights, support First Nation control of First Nation education, and respect autonomy and embrace diversity. That is very important. That respect autonomy and embrace diversity. That's a pretty tricky thing when you're developing ideas on a system. How do you ensure that First Nations have their autonomy, and that the broad diversity that we have within First Nations in Ontario is recognized and actually embraced? So, second and third support circle models, you'll see in your documents that there's discussion starters there. We want to make sure everyone knows these are just discussion starters. This is not something that we develop saying that this is the way we should do it. These are things that we've heard over time in several of the sessions. Oh, I think that if we were designing something, we should design it based on geography. So we took the framework and designed something based on geography with those three support circles. You know, somebody at a session, or lots of people actually at lots of sessions, said we should have a treaty-based system. That's how our system should be organized. Tribal council focused, PTO based, nation based, and then there's a combination. And this is the one where we really had a hard look at everything and thought, how do we embrace that diversity? How do we make sure that First Nations have their autonomy to decide how they want to move forward here, who they want to aggregate with, if they want to aggregate with anybody. You know, all of these different things. So we designed a discussion starter called it a blended combination. And in that combination, there are, you know, say there's 30 communities that want to be based on geographic proximity. Maybe there's one treaty organization that wants it treaty-based. Maybe there is, maybe the Union of Ontario Indians wants to maintain their Anishinaabeg education system as an element of the system. So It's almost like a system within a system. It's a blended system. It incorporates the reality of the direction that First Nations want to go in. So really, the sky's the limit with working with this framework of support circles. Then when we look at funding considerations, we've had previous discussions and analysis that reveal that funding should be flowed to First Nations via a Treasury Board transfer with levels determined through a comprehensive funding formula. So that has been something that's been very prominent, and nobody has ever diverged from that through any of the conversations that we've had to date. Nobody thinks that the funding should still flow through Indian Affairs. Everybody thinks that the funding should come directly from Treasury Board to First Nations. Everybody agrees that there should be a comprehensive funding formula and that we should be doing away with all of the proposal-based programs, well, most of the proposal-based programs, and that the funding needs to be needs-based. So those are things that we've heard over and over. So there is ideas and options on funding flow that need to be further explored and discussed. There's outcomes of the symposium. So outcomes of this symposium will assist in the continued analysis of funding levels. So funding levels, it's a pretty tricky one to try and, we've done lots of work on funding levels, and we have lots of bits of information that we can't actually put all together yet because we don't know what kind of a system it is we're going to be looking at. If we kind of knew, honestly, I don't want to do the work of putting it together for every single option. I think if we narrow options to maybe 2 or 3, then we could do that work and put a number to it. But every system is going to be looking at maybe different arrangements for funding. So funding levels, lots of work has been done there, like I say, but we need to maybe have a little bit more understanding of what our system is going to be before we can actually come up with some substantive figures there. Further analysis is required on the actual mechanism required to trigger the Treasury Board transfer because as we understand it right now, the only real way to trigger the Treasury Board transfer is through legislation or through a self-government agreement. And we know that not everyone wants a self-government agreement, and we know that not everyone wants legislation either. So that is something that needs to be further explored. So as for the symposium that we're having here for the next few days, the focus is visionary and solution-oriented. I know at the last symposium, I gave everybody 5 minutes to vent and rant about all of the things that were wrong with their education system, because that's not what we're here to talk about. We know what's wrong with our education system. We've talked about it and talked about it and talked about it. What we need to do is we need to be visionary and we need to come up with solutions, whatever that is. But that's the way we need to focus over the next few days. The purpose of this symposium is to gather people involved in First Nation education and review what's been done previously and build on the knowledge gathered to date. If that means tearing some of it down, then that's fine. But we just need to make sure that we're building on what's, and we have good reasons why we're breaking something down if that doesn't really work for us. But really, we just need to continue building towards our vision. The intended outcome of the symposium is a more comprehensive vision for systems and funding that will provide a basis for subsequent input. So we're not going to develop recommendations to the leadership right out of the symposium, although that would be wonderful if we did. I would love it. But I'm not sure that we're going to get there over the next few days, but we'll get closer. And what we want to be able to come out of the symposium with is a narrowing of options or an expansion of options that captures the way we want to move forward. And then from there, we'll continue building on it until we are able to develop those recommendations to the Chiefs Assembly together, over the next little while. And I think that I have put some dates up here. Maybe it's later on in the slide. So the agenda, it's visionary, and we have visionary and motivating speakers at the beginning and the end of each day. So we're hoping that by having the speakers here, then you don't have to listen to me ramble on for ages, for one thing. But the speakers can kind of just get your head in a different space. We need to understand where we are today, but we don't need to get mired in all of the things that are wrong with our system now. We need to put the blinders on, or just kind of step out of that and just vision. What is it that we want, right, to move forward? Because we have a willing government right now that needs to hear what it is that we want. So we need to be able to express that. There's panel presentations, so this is the success stories, right? On the first support circle, at the community place of learning level, and then at the second support circle, at the more aggregated level, we have panel presentations where people are going to come and share all of their success stories. And so hopefully that's motivating for people to understand or to utilize when we're doing these exercises. So the exercises will take place in the dedicated time for group discussions, and this will be an opportunity to provide feedback and input on what's being presented and provide direction on moving forward. So those sessions will be just working at your tables, and there will be a note taker and a facilitator at each table as you go through the exercises, and there's going to be an exercise on the first support circle, the second support circle, the third support circle, and funding. So we'll be talking about the whole kit and caboodle over the 3 days, and hopefully we can come out with some really positive input. So the next steps, this is the chart I was looking for, and I think this is the last one. So the next step, post-symposium. Just so you know what's going to happen after the symposium, there will be a roll-up document from the symposium that includes systems and fundings, ideas and options, and reflect all of the input that we receive. So that roll-up report will be provided. We're committing to providing that by January 2016. There will be follow-up activity on the KU Education Portal, and many of you may not know what the KU Education Portal is, but we haven't really been able to it's there, but it hasn't been utilized to its fullest potential. So we're hoping to utilize that to gather the rest of the input after the symposium. So that will take place between January and April. So if anybody needs access to the portal, please feel free to email me anytime, and we'll make sure you get access to the portal, and that means you'll be able to provide input on the various areas that we're talking about. There will be ongoing political guidance that will be sought through the Political Confederacy, Education Portfolio, and the Chiefs Education Committee. So they will be engaged on everything going forward. They'll be provided updates on a regular basis, and we'll make sure that everyone stays informed on how this is unfolding. Okay, so where are we at there, Tristan, for time? 11:28. Okay, well, we can take a few questions if anybody has questions. We have time. Minister Bennett is going to be coming in, I think, to talk, and but she's not quite ready yet. So, questions? Yes, Matthew, would you mind coming to the microphone? Sorry, we're live streaming, so we want people to hear the questions.
Yeah. Right. Matthew Andrews, I'm from Wanneman Lake First Nation. I just wanted to know, with all the plans that Chiefs of Ontario are presenting today, and in terms of all the work that the other PTOs are doing, how are we going to be able to combine everything together in terms of trying to come something that is workable. Just wanted to know, because a lot of people want to do different things, and it's very hard because it's frustrating in a way that nobody is really directing the ship, I guess I'll put it that way. We kind of need somebody to oversee the whole process, because I know it takes a lot of money for people to come here, but for me, in a way, because it's an important thing, and also the overall, the national level, whatever we come up with in Ontario, how is it going to connect to the overall national formulas and all that? That's what I wanted to know.
Okay, yeah, that's a great question, Matthew. And what I can say is, so looking at Ontario specifically, when you look through the Charting Our Own Path Forward, the 2015 document, you'll see that often it looks at those examples or those discussion starters that I talked about, and then after each of those discussion starters diagram, we talk about the advantages and disadvantages of each of those systems, just so that we can get an idea of what is it that we're talking about, right? And a lot of times you'll see that the disadvantage is that it may not fit with what's happening in the PTOs. It may not fit with what's happening with structural readiness, right? So those are things that we have to consider, and that's really why we came up with that blended model. So that we can incorporate what's going on in the PTOs. Structural readiness is a bit of a different animal, and this is one of the things, this is one of the divide and conquer tactics, or whatever you want to call it, from the federal government, right? Where they put out money to certain organizations to do work in this area. Well, maybe the work that's being done in this area doesn't really jive with the work, maybe the work that's being done by an overarching. So even within Anishinaabe Nation, say, there's structural readiness dollars that are being utilized by a handful of communities, but that work that they're actually doing may not even really agree with, or may collide somehow with the work that's being done by the PTO on the self-government agreement. So those are the kinds of things we have to try and get away from letting them get in our way of doing things in a unified manner. So I think that what we may need to do is we may need to have some more conversations about how it is that we can incorporate all of these things into one system. It can be very diverse. We want to make sure that we embrace that diversity. So that's why we came up with the blended model. So I would have a look at that. Hopefully that helps you out a bit. And the other thing about First Nations in Ontario and how we're able to organize together is because we have the Education Coordination Unit, right? So we have members on the coordination unit from Anishinaabe Nation that can talk about, hey, this might be interfering with what's going on in our communities. And we have a member from the Union of Ontario Indians that says, hey, this may interfere with what's going on in our communities. So we have, or with our governance table. So we have those opportunities to come together and make sure that what we're doing is actually going to align, or is actually able to be flexible enough to incorporate all of those diverse needs, right? And then at the national level, what I don't know if many of you remember, but last December, yes, last December, so almost a year ago now, we put forward, there was a resolution that went forward, all chiefs across the country, asking for a specific way for the federal government to deal with First Nations education, and that was to really deal with each region on its own. So there is no overarching plan across the country. It's each region that is doing its own thing. So There may be, I think there was a call for national legislation, but that legislation was only to flow funding, and that's it. Really, each region was developing its own comprehensive funding formula. Each region was developing its own system. Anything else? Either I was so clear in my presentation, or you're all just crazy confused about what we're talking about. Both. Okay, great. Yes. Sorry. What do we want to do? Good morning. Oh.
Okay. Good morning. It's almost lunchtime. I just want to say a few things. I enjoy coming to things like these, listening to what we could do for our students. But one of the things I always fail to hear is how we can actually help a child learn. And one of the things I've learned through my years of being involved in education was I was wrong as a teacher for so long, until I realized that I had to look back and see how we came into this world. We are so involved with finances, we almost forget to teach the children, because we need to get down to earth with our children. Children are born wholesome individuals, and we take so much money and so much time to take away that wholesomeness. And it is because we do not consider the parents, the teachers, how they should teach the children. For many years, I taught from a textbook, thinking that was the way for the students I taught would learn about life, a life learning process. But it turned out that's not the case. That's why we're losing so many of our young people today through education, through suicide, because we're not too clear in what we want them to do. We do not have clear expectations of them. We need to learn, get down to their level, parents' level. There are some parents that do not even want to be involved with their children because they feel they have been taken away from education. I have heard parents that have gone to residential school, and when they go home, they say they're not my children anymore. I don't need to have anything to do with them. They only look after the ones that they kept at home. There are many situations like that. And that's what we're doing, is we're making the parents feel that they don't own their children anymore. And I'm really proud to be able to see something set up like this. And I hope it gets down to the community level, because we need to train parents to be parents and to understand how important the education for their children is. We need to teach them that. And the teachers need need to be wholesome also, well-being teachers to teach our children. I was not a well-being teacher for the first few years. I was a sick teacher, and more sicker because I was looking at a text that was created by somebody I did not know. And then when I realized that, I turned around and I said, I will go back to where I came from. And I looked back at my culture. I went into teachings that taught me about life that I had left to go into the Western system. And when I came up out of there, I saw things differently. I looked at myself, you know, what am I doing as a teacher? I'm not well. I need to be well. And then once I got there, I went many years to go back to who I was in a trap line, to look at the teachings, the learnings I had there. I went back and got them, and I feel wholesome again. The only thing that still has a hold on me is I like to gamble a little bit. So anyways, that's, I'm going to enjoy being involved here because I have a lot of information that I learned from going back to my culture to help with the students and others that I work with. I try to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Looking forward to the next couple of days.
First off, I would just like to thank all the people in the audience for your questions. I felt like they're pretty sincere and broad. A question that I pose myself on a daily basis is how can we decolonize the discourse of inadequate education in our communities? How can we actively deconstruct the discussion of this education system, and how can we come to a level of provincial standards within our communities? In my perspective, I feel like the knowledge that you can receive from your elders, from your traditional people in your communities is uncomparable to the knowledge that you can receive sitting in the classroom. With that being said, I'd like to thank Julia for this concise overview of the Charter Our Own Path Forward, Niganida. I know this presentation was pretty broad. There's a lot to take in, and I feel like in the coming days that we just learn more, and we just learn more, and we just become educated of this matter, and become educated of what Chiefs of Ontario and every other PTO is doing on regards to education. So again, a round of applause for Julia. At this time, I'd like to pass the mic over to my colleague, Tristan.
Hello, everyone. I'm supposed to announce, welcome Carolyn Bennett, but I do not know where she is, or she's missing, I guess.
Okay. Actually, we're going to pass the mic over to the Ontario Regional Chief, Isidore Day.
So far, this has been a very, very good day, and again, we're getting very close to lunch, and I think we are on schedule. However, the minister's been pulled back by the media there a little bit. So I was asked to introduce the minister, so I'm going to do that. I want to just first of all start by saying that when you think of Carolyn Bennett, you know, some of you may recall the work that she's been doing in her role as an advocate, as a longtime Liberal. She is a doctor, a medical doctor. She has had the health portfolio with the Liberal government as well. So she understands the issue of health and well-being. I was just indicating to the minister that I have the health and social portfolio for the Assembly of First Nations, and again, I'm so glad that I get to work with the likes of Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada and Carolyn Bennett, because she certainly is going to bring with her the professional credentials and experience of being a doctor, somebody who understands health issues, but because she has also worked with First Nation issues with the Liberal Party for quite some time, she certainly does know what the issues are. Just so folks know a little bit more, you know, again, as I stated earlier, it was on November 4th in the swearing in that I had asked Carolyn Bennett to be here. She previously was not scheduled to be here at this event. However, when I asked her, she immediately said yes. Again, what that signaled to me was that we're working with a Liberal government that is not only going to talk, they're not only going to say things that we want to hear, but they're also going to step out and they're going to act on those commitments. And again, just so you know, this is not just a photo op or an opportunity to spend time with the minister. We're actually doing work, and that there are issues that we're going to be putting in front of the minister here in a short while after she speaks. But we'll be talking about specifically what the Right Honourable Paul Martin had indicated was that we need a plan. We'll be talking about what that plan is in terms of the intermediate long term, but what are some of the immediate things that we can look at as well. We want to express to the minister in a very pointed and direct way some of the very specific things that can be done now. I don't want to divulge those things at this particular time because I want to, in all fairness, get those in front of the minister. I'll report back to the political confederacy and the chiefs. But overall, I'm very happy to introduce Carolyn Bennett here. Just one last quick story. One time I went to Parliament Hill, and Derek Niepenak and I, it was after we stormed Parliament Hill, we had always had friends in the Liberal government, and it was Carolyn Bennett who guided us through to meet with the Sergeant at Arms. And we had come upon a mock assembly in Parliament, and there was a number of young people there. But what Carolyn Bennett knew was she knew all the Aboriginal children or youth that were actually participating in this mock assembly. And again, I had always gotten the sense that the minister now cares about issues of First Nations, and certainly I've always known Carolyn to be out there in front of the issues. She was at the Chief Spence issues, you know, not just that particular issue, but really listening to the issues and concerns of our people at that time. And again, it really is an honor to welcome Dr. Carolyn Bennett, Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada. Help me welcome her, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Merci, miigwech, Huyanomik. I thank the elder for the wise words and opening. They talked about listening, and that's why I'm here. And it's an honor to be here on the traditional Fort William First Nation territory, and the poignant welcome of Councillor Michelle Solomon. It began today in a good way for me. As you know, it's a exhilarating and daunting job that I've been given, and I think that Chief Day talked about being amongst teachers and about how much you like to talk, but I think it's just about you wanting to hand in your homework, in that you've been working on these issues for a very long time, and our job is to come and listen and to understand that you know what needs to be done, and certainly I think that that's certainly what I tried to express to the media who asked why I'm here. It is, I think, an amazing time. You've got such an amazing agenda for the next 3 days. I have to say, I wish I could just hang out with you for 3 days. It's what my team used to call my brain spa, when I used to be able to just come and learn and listen, and I hope we'll have many more opportunities. I was thrilled and inspired by your MCs with Tristan and Clyde, and thank you so much. And I wanted to begin by thanking the Centre for Indigenous Theatre for not only the Hokey Pokey, but I wanted to begin by just telling you that when I learned the Hokey Pokey, there was a last verse. So I'd like you to do that with me, and because it's sort of the way I hope you will see I want to do my work. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. You put your whole self in, you put your whole self out, you put your whole self in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. So we we get the opportunity whenever I am asked to quote from former Prime Minister Paul Martin, who has said that in the modern era, education is the foundation for progress. And it's why he values all of you here, and it's why I couldn't agree more. But actually, what he's saying is that without a strong education system, nothing is sustainable. We don't carry anything forward unless we are learning from the past and teaching people the critical appraisal to be able to go forward in a good way. So as you know, as the former Minister of Hand Washing and now the Minister of Reconciliation, that you will know that I will never stop understanding the link between education and health, and how it is the social determinants of good housing and safe drinking water, access to employment, health care, and supportive communities, but child welfare, that all of these things come together as was discussed this morning. And so even though we were able to give each other the pulse this morning, I actually spent 20 years of my life taking the pulse of patients. And in taking the pulse of patients, I realized that I had been trained badly in the medical model. And it's only been recently, in my understanding of the medicine wheel, that we understand that we have to get away from this repair shop approach to health care. And so when I go and talk to people, I talk about that you can't use interchangeably the words health and health care, in that we want more health, we'd like to need less health care. If we just run this repair shop, we're not going to get there, and that it is the ways of Indigenous peoples and the medicine wheel that meant that we were to keep people well, not just patch them up when they get sick. It is about keeping people well mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. And it is that understanding that actually starts also, not only does it start at home and with parenting, but it starts in schools, making sure that schools are safe places, free from bullying, able to build people's emotion and spirit up. And so that's how I see that the ultimate report card on what we're doing. Maybe high school leaving numbers, but it will be health inequity as the ultimate report card of how, whether we're winning or losing. And as some people know that as ministers, you can see down there, that over the 2 years I was minister, that we developed this framework of my beloved Georgian Bay pine tree, where there were two feuding factions, the Jews health people. If these people, like all Canadians, would just stop drinking, exercise, eat nicely, and take care of them, stop smoking, that everything would be well. And then there were the social determinants of health people who said, is poverty stupid? And they didn't like each other very much. And so I thought that maybe I had to, one day on a boarding pass, drew a little tree, that what if the social determinants were the roots, and the choices people make, the modifiable risks, were in the tree trunk, and then the outcomes were in the healthy branches. I chose, after advice from the medical officers of health, not to have an apple tree whose leaves came off every fall. I was told to get a pine tree, and so we put the things that we don't want, like cancer, diabetes, on the west side. The west wind shapes the pine. We don't want those things, and the healthy things on the other side, like cardiovascular health and all of the mental health and all those things. But I think the reason I wanted you to see my tree today is it was Bill Mussel from the Native Mental Health Association who loved my tree, but said that it was missing its ground. You don't get it, Carolyn, your tree has no ground. And so you can barely see it there, but the ground there is someone's secure, sort of the secure personal and cultural identity. And that's what the former Prime Minister Martin said this morning, that your secure personal cultural identity can mean your self-esteem, your resilience, your sense of control over your life. That is imperative, because as we have all known, and yet you have all known, that kids who had problems, poverty, violence, the environment, poor housing, that with one teacher who believes in them, one role model, that they can start making healthy choices. And that's why I think that we will make this understanding of the need for language and culture as part of any education system, part of the way we want to do work together. And I know some people had noticed that language is not necessarily explicit in my mandate letter, but it is in the Minister of Heritage's. And so we will work together on that. But I wanted you to know that we get it, that language and culture is going to be hugely important to be the proud First Nations woman or a proud Métis young man, that this is the way that we will win in terms of the way we design and listen to you all on this. So, I have to disclose that I am the first in my family to go to university. My father had been a policeman and was able to do that after grade 12, and my mother was a florist who dropped out of school in grade 10 to run a branch for her mom, who was a florist. I got really sick in grade 9 and was in the Sick Children's Hospital for a month, and then I decided I wanted to be a doctor. And it is those stories that understand that my dad wasn't really sure I needed to go to university, I have to say, but it was because he was okay and hadn't gone. And I think that there is this intergenerational prejudice that sometimes happens, and that educators are the ones that can plant that seed of post-secondary and the kinds of things that people can do. So, I have to say that, as I already have, that my formal education was pretty great at the University of Toronto, but it has been over the past years that my education from my friends like Cynthia Wesley Eskimo that have changed my life. That this is, my new friends that are First Nations, Inuit, Métis have changed my understanding of being a Canadian. And I think that what I keep saying coast to coast to coast is you shouldn't have to be an MP to have the experience that I have had. And that is, we will not get to nation, government to government until we're able to foster those interpersonal relationships that are built on trust and understanding and what it means, the strength of Indigenous teaching and knowledge and what was here first before the problems were created. So I'm pretty excited by my new word, how do you say it? Instead of pedagogy, indigogy. Is that right? Indigogy. But when I was out speaking to indigogy, but how about I misheard Chief Wesley, and I thought he'd said indigication. So I thought maybe that's my next favorite word, indigication. It's sometimes good when you don't hear properly. You can make up neologisms that are sometimes not a good sign. But it is, and I think it was Suzanne Stewart at OISE who first talked to me about Indigenous pedagogy, which is now indigogy, that understood that this was learning by doing. I used to say that everything I needed to know I learned at summer camp, and I think that's still pretty well true. But I'm reminded amongst all of you that there weren't any blackboards there. When we learned about responsibility and friendship and leadership, that's what we did. But we also learned a fair bit about physics when we couldn't actually get our canoe out in a wind. We learned a lot of things that Mother Nature was an excellent teacher. And I think I've been struck by, even when we were doing the public health goals for Canada, to have Margot Greenwood help us with the language that meant people knew that we felt that there was lots of learning from the land. And I guess I'm struck by how that sentiment is so central to First Nations learning. Some of the wording on the Aboriginal Education Resource Centre website struck me, and it says that the distinctive features of Indigenous knowledge and pedagogy are learning by observation and doing through authentic experiences and individualized instruction and learning through enjoyment. And some of the best teachers I knew understood that you educate lightly and entertain greatly was what my friend Joss Palm at Glen Bernard Camp used to teach us when I was up there as the doctor. So in this learning by doing piece, I'm always struck when I see the slide that Justice Sinclair uses of kids in tidy little rows sitting looking at a blackboard and think, like, who decided that was a good idea, putting kids in tidy little rows staring at a blackboard? And I always think that, that the idea that you would teach physics there by drawing an arrow on the blackboard and explaining where the wind's coming from or where the force is coming from, instead of standing in a stream and having the force feel between your ankles as to where it's coming and what that actually means. And so I guess I think that it is going to be important that in everything you do, that you understand that we want you to do it your way, that this is not necessary to replicate, as we used to say in the IT world, that just, sort of putting online things that were bad doesn't make it digital. We should be using the digital world to make things better than they are, not just replicate what's not working in person. And so I hope that you will understand that as you develop curricula and develop on the land, units and the kinds of things that you know work for your people, that you will know that you have an ally in us, that it doesn't have to look like downtown Toronto in order for you to be able to persuade our government that this is a worthwhile way of going ahead. We think that from Akwesasne to Wiki, the boards of education are exciting. I think you heard me say many times that the reason why the Education Act didn't work was because it didn't seem to understand at all what was already there, what all the neat things that were happening across the country, as though it was some big blank slate that the government of Canada was going to write on. This is not okay, and I think that in the places that we know are successful, it's because language and culture is working, and that people understand that everyone learns differently. The expression of intellect and emotions and spirit through art, music, culture, and sports should not be afterthoughts. We know what happened in downtown Toronto when the Mike Harris government cut those programs, and we ended up very quickly at Jane and Finch to Guns and Gangs. That because kids had other talents that were in music and sport and art that weren't realized, that those kids who had maybe a learning disability or were struggling ended up finding that they didn't belong and ended up finding other ways of getting attention. So it is only then that people are able to be successful. And I guess the piece that Cynthia's taught me so much, and that we can't deny when you look at the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, is putting children first means that I every day think of that 10-month-old on the bed in Attawapiskat when Bob Ray and I went to visit. That child deserves an opportunity. And it isn't about people criticizing people around that child. It is about that child. And you know, it is, as Cynthia's taught me, was always the chief's job to make sure that no child went hungry. It is about making sure that we can do this together, and it does. And in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, those ones about children were purposely put at the front of the report. It's where we have to start. And so it is about, if you put children first, if you think 7 generations out even about the children, then that is what helps shape public policy. If you put children first and vulnerable children firstest, you can actually be able to move forward and actually get it right. What about the children? Should be the question that we ask in our ministry every day, and I hope to be able to incent that sentiment. Because the Indigenous youth are the youngest, fastest growing segment of the population, they need to have the best possible opportunities to succeed, and their families, their communities, and our country will all benefit as a result. And certainly I think you've seen that in the mandate letters and in the commitment of the Prime Minister on this task. So it is what the Prime Minister, by taking the youth portfolio himself, but also by putting the relationship with Indigenous people in Canada, the mandate letter of every minister, that we hope that this is clearer as to how we need to go forward, lifting everybody and all Canadians into this joint project of reconciliation. So we believe that education is central to reconciliation. As Justice Sinclair says many times, it's education, or what passed for it, was what got us into this situation, and it's only education that's going to lead us out of it. And so I think that becomes the keys to open doors and opportunity and success, but it also is the key on the non-Indigenous side to eliminating stereotypes and eliminating this misunderstanding that is holding us back as a country. So providing more Indigenous content in that education can help begin to reverse the wrongs of the past. Our government strongly believes that Indigenous communities must be able to promote, preserve, and enhance their languages and culture. But on the other side of that, as some of you know, I believe all Canadians need to be better educated about First Peoples. Around the world, Canadians can learn from other countries that have done it successfully. And I think that all of us hold up New Zealand as maybe 30 years ahead of us, that have Maori culture integral part of K-8 education, not as social studies, but integral into all the subjects. And it means that I understand that no New Zealand child would sit on a desk or a table because it's against Maori culture. I think that there is this Maori history and culture that's part of the identity of all New Zealanders. And so the haka that starts the football games, but also is used in the armed forces there, is part of this understanding of one another and what makes that country strong. So they found a way forward in the reconciliation to repair the essential relationship between the First Peoples there and their settlers. And it is, I think, the need for Canada to do the same. I think that lots will tell us that because there's only one language and it's almost 20% of the population, they had an easier go. I don't think that means we shouldn't start. We actually need to start because we're frankly way behind, and we will have 60-some languages to deal with. We will have this smaller percentage of the population, but maybe not for long. But I also have this idea that this has to take place in the urban schools too, because when First Nations, Inuit, Métis children are sitting alongside of their non-Indigenous students, they need to be learning the same thing, which is an authentic history of our country, including the dark chapters that we share, and that we actually need people going forward together. So I do think that we are at a critical juncture, as we've heard this morning, in the relationship between Canada and Indigenous people. I think that we need to move forward in a good way, based on recognition, rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. And I hope I'll never get tired of saying those 3 R's: recognition, rights, respect, and cooperation and partnership, that is what will be underlying our work together. It means that the Government of Canada and all Canadians need to listen to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. It is Indigenous leadership of asking, not telling. That's the way I see my work. It is about that Father knows best, and as Nellie Cornway said in 1975, paternalism has been a total disaster. And so we actually have to listen to the communities, but we also need to make sure that the voices of the children and the youth, as we learned here in Thunder Bay with listening to those children at the Feathers of Hope conference, it's changed the understanding of all of us who were invited to come and listen to them. It is their lived experience that must shape our policies and our way forward. It is through listening to the children that we will get this right. So we need to make sure that both sets of voices are heard. The educators and the people like you that have been working in this area for a very long time, we need your voices. We need, as Prime Minister Martin said, we need your plan as to how that can work. But we need to make sure that the children are the central and that they are our reference group. They will know what's working and not working. And we need to make sure that in what we design, that the children are heard as we go forward together. So it is energizing as always for me to be with you and to see really the passion with which you undertake your jobs. And I must say that we know that it's not been easy, but we are heartened to hear from Grand Chief Peters and the regional chief that the hope that's coming for also your dealings with the provincial government is very, very exciting, because we will need both sides of this. And I just can't thank you for including me in this. I see my job also as creating allies for you, coast to coast to coast, till we have all Canadians on side. So, merci, miigwech, kuyanamik.
I just want to say on behalf of Chiefs of Ontario, thank you to the Honourable Carolyn Bennett of Indigenous Affairs and Northern, I probably said that wrong, Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada. So right now we're cutting into our lunch. We're 15 minutes into it. So lunch is over there in the back. I hear a few growling stomachs there. So we'll resume at 1 o'clock with our first discussion panel. And don't forget to visit the booths. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Day. I too would like to pick up on a couple of things that you mentioned in your own remarks. Over time, people may forget, but I don't think they will, the residential schools. But we must take advantage of the residential school survivors who are alive today. There's no doubt that one of the most emotional events of my life was being a witness at one of the sessions, the session in Montreal, and listening to the survivors. And I just simply want to pick up on your mention of Margaret Wabineau, who was Canada's oldest living survivor until she passed away. I also, Chief Day, want to pick up on something else that you said. When you stood up in front of the audience and your very first remarks were of the refugees and of the need to talk to the elders. And you know, I think that that's something that Canadians should hear from coast to coast to coast. The fact is that here at a seminar on education, at a seminar on First Nations education, that the regional chief from Ontario stood up and reminded us all as Canadians and of members of the First Nations of our responsibilities to the world, that this country has come of age. Grant, when you spoke the way that you did, and I really want to congratulate you on bringing all Canadians to the realization that we have a responsibility to each other and we have a responsibility to the world. So thank you very, very much, Chief. I have two embarrassing things that have occurred to me here. One of them is that I'm going to speak to you about two subjects. One of them I've been asked to speak to you about is MAI, the education initiative that I started, and that Carlana Lindman, who is hiding there in liberal red, is very much in charge of, and very much the boss of it. She's from Thunder Bay. But the other thing that is, this one is a little more embarrassing. I have, in my life, before danced the hokey pokey, but I have never been asked to stick my bum out in front of 200 people. And I really am very worried about the cameras that are here. Anyway, but thank God my political career is over. Let me just simply, I would like to talk about two things. The other embarrassing thing that has happened is I've been asked to speak about the new minister of Aboriginal Affairs. And nobody told me that she was going to be here. But she is, and so I'm still going to speak about her. But let me just begin by talking very briefly about three of MAEI's programs, just in case some of you may not be too aware. I want to pick up a certain aspect of our youth entrepreneurship program. And I want to do it because one of the things that happens, not when I'm speaking in front of an audience such as this, but when you're speaking in front of an audience sometimes of educators, where there are no First Nations members, or you're speaking to educators who are not fully aware. And they will talk about why is culture so important? Why are languages so important? And I'm sure you've had the same discussions yourself when people have asked you, why is culture such an important part of it? And one of the things that we discovered when we set up our business program, which has been a huge success. We started out with 3 schools, we're now in 47 schools. But the reason that course has taken off, it started here at the school in Thunder Bay, the reserve school in Thunder Bay, Cromarty. But very quickly, after we got to about 3 schools, something happened. A young boy, a young Cree here in Thunder Bay came up to me and he said, Mr. Martin, I don't quite understand something. This course is for us, but all of your examples are from Toronto, they're from Vancouver, they're from Montreal, and some of them are from New York. But the fact is that this is supposed to be a business course for young Indigenous Canadians, and there are no Indigenous examples. None of them are occurring on reserve, none of them are occurring in Northern Ontario or elsewhere. And so the bell suddenly went off, and we brought in 2 of our teachers, both Indigenous, and we brought in a publishing company, and for a year they set aside and we designed the first set of workbooks and textbooks teaching business ever in an Aboriginal and an Indigenous context. And as a result of that, the course took off, and that's why we're in 47 schools. And I've been to those schools, and Carlana has been to them many times, and when you sit down and you talk to these students, what really grabs them is that they're able to talk about it within the context of their own culture, within the context of their own history. The First Nations were huge traders from North to South America. And when you're able to talk about it in a way that is relative to their culture, it's enormously important. And you know, people will say, well, you can't teach it. You can't talk about culture and other things except when you're talking about culture, but you can. You can bring the First Nations culture into every single area that you want to study. And I think it's very important that Canadians understand that, and it's why I wanted to mention it to you today. The second thing I want to talk to you about is the principles course. Now, Carlana Lindman, along with 13 expert Aboriginal educators in the University of Toronto, have designed a course for principals, not courses for principals who are going to be principals in downtown Toronto, but principals who are going to be in reserve schools up through the north, right across the country. Principals who've got to deal with a very different set of problems without the benefit of the Ministry of Education in Ontario, without the benefit of all that the large school boards in Montreal or Vancouver have. And the course is being a tremendous success. We spent a year and a half developing the modules, and now we're in the middle of a pilot project. There are 20 principals from across Canada, 5 from Ontario, who are taking the course online. And it looks like it's going to be a tremendous success. And one of the things that we would like to talk to you about at some time is where do we go from here with this course? Is there a second stage? Are there other areas that we should look at? And so what I would really say to you, Chief Peters, as the education chief, to you, Chief Day, is that this is the kind of area in which I think we should work together.
And we are very, very open to doing this. And then the last that I would mention to you is our literacy course. Some of you heard the results of our literacy course at Kettle and Stony Point and at Walpole Island. But the fact is that it was a course that went in where the literacy rate was 15% compared to the Ontario standard. And 4 years later, after when the course had completed its term, it was evaluated by the University of Toronto. The fact is that 70% of the kids in grade 3 were at the Ontario standard. That's the Ontario average. And the greatest thing is that those who could read, those who could write were above the Ontario standard. And the thing that gave me the greatest deal of pride is that the girls in those two schools could read better than the girls in Ontario could right across. And so it was a tremendous, tremendous success. But what it says is something else, and I'm now looking at the minister. It was expensive as heck to do the pilot program, Minister. It's the kind of thing that we're going to publish. We're going to start it in other schools. But sooner or later, Minister, as fundamental revolutions take place within the First Nations education system, the Canadian government is going to have to play its role. And I can't tell you, having been the Minister of Finance and having Carolyn Bennett, when she was another minister, come to me for money, what a pleasure it's going to be to go for you for money. Could I have a glass of water? Did you get me one? Now, let me go to the second thing that I was asked to do, was to speak about the current government and the minister. I did not know Carolyn Bennett was going to be here this morning. I didn't know that I was going to stand up in front of the boss and do this. Thank you very much. And I won't take a measurable amount of time on it, but I just want to say that I served in cabinet with Carolyn Bennett when she was the Minister of Public Health. I knew Carolyn Bennett long before she became a minister. Her interest in education, her interest in First Nations education, the interest that brought her here today did not start yesterday. This has been her interest from the beginning of time. And she's incredibly knowledgeable, but she is also incredibly sincere in what she wants to do. And I must say that I do believe that this is a magic period. Chief Peters and Chief Day spoke about it. The fact is that the relationship with the province of Ontario and the First Nations could never have been better. We all know what happened in the last 10 years. I don't want to be partisan. Well, yes, I do want to be partisan, but I'm not going to be. The fact of the matter is that relationship with Ontario was one that you were building on. And let me tell you, I know Carolyn Bennett, and I know Justin Trudeau, and I know this government, and that also is one that you will be able to work on. But let me say as well that they will need something from you. There is no Department of Education in Carolyn Bennett's ministry. There is no Department of Education in Ottawa. That's why it was so absurd that the previous government decided that what they were going to do is impose upon you, look at the educators, look at the Indigenous educators in this country, look at the people who are in this room. And a Department of Aboriginal Affairs that has no educators at all attempted to impose upon you their own will and basically told you that if you didn't accept it, it was that way or the highway, is simply a triumph of stupidity. And not what we want to do now. What we want to do is we want to reverse that. Carolyn wants to reverse it. And I know I have talked to Justin Trudeau and what he said during the election campaign and what he has said since. What he said in Carolyn's mandate letter is as sincere as it can possibly be. That they want to work with you. They want to make this happen. But that Carolyn also was going to require, she may not want to say this to you, but she's going to need something from you. She is going to need for you, the education leaders of the First Nations, to set out your own plan for successful education in a strong and united voice. A plan that will show how you will run the system. A plan that stresses the importance of languages and cultures, as both chiefs said, but a plan that will also be at the top end of mathematics, of science, history, and literature, and all of those others. Fundamentally,
What she will need from you is a plan that will show what kind of a system that you can have and you will build if you have real and consistent funding. That is what is all important here. This is a combination of working together. The promise has been there for the funding. And I think that some of you will say you don't think that's enough. And you know something, I'll agree with you. The fact of the matter is that education is an ever-evolving thing. And the problems that you face in terms of education are not simply limited to the classroom, but they are limited to the fact the number of children who've been taken away from the reserves on welfare. They are related to a welfare program that isn't working, that you're going to have to change. And when that happens, you're going to have children in care in the schools, and you're going to have teachers who understand how to work with those children in care. And that's going to cost money. And you're going to have, and so it's a question of working together. And that's why it's so important that Dr. Bennett is here. That's why it's so important that we're having this discussion. And then I'm going to close on one other thing. I don't want to take too much of your time. But the reason that the country, not simply the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, requires from you, Indigenous Affairs, that the Minister requires from you is a plan, is something else. I'm going to quote, take my glasses off, I'm going to quote from something that Chief Peters said. He talked recently, I don't know where you were, Chief Peters, when you said this, but I'm quoting from you. We are in the midst of a changing social and political environment where First Nations are not alone in the fight, but are joined by other Canadians to voice our common interests. I could not have said this better. What I believe that the Chief was saying to you, saying whoever the audience was when he said that, is that the world is changing fundamentally. Education is changing fundamentally. As Chief Day said, the world is changing in some ways that are not all that pleasant, and we're going to have to face up to them and the kinds of things that you talked about. But if you listen to what Chief Peters said, what he is saying is, we want to have this fight for better education. We want to have this fight for decent revenue sharing and for an understanding of natural resources. We don't want this to be a fight between the First Nations and other Canadians. We want this to be a fight where Canadians stand hand in hand, as we did around this room, basically dealing with the issues that we have to face. And for that to happen, your plan is going to have to be the one that in fact Canadians speak to. And I can tell you something. Yesterday I was in Halifax with the Mi'kmaq, and the number of university presidents were there. If we do this, if you develop the plan and Carolyn basically implements it, you will have every single university in this country supporting you. The deans of education in every single faculty in this country came out with an accord 5 years ago. And they did this in the face of the government that was in office at the time, talking about the necessity to work together in terms of First Nations education. The Teachers Federation of Canada has come out in favor of what you want to do. The school boards across Canada, the Canadian school boards, have come out in favor of what you want to do. And I have spoken to most ministries of education in this country, and they will support you. Shortly, what can happen if you come up with a plan, if you are strong and united behind the kind of plan that you want, and you would get Carolyn Bennett and the federal government behind you, and they will be there, then what we will do is bring the entire education constituency in this country behind the First Nations. And then just think of what that will mean. If you go to the Canadian people, it won't be you just saying this is the First Nations plan, but will be every single educator in the land saying that this is the First Nations plan and it makes sense. Who in God's name is going to be able to withstand that? Who is going to say that's wrong? Who's going to say that they're not being accountable? No one can. And that, I believe, is feasible, and I believe that it has to happen. And I believe it's going to happen because of meetings like this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Day. I too would like to pick up on a couple of things that you mentioned in your own remarks. Over time, people may forget, but I don't think they will, the residential schools. But we must take advantage of the residential school survivors who are alive today. There's no doubt that one of the most emotional events of my life was being a witness at one of the sessions, the session in Montreal, and listening to the survivors. And I just simply want to pick up on your mention of Margaret Wabineau, who was Canada's oldest living survivor until she passed away. I also, Chief Day, want to pick up on something else that you said. When you stood up in front of the audience and your very first remarks were of the refugees and of the need to talk to the elders. And you know, I think that that's something that Canadians should hear from coast to coast to coast. The fact is that here at a seminar on education, at a seminar on First Nations education, that the regional chief from Ontario stood up and reminded us all as Canadians and members of the First Nations of our responsibilities to the world, that this country has come of age. Grant, when you spoke the way that you did, and I really want to congratulate you on bringing all Canadians to the realization that we have a responsibility to each other and we have a responsibility to the world. So thank you very, very much, Chief. I have two embarrassing things that have occurred to me here. One of them is that I'm going to speak to you about two subjects. One of them I've been asked to speak to you about is MAI, the education initiative that I started and that Carlana Lindman, who is hiding there in Liberal Red, is very much in charge of, very much the boss of, and she's from Thunder Bay. But the other thing that is, this one is a little more embarrassing. I have, in my life, before danced the hokey pokey, but I have never been asked to stick my bum out in front of 200 people. And I really am very worried about the cameras that are here. Anyway, but thank God my political career is over. Let me just simply, I would like to talk about two things. The other embarrassing thing that has happened is I've been asked to speak about the new minister of Aboriginal Affairs. And nobody told me that she was going to be here. But she is, and so I'm still going to speak about her. But let me just begin by talking very briefly about three of MAEI's programs, just in case some of you may not be too aware. I want to pick up a certain aspect of our youth entrepreneurship program. And I want to do it because one of the things that happens, not when I'm speaking in front of an audience such as this, but when you're speaking in front of an audience sometimes of educators, where there are no First Nations members, or you're speaking to educators who are not fully aware. And they will talk about why is culture so important? Why are languages so important? And I'm sure you've had the same discussions yourself when people have asked you, why is culture such an important part of it? And one of the things that we discovered when we set up our business program, which has been a huge success. We started out with 3 schools, we're now in 47 schools. But the reason that course has taken off, it started here at the school in Thunder Bay, the reserve school in Thunder Bay for Marty. But very quickly, after we got to about 3 schools, something happened. A young boy, a young Cree here in Thunder Bay came up to me and he said, Mr. Martin, I don't quite understand something. This course is for us, but all of your examples are from Toronto, they're from Vancouver, they're from Montreal, and some of them are from New York. But the fact is that this is supposed to be a business course for young Indigenous Canadians, and there are no Indigenous examples. None of them are occurring on reserve. None of them are occurring in Northern Ontario or elsewhere. And so the bell suddenly went off, and we brought in 2 of our teachers, both Indigenous, and we brought in a publishing company. And for a year, they set aside, and we designed the first set of workbooks and textbooks teaching business ever in an Aboriginal, in an Indigenous context. And as a result of that, the course took off, and that's why we're in 47 schools. And I've been to those schools, and Carlana has been to them many times, and when you sit down and you talk to these students, what really grabs them is that they're able to talk about it within the context of their own culture, within the context of their own history. The First Nations were huge traders from North to South America. And when you're able to talk about it in a way that is relative to their culture, it's enormously important. And you know, people will say, well, you can't teach it. You can't talk about culture and other things except when you're talking about culture, but you can. You can bring the First Nations culture into every single area that you want to study. And I think it's very important that Canadians understand that, and it's why I wanted to mention it to you today. The second thing I want to talk to you about is the principles course. Now, Carlana Lindman, along with 13 expert Aboriginal educators in the University of Toronto, have designed a course for principals, not courses for principals who are going to be principals in downtown Toronto, but principals who are going to be in reserve schools up through the north, right across the country. Principals who've got to deal with a very different set of problems without the benefit of the Ministry of Education in Ontario, without the benefit of all that the large school boards in Montreal or Vancouver have. And the course is being a tremendous success. We spent a year and a half developing the modules, and now we're in the middle of a pilot project. There are 20 principals from across Canada, 5 from Ontario, who are taking the course online. And it looks like it's going to be a tremendous success. And one of the things that we would like to talk to you about at some time is where do we go from here with this course? Is there a second stage? Are there other areas that we should look at? And so what I would really say to you, Chief Peters, as the education chief, to you, Chief Day, is that this is the kind of area in which I think we should work together. And we are very, very open to doing this. And then the last that I would mention to you is our literacy course. Some of you heard the results of our literacy course at Kettle and Stony Point and at Walpole Island. But the fact is that it was a course that went in where the literacy rate was 15% compared to the Ontario standard. And 4 years later, after when the course had completed its term, it was evaluated by the University of Toronto. The fact is that 70% of the kids in grade 3 were at the Ontario standard. That's the Ontario average. And the greatest thing is that those who could read, those who could write were above the Ontario standard. And the thing that gave me the greatest deal of pride is that the girls in those two schools could read better than the girls in Ontario could right across. And so it was a tremendous, tremendous success. But what it says is something else, and I'm now looking at the minister. It was expensive as heck to do the pilot program, Minister. It's the kind of thing that we're going to publish. We're going to start it in other schools. But sooner or later, Minister, as fundamental revolutions take place within the First Nations education system, the Canadian government is going to have to play its role. And I can't tell you, having been the Minister of Finance and having Carolyn Bennett, when she was another minister, come to me for money, what a pleasure it's going to be to go for you for money. Could I have a glass of water? Did you get me one? Now, let me go to the second thing that I was asked to do, was to speak about the current government and the minister. I did not know Carolyn Bennett was going to be here this morning. I didn't know that I was going to stand up in front of the boss and do this. Thank you very much. I won't take a measurable amount of time on it, but I just want to say that I served in cabinet with Carolyn Bennett when she was the Minister of Public Health. I knew Carolyn Bennett long before she became a minister. Her interest in education, her interest in First Nations education, the interest that brought her here today did not start yesterday. This has been her interest from the beginning of time. And she's incredibly knowledgeable, but she is also incredibly sincere in what she wants to do. And I must say that I do believe that this is a magic period. Chief Peters and Chief Day spoke about it. The fact is that the relationship with the province of Ontario and the First Nations could never have been better. We all know what happened in the last 10 years. I don't want to be partisan. Well, yes, I do want to be partisan, but I'm not going to be. The fact of the matter is that relationship with Ontario was one that you were building on. And let me tell you, I know Carolyn Bennett, and I know Justin Trudeau, and I know this government, and that also is one that you will be able to work on. But let me say as well that they will need something from you. There is no Department of Education in Carolyn Bennett's ministry. There is no Department of Education in Ottawa. That's why it was so absurd that the previous government decided that what they were going to do is impose upon you, look at the educators, look at the Indigenous educators in this country, look at the people who are in this room. And a department of Aboriginal Affairs that has no educators at all attempted to impose upon you their own will and basically told you that if you didn't accept it, it was that way or the highway, is simply a triumph of stupidity. And not what we want to do now. What we want to do is we want to reverse that. Carolyn wants to reverse it. I know I have talked to Justin Trudeau and what he said during the election campaign and what he has said since. What he said in Carolyn's mandate letter is as sincere as it can possibly be. That they want to work with you. They want to make this happen. But that Carolyn also was going to require, she may not want to say this to you, but she's going to need something from you. She is going to need for you, the education leaders of the First Nations, to set out your own plan for successful education in a strong and united voice. A plan that will show how you will run the system. A plan that stresses the importance of languages and cultures, as both chiefs said, but a plan that will also be at the top end of mathematics, of science, history, and literature, and all of those others. Fundamentally, what she will need from you is a plan that will show what kind of a system that you can have and you will build if you have real and consistent funding. And that is what is all important here. This is a combination of working together. The promise has been there for the funding. And I think that some of you will say you don't think that's enough. And you know something, I'll agree with you. The fact of the matter is that education is an ever-evolving thing. And the problems that you face in terms of education are not simply limited to the classroom. But they are limited to the fact the number of children who've been taken away from the reserves on welfare. They are related to a welfare program that isn't working, that you're going to have to change. And when that happens, you're going to have children in care in the schools, and you're going to have teachers who understand how to work with those children in care. And that's going to cost money. And so it's a question of working together. And that's why it's so important that Dr. Bennett is here. That's why it's so important that we're having this discussion. And then I'm going to close on one other thing. I don't want to take too much of your time. But the reason that the country, not simply the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, requires from you, Indigenous Affairs, that the Minister requires from you is a plan, is something else. I'm going to quote, take my glasses off, I'm going to quote from something that Chief Peters said. He talked recently, I don't know where you were, Chief Peters, when you said this, but I'm quoting from you. We are in the midst of a changing social and political environment where First Nations are not alone in the fight, but are joined by other Canadians to voice our common interests. I could not have said this better. What I believe that the Chief was saying to you, saying whoever the audience was when he said that, is that the world is changing fundamentally, education is changing fundamentally. As Chief Day said, the world is changing in some ways that are not all that pleasant, and we're going to have to face up to them and the kinds of things that you talked about. But if you listen to what Chief Peters said, what he is saying is, we want to have this fight for better education. We want to have this fight for decent revenue sharing and for an understanding of natural resources. We don't want this to be a fight between the First Nations and other Canadians. We want this to be a fight where Canadians stand hand in hand, as we did around this room, basically dealing with the issues that we have to face. And for that to happen, your plan is going to have to be the one that in fact Canadians speak to. And I can tell you something. Yesterday I was in Halifax with the Mi'kmaq, and the number of university presidents were there. If we do this, if you develop the plan and Carolyn basically implements it, you will have every single university in this country supporting you. The deans of education in every single faculty in this country came out with an accord 5 years ago. And they did this in the face of the government that was in office at the time, talking about the necessity to work together in terms of First Nations education. The Teachers Federation of Canada has come out in favor of what you want to do. The school boards across Canada, the Canadian school boards have come out in favor of what you want to do, and I have spoke to most ministries for ministries of education in this country, and they will support you. Shortly, what can happen if you come up with a plan, if you are strong and united behind the kind of plan that you want, and you would get Carolyn Bennett and the federal government behind you, and they will be there, then what we will do is bring the entire education constituency in this country behind the First Nations. And then just think of what that will mean. If you go to the Canadian people, it won't be you just saying this is the First Nations plan, but will be every single educator in the land saying that this is the First Nations plan and it makes sense. Who in God's name is going to be able to withstand that? Who is going to say that's wrong? Who's going to say that they're not being accountable? No one can. And that, I believe, is feasible, and I believe that it has to happen. And I believe it's going to happen because of meetings like this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Day. I too would like to pick up on a couple of things that you mentioned in your own remarks. Over time, people may forget, but I don't think they will, the residential schools. But we must take advantage of the residential school survivors who are alive today. There's no doubt that one of the most emotional events of my life was being a witness at one of the sessions, the session in Montreal, and listening to the survivors. And I just simply want to pick up on your mention of Margaret Wabineau, who was Canada's oldest living survivor until she passed away. I also, Chief Day, want to pick up on something else that you said. When you stood up in front of the audience and your very first remarks were of the refugees and of the need to talk to the elders. And you know, I think that that's something that Canadians should hear from coast to coast to coast. The fact is that here at a seminar on education, at a seminar on First Nations education, that the regional chief from Ontario stood up and reminded us all as Canadians and of members of the First Nations of our responsibilities to the world, that this country has come of age. Grant, when you spoke the way that you did, and I really want to congratulate you on bringing all Canadians to the realization that we have a responsibility to each other and we have a responsibility to the world. So thank you very, very much, Chief. I have two embarrassing things that have occurred to me here. One of them is that I'm going to speak to you about two subjects. One of them I've been asked to speak to you about is MAI, the education initiative that I started and that Carlana Lindman, who is hiding there in Liberal Red, is very much in charge of, and very much the boss of, and she's from Thunder Bay. But the other thing that is, this one is a little more embarrassing. I have, in my life, before danced the hokey pokey, but I have never been asked to stick my bum out in front of 200 people. And I really am very worried about the cameras that are here. Anyway, but thank God my political career is over. Let me just simply, I would like to talk about two things. The other embarrassing thing that has happened is I've been asked to speak about the new minister of Aboriginal Affairs. And nobody told me that she was going to be here. But she is, and so I'm still going to speak about her. But let me just begin by talking very briefly about three of MAEI's programs, just in case some of you may not be too aware. I want to pick up a certain aspect of our youth entrepreneurship program. And I want to do it because one of the things that happens, not when I'm speaking in front of an audience such as this, but when you're speaking in front of an audience sometimes of educators where there are no First Nations members, or you're speaking to educators who are not fully aware. And they will talk about why is culture so important? Why are languages so important? And I'm sure you've had the same discussions yourself when people have asked you, why is culture such an important part of it? And one of the things that we discovered when we set up our business program, which has been a huge success. We started out with 3 schools. We're now in 47 schools. But the reason that course has taken off, it started here at the school in Thunder Bay, the reserve school in Thunder Bay, Cromartie. But very quickly, after we got to about 3 schools, something happened. A young boy, a young Cree here in Thunder Bay came up to me and he said, Mr. Martin, I don't quite understand something. This course is for us, but all of your examples are from Toronto, they're from Vancouver, they're from Montreal, and some of them are from New York. But the fact is that this is supposed to be a business course for young Indigenous Canadians, and there are no Indigenous examples. None of them are occurring on reserve, none of them are occurring in Northern Ontario or elsewhere. And so the bell suddenly went off, and we brought in 2 of our teachers, both Indigenous, and we brought in a publishing company, and for a year they set aside and we designed the first set of workbooks and textbooks teaching business ever in an Aboriginal, in an Indigenous context. And as a result of that, the course took off, and that's why we're in 47 schools. And I've been to those schools, and Carlana has been to them many times, and when you sit down and you talk to these students, what really grabs them is that they're able to talk about it within the context of their own culture, within the context of their own history. The First Nations were huge traders from North to South America. And when you're able to talk about it in a way that is relative to their culture, it's enormously important. And you know, people will say, well, you can't teach it. You can't talk about culture and other things except when you're talking about culture, but you can. You can bring the First Nations culture into every single area that you want to study. And I think it's very important that Canadians understand that, and it's why I wanted to mention it to you today. The second thing I want to talk to you about is the principles course. Now, Carlana Lindman, along with 13 expert Aboriginal educators in the University of Toronto, have designed a course for principals, not courses for principals who are going to be principals in downtown Toronto, but principals who are going to be in reserve schools up through the north, right across the country. Principals who've got to deal with a very different set of problems without the benefit of the Ministry of Education in Ontario, without the benefit of all that the large school boards in Montreal or Vancouver have. And the course is being a tremendous success. We spent a year and a half developing the modules, and now we're in the middle of a pilot project. There are 20 principals from across Canada, 5 from Ontario, who are taking the course online. And it looks like it's going to be a tremendous success. And one of the things that we would like to talk to you about at some time is where do we go from here with this course? Is there a second stage? Are there other areas that we should look at? And so what I would really say to you, Chief Peters, as the education chief, to you, Chief Day, is that this is the kind of area in which I think we should work together. And we are very, very open to doing this. And then the last that I would mention to you is our literacy course. Some of you heard the results of our literacy course at Kettle and Stony Point and at Walpole Island. But the fact is that it was a course that went in where the literacy rate was 15% compared to the Ontario standard. And 4 years later, when the course had completed its term, it was evaluated by the University of Toronto. The fact is that 70% of the kids in grade 3 were at the Ontario standard. That's the Ontario average. And the greatest thing is that those who could read, those who could write were above the Ontario standard. And the thing that gave me the greatest deal of pride is that the girls in those 2 schools could read better than the girls in Ontario could right across. And so it was a tremendous, tremendous success. But what it says is something else, and I'm now looking at the minister. It was expensive as heck to do the pilot program, Minister. It's the kind of thing that we're going to publish. We're going to start it in other schools. But sooner or later, Minister, as fundamental revolutions take place within the First Nations education system, the Canadian government is going to have to play its role. And I can't tell you, having been the Minister of Finance and having Carolyn Bennett, when she was another minister, come to me for money, what a pleasure it's going to be to go for you for money. Could I have a glass of water? Did you get me one? Now, let me go to the second thing that I was asked to do, was to speak about the current government and the minister. I did not know Carolyn Bennett was going to be here this morning. I didn't know that I was going to stand up in front of the boss and do this. Thank you very much. And I won't take immeasurable amount of time on it, but I just want to say that I served in cabinet with Carolyn Bennett when she was the Minister of Public Health. I knew Carolyn Bennett long before she became a minister. Her interest in education, her interest in First Nations education, the interest that brought her here today did not start yesterday. This has been her interest from the beginning of time. And she's incredibly knowledgeable, but she is also incredibly sincere in what she wants to do. And I must say that I do believe that this is a magic period. Chief Peters and Chief Day spoke about it. The fact is that the relationship with the province of Ontario and the First Nations could never have been better. We all know what happened in the last 10 years. I don't want to be partisan. Well, yes, I do want to be partisan, but I'm not going to be. The fact of the matter is that that relationship with Ontario was one that you were building on. And let me tell you, I know Carolyn Bennett, and I know Justin Trudeau, and I know this government, and that also is one that you will be able to work on. But let me say as well that they will need something from you. There is no Department of Education in Carolyn Bennett's ministry. There is no Department of Education in Ottawa. That's why it was so absurd that the previous government decided that what they were going to do is impose upon you, look at the educators, look at the Indigenous educators in this country, look at the people who are in this room. And a Department of Aboriginal Affairs that has no educators at all attempted to impose upon you their own will and basically told you that if you didn't accept it, it was that way or the highway, is simply a triumph of stupidity. And not what we want to do now. What we want to do is we want to reverse that. Carolyn wants to reverse it. And I know I have talked to Justin Trudeau and what he said during the election campaign and what he has said since. What he said in Carolyn's mandate letter is as sincere as it can possibly be. That they want to work with you. They want to make this happen. But that Carolyn also was going to require, she may not want to say this to you, but she's going to need something from you. She is going to need for you, the education leaders of the First Nations, to set out your own plan for successful education in a strong and united voice. A plan that will show how you will run the system. A plan that stresses the importance of languages and cultures, as both chiefs said, but a plan that will also be at the top end of mathematics, of science, history, and literature, and all of those others. Fundamentally, what she will need from you is a plan that will show what kind of a system that you can have and you will build if you have real and consistent funding. And that is what is all important here. This is a combination of working together. The promise has been there for the funding. And I think that some of you will say you don't think that's enough. And you know something, I'll agree with you. The fact of the matter is that education is an ever-evolving thing. And the problems that you face in terms of education are not simply limited to the classroom, but they are limited to the fact the number of children who've been taken away from the reserves on welfare. They are related to a welfare program that isn't working, that you're going to have to change. And when that happens, you're going to have children in care in the schools, and you're going to have teachers who understand how to work with those children in care. And that's going to cost money. And so it's a question of working together. And that's why it's so important that Dr. Bennett is here. That's why it's so important that we're having this discussion. And then I'm going to close on one other thing. I don't want to take too much of your time. But the reason that the country, not simply the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, requires from you, Indigenous Affairs, that the Minister requires from you is a plan, is something else. I'm going to quote, take my glasses off, I'm going to quote from something that Chief Peters said. He talked recently, I don't know where you were, Chief Peters, when you said this, but I'm quoting from you. We are in the midst of a changing social and political environment where First Nations are not alone in the fight, but are joined by other Canadians to voice our common interests. I could not have said this better. What I believe that the Chief was saying to you, saying whoever the audience was when he said that, is that the world is changing fundamentally. Education is changing fundamentally. As Chief Day said, the world is changing in some ways that are not all that pleasant, and we're going to have to face up to them and the kinds of things that you talked about. But if you listen to what Chief Peters said, what he is saying is, we want to have this fight for better education. We want to have this fight for decent revenue sharing and for an understanding of natural resources. We don't want this to be a fight between the First Nations and other Canadians. We want this to be a fight where Canadians stand hand in hand, as we did around this room, basically dealing with the issues that we have to face. And for that to happen, your plan is going to have to be the one that in fact Canadians speak to. And I can tell you something. Yesterday I was in Halifax with the Mi'kmaq, and the number of university presidents were there. If we do this, if you develop the plan and Carolyn basically implements it, you will have every single university in this country supporting you. The deans of education in every single faculty in this country came out with an accord 5 years ago. And they did this in the face of the government that was in office at the time, talking about the necessity to work together in terms of First Nations education. The Teachers Federation of Canada has come out in favor of what you want to do. The school boards across Canada, the Canadian school boards, have come out in favor of what you want to do. And I have spoken to most ministries of education in this country, and they will support you. Shortly, what can happen if you come up with a plan, if you are strong and united behind the kind of plan that you want, and you would get Carolyn Bennett and the federal government behind you, and they will be there, then what we will do is bring the entire education constituency in this country behind the First Nations. And then just think of what that will mean. If you go to the Canadian people, it won't be you just saying this is the First Nations plan, but will be every single educator in the land saying that this is the First Nations plan and it makes sense. Who in God's name is going to be able to withstand that? Who is going to say that's wrong? Who's going to say that they're not being accountable? No one can. And that, I believe, is feasible, and I believe that it has to happen. And I believe it's going to happen because of meetings like this. Thank you very much.
I don't think. I heard from Bill not too long ago. Oh, really? Yeah. How is he? Good. Good. He's still in the London area. Oh, wow. Schools and yeah. Good. I would just applied for the in our public health because I work on council, so they don't allow you to work. Oh yeah. So I gotta go. I don't know how I'm gonna do, but I'll do. Yeah. Oh, good. Because I was in of course, but
Okay, hello everyone. I think we're going to get started. So if everyone can make their way back to their seats. So we're going to start the afternoon with the first support circle panel. Now, I have to say that unfortunately, two of our panelists, 2 out of the 3, were not able to make it. So we have one panelist. Yeah. And Gina McGackie is going to moderate this session for us. Just to introduce Gina, she is a member of the First Nation Education Coordination Unit. She is the rep for the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians. Gina brings a long history of, well, not that long, eh, Gina? She brings a rich history of working with First Nations education. She's a teacher, she's been an education director, and now she's been working with the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians in that capacity. So Gina brings a wealth of information to this panel, and I will let Gina take over. And it's going to be hard to manage your panel, I'm sure. So what we're going to do is, because there's only one panelist for this support circle, I'd like everyone to just kind of think about possible examples that they could bring forward to share with the rest of the people in the plenary session here think about the first support circle. So you're thinking from the perspective of the community and the places of learning. And if you could just kind of think about it and think if there's anything that you'd be able to share with the group from your experiences, either at a place of learning or at the community level, and how you support the education of First Nation students. Okay, and we'll open the floor after the panel. We'll open the floor for people to come up to the mics and give their examples of First Nation education at the community and place of learning level. Take it away, Gina.
Bonjour, Nishna. I'd just like to say it's so wonderful to be here, to be among all the educators and to come together. Some of you I've known over the years, and it hasn't been long. It's been rich. And some of you I will probably meet for the first time as well. But I wanted to start off by just giving you a quote that it says, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many, many ripples." And this was a quote that Mother Teresa has said, and I think that it works very well in introducing our next, our panel, our only panel, who is Jennifer Manitowabi. She comes from Nassau First Nation. She's been a principal, and she runs 3 schools. That's quite a job. Also as the education director too. She graduated from Lakehead in education, and then she went back to school to get her master's in education. She also has 2 children and a husband, and very proudly she lives and works in her community. And what she's about to share with us is some of the initiatives that she has done in her community, in the school, regarding music and writing. Jennifer?
Push? Yep. All right. Bonjour, Jennifer Manitowabi Indigenous Cause. Obijigo Kangnin Donji, Makwan Dotem. I came today, and when I was asked to sit on the panel, I was, really excited. I thought, oh, cool. There's so many good things in Lac Seul, so many good things and good ideas, and the educators, and 2 former teachers, and I invite them back any day or in the audience, So it's not only my works, not only my ideas, but a whole team of dedicated people. So I'm just going to share some of those experiences. I brought 3 examples, thinking that there'd be other people and I'd have to share the time. But yeah, I'm hoping that your questions will stretch. So first thing we're going to do is a video. I was, watching CBC National, and I saw a link to a David Hodges. And David Hodges claimed that he could come into a community, work with the youth for 3 days, and they would produce a song. I went, wow, I gotta reach out. I gotta email this guy. And I asked him, I have a limited budget. I have 3 schools and a group of high school students. Could you come to my community for 5 days and work and produce music? And he said, certainly. And I was so excited. So David Hodges from Montreal did come to our community last March. 4 girls accomplished a song, and the elementary school accomplished another song that they call Nishketeers. And they tell me that it's because we are the Anishinaabe. And they says, we're like musketeers, but we're Nishketeers. And so it's just kind of cute play on words. And so what I wanted to do was give our students a real purpose for writing. Not just here's the paper, here's the pencil, okay, write in your journal, right? Because that becomes too tedious and it's not the way their minds work best. So after they wrote the song, David Hodges was so inspired by the positive messaging that he decided to come back and do a video. So during our youth conference, they did this video. It was in my Dodge journey, 7 of us with a film man and the producer. And we visited about 11 sites in our community. So we'll watch their video. It's an iTunes video, so if you want to see this again and share it in your schools, it's available on Facebook also. So free.
I guess everything you hear. Listen, come with me and I will make it clear. I know there's something big happening. We wanna rise up from the hole we're standing in. It's time to get out and find strength in my native pride. I will represent my land and make it right. Live in a small place, big dreams. I will take any chance that you give me. So let me think deep. Don't wanna be forgotten. Wanna be a light while the devil plotting. I wanna see the truth. I'm just being honest. I wanna be the best, but I gotta keep it modest. I wanna see my culture succeed. I wanna feed that love inside me. Work endlessly to find the energy and give everything to be free.
We're streaming. This happens often in my community. No worries. I think you get the gist, right?
Work endlessly to find the energy and give.
It's nearly there.
Everything to be free.
Go ahead and clap, Yolanda. That's amazing. Amazing students with a real passion. You know, they know where they live. They know where they come from. They know who their kukums are and the teachings they've been given. And they know there's a whole world out there. And that, you know, some way, somehow, they're going to get there. So it's up to us as the educators, right? In this video, Janelle aspires to be a doctor. As the education director, it's my job to give her every method of getting there. One of them wants to be a veterinarian, and we flew to Toronto last weekend, and they sang their song at Ryerson University. And as a result of that trip, one of them said to me, I want to be a flight attendant, right? I'm like, okay, I don't know how to become a flight attendant, but we'll find out, no problem, right? So that's what we do, that's my job. And so I reflect, you know, I have a quote from Michael Fullen. Change leadership merges top down, bottom up, and sideways. And these energies, they all create the change, right? So pull in all the people you could possibly think of when you're trying to create this change. People often ask, you know, how do you do what you do? We watch your Facebook status. You're crazy. And it's true. I mean, Sunday I flew off a plane. I got the girls settled back in school Monday. I spent my whole day with children reading and writing, and I'll share an example of writing. And then I, come to this meeting. And unfortunately, I can't stay with you to commit the 2 days, but our leadership is here. And they will carry on with you for the next 2 days. I focus my energy on supporting a system of equally talented staff. I don't ever work in isolation. Every report I do, every proposal, it's a collaborative effort. There's 5 people in our education system that know how to do nominal roll, and it will exchange hands throughout, right? Ultimately it comes back. I review, I edit, but I start the process, someone else takes over, because I might have to run off to a meeting, and that document still has to get done, right? So the work can't stop simply because I'm called in a different direction. I don't hesitate to supply teach. Yesterday I was covering the front desk, the secretary. If I'm asked to supervise bus drivers, I hold the same license. And if a bus driver calls in sick, suddenly I become the bus driver. So that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're doing in Lac Seul First Nation. We're empowering teachers. They don't need to be managed. They are professionals. I complete classroom walkthroughs as a principal, and I provide instructional leadership. I try to stay out of, the politics. Our chief and council are very good at, helping to inform me. Here's the thoughts, here's what's coming across our desk. And so through monthly meetings and reporting to them and them reporting back, right? We have technology, we're very able to text one another. So these are some of the things we do. In my walkthroughs, I focus on positive learning, what's motivating students, grit, how are they getting our kids to persevere, and growth mindset. So yesterday I walked into my school, they were re-soaking a moose hide. And the dogs had dumped over the bucket and suddenly, oof, the smell. So I might not have the time to be fleshing that hide, but the kids, that's their recess. And you can guarantee they are busy, right? So the older ones that are not interested in running up and down the slide anymore, they're fleshing that hide and they're excited to be at school, and that's their recess, blending in the culture. The Laxville Education Authority is looking for innovative ways, and we're personalizing the education system by, running a trap line with our students. And so this year has been a very successful trap line. Last year, they didn't get anything at all, and they went out there a number of times, and they came back with nothing. They just kept coming back with nothing, and I was like, phew. This year, they've gotten a few otters, a few beavers, and they are just so proud to be preparing those hides. So we know in our communities how to get things done. We know how to reach our students, and we know the kind of supports. We know their family dynamics. We know what was happening when our kids were born. We know we can go back, right? And if we don't know, we can find out. So there's, critical things that are happening for our kids. We're seeing our first generation of our opioid time. They're now in our grade 1 and 2 classroom, right? So they learn in a different way. They need different supports, and we have to figure that out. I was at a neuroscience conference in Quebec 2 weeks ago, thinking that was going to be the conversation. That is not their problem. That is not their concern. They're still talking about, brain gym and so the solution has to come from us, right? We know where we've been, we know where we're going. So we try every day to make our learners feel valued, right? Automatically, oh, good morning, how's it going? Talk to them about their minor hockey, know what their interests are. And so we have, we've found abundant resources, and that's what we use. And we're comfortable with the ambiguity, right? It's hard not to understand sometimes. It's hard to go through a whole day and think, oh, we missed the boat on that one. We could have did that a little different. And to come back, tomorrow's a new day, right? Come back and meet that learner again, and then address the concerns and never lose that forward momentum. So that's what we're trying to accomplish in Laxville. Firefly is a mental health organization. They case conference with us like weekly to talk about different kids and how we're reaching their learning needs. In the area of nutrition was big for our kids, and it was, one of the barriers we were finding. So we partnered with One by One. They do breakfast. And the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, they've provided funding for after school. Our school's open until 6:30 at night, and just jam-packed with the kids being active. And most recently, Children and Youth Services, they've given the proposal for lunch, hot lunch to be provided. So we're feeding our kids in our schools 3 times a day. I brought an example, I put it at each of your tables. Here's a kindergarten student's writing. So this is Lucy Culkins, this is the writing program that our teachers use. And we case conference once a week to look at where our students are and who's coming in the door, not even holding a pencil, needs the fine motor. So this is Chancellor, and I asked Chancellor, what do you want to write about? What's your picture? Tell me. And he says, we are going for a walk. I said, okay, Chancellor, that's good. We can write about that. We, what do you hear? So he writes an E. R, what do you hear, Chancellor? He puts an R down. Going. We heard the O. Got that there. For. He did backwards for, but we take that. It's whatever they hear. However they want to communicate is what we need to accept. Ah. And he goes, I know it's like a circle and a stick. Ah. I says, yeah, circle and a stick. Put it on the paper. And walk. So he heard those last two letters, the L and the K. So this is a kindergarten student writing. And it's us just being, able to support. So that's an example of what I found. And on this display board, in this walkthrough, I'm looking for examples of kids writing on the wall. And so there's this one, and then there's the child who's still eating his paper. But they're both proudly displayed, because that's where the kids are, and that's where what we accept. So that was just another tangible example. So I had the video, that was one. The writing piece is two. I'm recently reading Maya Angelou, and she's quoted. She says, home is the nest where children are raised, and the place where they're most important inhabitants. In homes, which this is not true, the parents are not making the sacrifices which are necessary. So I read that and I thought, hey, that's kind of neat. Our education facilities can be this nest. And our educators, they need to make the necessary sacrifices. So on a weekly basis, I'm always, conferring with teachers and talking to them about, how did that go? That strategy didn't work. Okay, let's try this handful, and maybe we change up the person who's trying to reach the child. So students, they need to feel like they're the most important reason for every moment they're in that school. And being an educator, it's consuming. It's all consuming. And nothing will work unless we do. I traveled with a delegation of students to Regina. We went to the University of Saskatchewan. And we listened to a lecture about the buffalo. We were doing a comparison between Treaty 3 and Treaty 6. And he said to me, Mrs. Manitowabi, why is that not taught? I said, you're right. It's not taught. The true history is not in our curriculum. Well, we'll write it, they said. I said, all right, we go. So that became their lesson for writing, their purpose for writing, right? Has to be relevant, has to be tangible. Another initiative that we have this year in our schools, and it's thanks to the Ministry of Aboriginal Affairs funding, is we have retention workers. So we reflected on if residential school, we lost parenting skills, we need those back. We invited 10 parents to apply, and we would top up their Ontario Works, $11.80 an hour, come in to the school, observe, read with your child, learn the hokey pokey, so you can go back home and love to do the hokey pokey, right? I mean, my kindergarten kids are gonna be tickled pink when I tell them, where I was yesterday? We were all doing the hokey pokey. So they're gonna really think that that's a hoot. Mrs. Manitowabi, you traveled 5 hours to do that? You could have stayed here. So, these are just some of the ideas, some of the ways we're trying in Lac Seul. And so that was going to be what I was going to say to you, and I was going to share with my panel. But yeah, if you have any questions for me, I'd love to. There's so many things that are good opportunities for learning. Miigwech, Cha'anukina, Miinenge, Miigwech.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. I'd like to invite Andy Graham up on the Boise Tribal Council. And I think he's going to speak about the alternative school? Immersion school, okay.
Andy very graciously volunteered to come up and be a panel member, even though he was not scheduled to be one here. He actually is a panel member tomorrow on the second support circle. But thank you very much, Andy, for doing this. He'll be talking about something different tomorrow.
Oh, there we go. Bonjour. My name is Andy Graham, and I'm the Director of Education with Bamose Tribal Council. And a couple hours ago, I got asked to come and present on this panel. And I kind of thought about it. I was like, why? Like, I'm someone who provides second-level services to our community. And then I started thinking about it, is that we have a really amazing initiative that we just started this year. And not only is it supporting 4 member communities around Kenora, but it's also supporting our urban students. And it's a model that any implement in it. And so I'm gonna go over our new school, Keezik, and talk about our elementary immersion program that we've talked about a lot in the Tribal Council, and we took this opportunity to do it. And we moved forward. We have no provincial funding, and we have no federal funding to start this process, but I think we've been very successful. Now, if by chance Ryan White walks in, because he was supposed to present with me tomorrow, and this is part of our presentation tomorrow, I'll bring him up here and you can just bug him. You can ask him lots of questions because he's our principal at our school. So, okay, so a little bit of a history. We've been talking about having an immersion program in Bamose Tribal Council for a number of years. But one of the key things is that we didn't have a school. Can't really have a school without a physical structure. And we found that the school boards in the Kenora area wouldn't sell us a school. Even if there was surplus schools, they wouldn't sell us one. So our Child and Family Service Agency purchased a former Catholic school. And they kind of partitioned part of the property as a group home, and then they kept the school. So 2 years ago, January, we went to them and said, hey, would you like to sell us the school? And they said, yes, we'd love to sell you the school. So that was an amazing moment for us because it allowed us to start visioning forward from that point. So the easiest way to explain this is that once we decided to move forward with the school, we went to RBC and said, here's what our plan is. We're going to get tuition dollars, Miigwech to Pelican Falls and Dennis Franklin Camardi, because that's how we based our model on. We charge tuition to our communities that don't have school. So we actually are able to access the full provincial tuition funding in Kenora, which is about $14,000 a student. So based on the model that we created and the projections, we went to RBC and said, here's what the building costs and here's what it's going to cost to renovate it, because it was deemed prohibitive to repair. I know it wasn't prohibitive to repair. And the Child and Family Service Agency actually put about $1 million into the roof and a new furnace system and those type of things. So we felt that we probably for about $400,000 we could renovate it properly. We learned that doesn't happen very often. I'll talk a little bit about that. And after we bought the property, we put it into a corporation, and I'll explain. That's a little different. We have Bamose Tribal Council, and we have Keezik Education Corporation. They're two separate entities, and so the corporation itself owns the building. So we moved forward, got the loan, and started doing renovations in April. And then we found out that it takes a lot more time than a few months to do renovations. So we did open the school on time, which was really key, but we were still doing renovations a few weeks into the school year. So, but we have an amazing facility. So here's my staff. Tracy DeRoche is now she speaks fluent Anishinaabe. So just so you know, not all my staff speak Anishinaabe. This is a dual stream model. And the reason why we move forward with that model is because of the difficulty in finding language instructors. Anna is from Lac Seul. She doesn't speak the language, but came to us from Alberta with extensive experience in literacy and numeracy. Helen Morrison is our ECE. Ryan White is our principal, and Shallon Adams is our school secretary. And we also have a custodian named Ramsey. So that's our very small staff. And here's some very important dates. So we did a Welcome to Kindergarten program at our school. We did an open house in August. So we were, again, a little bit behind the 8 ball with respect to having the school prepared because we were still doing renovations. That did affect our enrollment in the first part of the year. So right now we have 19 students, JK to 2, and we're going to be adding a grade every year. We explored the possibility of adding a grade 3 to 6 class because we had over 20 parents who wanted to have their students come to the school, but we decided to wait. We talked to our chiefs about it, and they said, no, let's hold off. Let's make sure we do it right. So we did have our first day of school September 1st, and the buses came, and that was very, very exciting. We did our first mini powwow in October, and we did our official grand opening on the 14th of October. That was a very phenomenal day. Actually, I almost cried that day because we actually have our Alt-Ed program in our school as well. And you would think that Alt-Ed and JK to 2 doesn't mix that well. But what we were finding is that when the students went out to the playground to play and the Alt-Ed students were out in the playground playing, they went and hugged each other and they played together, and we really felt it developed a sense of community at our school. So we have students that come from a number of communities, Washkanigan, Obosh, we have students from Grassy Narrows, from Dulles, from Nokomowaning, and from Shoal Lake 39. Now, not all of these students are tuition students. In fact, the majority of our students are provincial students, meaning they live in Kenora, and our tribal council has, though we desperately have been trying to get a reverse tuition agreement, they've refused us. One board said no. One board gave me some weird excuse for a year, saying that we'll see if you can tell me what you really want. And so what we've done is we've accepted those students because we felt their parents wanted them to be at the school, and we're billing them. We're just going to bill the boards. That's how they work, right? Because how many people have tuition agreements, they haven't signed it, but they still send you the bills. So we're doing the same thing. Let's see how that goes. But our hope is that we're going to have a reverse tuition agreement with the boards, because the reality is we've registered the school, we're registering the students, they can't claim them. So they can put them on their rolls, but at the end of the day, it'll show up that they're in another school. So that's going to be our argument. But we've got really amazing best practices going on. So if Ryan was here, he could probably give you a little better interpretation of what the difference between immersion and immersion programming is. We are, I'll be honest with you, in immersion programming. We are not a full immersion school yet, because that's a process you need to go through. You just can't open a door and say, hey, we're an immersion school. It has to evolve, and we're evolving, and it's a phenomenal process to watch. But when we talk about immersion, we talk about full immersion, meaning that all of our programming would be in Anishinaabe. We're not there yet. The language of the Anishinaabe would be used most of the time in the school. Right now, we don't have any native language classes because it's integrated into everything we do. So we don't have a time set aside, a 40-minute time set aside for language, because that's everything we do in the school. And we are actually doing flag songs in the morning and prayers in the language. So that, again, we're evolving. We add a little bit every day to the programming. Now, on the side of the immersion programming, we actually team teach. As I mentioned, we have 2 teachers. One doesn't speak the language, so she teaches the literacy and numeracy to all the students. And then what happens is they'll switch students back and forth. And what we do is actually we go over lessons again. So just so you know, and I've heard somewhere that if you actually get 2,000 hours of language instruction, you'll approach fluency. And we did a study. If you look at the 40-minute time that boards put aside for language, that only works out to about 1,100 hours over the full school year, the full 12 years a child goes to school. So you wouldn't even hit fluency at that point in time. We hit 2,000 hours in 3 years. the way we set it up. So half the time, we've at a 300 minute day, we have about 160 minutes of language instruction. So we do our art in the language, we do science in the language, we do social studies in the language, we do phys ed in the language, and then we actually do a literacy numeracy block after in the language. We do follow the provincial curriculum, but we've modified it. So we actually, I think someone mentioned about, there's provincial standards. We exceed provincial standards. That's what our goal is. We don't want 75% of our students reading at level 3 or 4. We want 100% of our students reading at level 3 and 4. And we provide those supports if the students are falling behind. So there's one of our classrooms. So again, we mentioned we do follow the Ontario curriculum. We use common programs that you'll see across all schools. We do Jolly Phonics, we do Nelson Literacy, we do Jump Math, and we do modified social studies curriculum that we've actually worked on as a school. We are assessing the Anishinaabe language and culture as a progressive model. So we don't have, we do have benchmarks that we look at, and we're developing those benchmarks, but we keep the repetitive process, so we keep reinforcing the language with the students. And again, the reason if we're introducing students to the language, if we have specific words that we're focusing on, they're repeated as part of the instructional process. So some of the things that we do in the class, we have language, we have flag song, we have powwows. I think we've had 3 powwows right now. We have feasts. We've actually made dresses for all the female students for powwow, and we're making shirts for all the boys. So we actually do a cultural evening with our parents, and it's an art program, and so part of that program we actually make the dresses and we make the shirts for the powwow. We do the sweetgrass teaching. We found out there was a sweetgrass space behind Treaty 3. And so we're so close to Treaty 3, we actually did a field day and went out and we picked sweetgrass and we taught the teachings. So that was very exciting. We have elders visit weekly. There is smudging in the mornings, always. And we also we do a lot of drumming, and we have the students develop questions and have them ask questions about the language and the traditions. So we encourage a lot of discussion, we encourage a lot of back and forth with our students. We mentioned team teaching. So again, we have a teacher that's very well, is phenomenal in literacy and numeracy. She was a literacy lead in Alberta. And so she teaches the literacy and numeracy component. And then again, the students go back to Tracy's class and they go over the lessons again in the language. So not only are we kind of reinforcing the instructional piece, we're also reinforcing the literacy and numeracy piece at the same time. So we're almost doubling the literacy and numeracy time that we are giving the students. A lot of this is about partnerships, and interestingly, when we opened the school, I think the first week that we had it open, I had about 5 or 6 interviews on CBC with different CBC stations, and one of them was in Yellowknife. They're asking, like, how do you do this? And what we said is, you jump forward, you do it. We've always talked about how do we do it. We find many, many reasons not to do it. We do it. We've made lots of mistakes. Hopefully, if anyone would like to look at how the model works, we can show you the mistakes and help you through the process. But part of it is really working on partnerships. So we've got a number of partnerships that we've been working with. MF NERC in Winnipeg has been sharing some of their software with us, and also the Education Center in Sioux Lookout. We've actually borrowed some of the curriculum there, so that's we've been working very closely with them. Very interestingly, Winnipeg 1 came to visit us last week, and they are opening an immersion school, and they are following our model. So we're only 3 months into it, and they came to us and said, we are setting up an immersion school in Winnipeg. We have no language teachers. We have 75 students. It's going to be JK to 2. We want to work with you. We like what we see here. We really like how you have it structured. You know, so that's a huge compliment, but it's kind of scary because sometimes we feel like we don't know what we're doing, right? So, so those partnerships are huge. And again, as we move forward in the process, we are looking at expansion. We are anticipating that by grade 6, we'll have over 120 students in the school. And if we can get those reverse tuition agreements and they pay the bill when I send it to them, that's going to be fantastic. I think we're close. We're really close with them, and we hope that they can see the benefit of the school. Just so you know, we did meet with the deputy minister twice. We were having so many problems with their boards. We actually went to Toronto and met with the deputy minister and said, look, we're not getting anywhere with them. And the deputy minister said, well, realistically, we can't make them sign those agreements. We can change legislation. That's going to take 2 years. And he was actually supportive of changing legislation. And he said, why aren't they signing? And we said, well, you know, he said, do you have a principal? Do you have qualified teachers? Do you have a qualified program? Do you have a school? Yes, yes, yes. I said, it's probably money. I'm just guessing. And he said, that's not acceptable. So he actually came to visit our school in June and sat down with us and sat down with the boards and said, okay, we got to work this out. So we're hoping the process will move forward where we can actually have those reverse tuition agreements and be able to accept more students into our school because we know that the need is out there. I don't know, like, I guess just from, I go there every couple of days just to kind of put myself in that space. I think Jennifer mentioned, you know, as a director, there's lots of different things going on, but that's the space that you really need to be in. And we had a student actually that joined us in care a week ago. And it was interesting because our principal and our custodian was outside trying to stop him from running around, right? You know those little guys, right? We have no problem with him now. It's been 3 days in. He was like completely changed. Different structure in the school. Ryan will mention up until that point in time, never had to send a student home, never had to discipline a student. Actually, one student was kind of acting up and said, hey, what's going on? And the little guy started crying. So that's the type of, you know, it's a very positive, fun learning environment. And I think because we're using the culture and because we're using the language, we actually see that success that we always talked about. So, Miigwech, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, we'll open the floor to any questions to each of our panel. No questions? You guys did a wonderful job. Okay, we have one. To the mic, please.
Hello. I thought that there would be a lot of questions at this level. This is the level I'm interested in. It's the first one, support circle. The first support circle. It involves the community. I don't know too much about the second and third one. It's more political to me anyway. But I am always interested in the community level because that's what I see, what I saw, and what I continue to see is that we need to do a lot of work at the community level in education. I have been to a lot of conferences like this. We say the same thing over and over. I feel now that we have created a system which is with the first, these levels. I like that because 3 levels are included. That would include everyone. I don't live in a community, but I used to teach in communities. I used to work for Indian Affairs before I went into a different school system. And even that different school system allowed me to move to see all the community levels. So I have an idea of what I'm talking about. What I would like to see is that we have, I mentioned this morning, healthy school situations. And one of the ways that we can continue to have a healthy school situation is if we look at ourselves first as human beings, who we are, who we can be, and what changes we should make as a person, especially as a teacher, because I've been a teacher. And also, we need to look at parents. I mentioned that again this morning, but the parents are so important. They're the only ones that can encourage the students to come to the school. And those parents need to be encouraged also, because everywhere I've been, everyone I've seen, it is very difficult for parents to be able to feel they belong in a school system. A lot of you have heard that you've had open houses, you've invited parents and everything to know what is going on. We need to have more of that. We need to have a lot of those where parents are involved and to make sure that they see where their children are going. Every time I listen in a meeting in a community or something, they always say that education is important. They know it is important. But we as people that work with parents, we need to tell them that they are a part of that system. We have to make them feel that they're important in that system. They have been ignored too long because they have felt they were left out when the government took away their children. They didn't feel they had to teach their children. So we're going through this process that we need to encourage. We need to encourage parents to make sure that they know they are the major group in the education process of their children. That is with the regular curriculum, and also with the language program. Language is one of the things that I found that everybody wants to have, but they do not work to get it. They just say, I want to take the course. They take the course, but they need to finish it, which they don't. So I ask myself sometimes, I wonder what it is. I wonder what it is that's stopping them from learning their language. It goes back down to the parents. They're not encouraging. Because what I found is that learning takes place at home. When they begin learning, it begins at home. Parents are the role models. And whatever they role model for their children, they are going to carry on into the school system. If nothing is important in the home, it will not be important in the school. So, I am a language teacher. I'm proud to say I've been with my system for 25 years and teaching the language. And I'm the only one that's learning the language because nobody really wants to share that knowledge with me. They do not know that it takes work to learn something. And, and what I would like to see is, I was kind of disappointed when nobody made any comments for this first level, because this is the most important level after those two made their comments, because we need to have parents come back to us and help us teach their children. And how do we do that? Does anybody know how to do that? I'd like to know how to do that. How do we work with parents as an overall group for this thing that we will be working on? I'd like to know that, and I want you to tell me once you find that out. Because to me that's very important, because I'm almost ready to retire from education. And when I retire, I want to go into other things where I can help young people. And that's why I want to know, how can you get parents to work with you? So I want to know that before I retire, so I can work with them. Okay, sorry, I hate taking time, but I'd like to say thank you to the speakers. Good. Okay.
I forgot to introduce Anishinaabe Bear. So Anishinaabe Bear is one of the initiatives that we're reaching families with. So Anishinaabe Bear travels home with the children at the end of the day, and he comes back to school with his binder. And the children have to tell, you know, what did they do with Anishinaabe Bear? Anishinaabe Bear, and I had pizza, right? So they write their comments in their binder. And so it's just a simple way, a simple piece. And so the elders in our community are like, you know, that's so neat. And so the parents are willing to come and sew, and he's got a Christmas scarf on, so he's getting ready for Christmas. So there's new things that are added to the bear. And so just one simple initiative, one idea, and there's lots of ideas.
Okay. And I'd like to just quickly comment too, like what we find at our school, like I've been a principal in schools, and with the 20% of parents that might come out all the time to activities, what we're finding is when we have powwows, we invite our parents, we have feasts, we invite our parents, and we're getting 70-80% participation from our parents. We also are opening up our alt-ed program to parents. So we give them the option of, if they'd like to look at their grade, to get their grade 12, if they don't have their grade 12, to come in and actually do, come in during the day and be part of the school and be part of the education that's going on at Keesik. So for us, parents are a huge piece of our program, and I'm going to guess that I don't know if I have any parents that actually speak the language. So it's really good that the parents are being involved, and we are looking at an actual adult Anishinaabe language program for our parents. So we look at the whole picture, and I think by having a community school, you can look at that piece for all community members.
Okay, is there any other questions?
Sorry. Harry Morrison, Indigenous, Kuching Nindonji, Namain Dotem. I know people we've been talking to here have been, got their own school. But in my area, a lot of the education is through the Board of Education. We've developed a pretty good relationship in terms of the language program. And I think it's gone right up to grade 12 from grade 4. We have Anishinaabe people that are leading that. They're using the double vowel system, I don't know if anybody knows what that is, but it's a very good system for helping you develop how to say words properly, sentences, increases your vocabulary. But it doesn't teach you the dialect. And I think that you have to include the elders when you're trying to teach the language. And, you know, we spend a lot of money on developing tools. I've seen in our board some tools that were developed, audio, video stuff, you know. They can spend 150 grand on that, but they can't spend 150,000 bringing the elders in and teaching the people. I was fortunate to talk to the Director of Education about the education of our kids. I talked about the graduation rates that had to be increased, the dropout rates that had to be reduced, and also about the strengthening of our Anishinaabe way, you know, to make these kids proud again. And how do we do that? But, you know, I talked about how do we increase the graduation rates and the dropouts. And in my opinion, how we have to do that is, you know, they have music programs in our Board of Education, but, you know, you don't see many Anishinaabe blowing horns and trumpets and stuff like that. But how come they can't develop a curriculum for the drum and the songs, you know, and the, so, you know, they should be able to do that. I would think that they would be able to get credit for the development of programs. There has to be some curriculum development that has to go on. Same with dance program, you know, like you see them, all the different dances, round dance, crow hop, whatever. You know, I think that a lot of these things would strengthen our people, and they would use it throughout the rest of their life. It has meaning for us, and how come, you know, we don't learn that and get credit for doing that? You know, I think art programs where we're getting people to build their own regalia is something that I'm hoping to be able to do myself. But it's been taking me a few years in order to do that. And I think that the board is very supportive, want to develop partnerships in terms of helping us to develop programs. You know, she was talking about, oh, there's some history program where we're going to have all the students learn about the treaties and everything else. I think also we have to be able to, you know, those teachings, and that comes from the elders. That has to be brought into the community somehow. You know, I don't know if it's a liability issue or what it is that prevents more participation of the elders. But you know, they have so much knowledge that, you know, is just going to go with them when we put them in the ground. And you know, if we can't teach our kids, you know, in the school system to be able to transfer these things to us and to our grandchildren. So, you know, like we want to develop a partnership with the Board of Education, but we also have like 7 Generations Education Institution, where you know, I think in some cases it might even be the high school of choice, but they also have college and university. And then we have another community that has its own school. So some of the issues that Ms. Manitowabi was talking about, I'm certain that they could use that sort of even mentoring and things like that, you know, exchange of ideas amongst them. But we have to find a way to build a character of our children, you know, like what we're generally talking about is poor people, you know, and I was one of the fortunate ones that got to go to higher education, and you know, I've had some very responsible jobs over the years, and you know, I think that everybody should have a chance to be able to do that. You know, so things like food programs. I was telling the story about, you know, I was meeting with the education director, and here it's 11:30 and I hadn't had breakfast. And I'm thinking about eating rather than, you know, the work, or hoping that the meeting with the education director would come a little quicker. So I thought, okay, well, what can I do? So I took some tobacco and put it at Pao to Go Jing Nia Jing, which is the name for our tribal council or advisory services. So, you know, but these are the kind of things that we have to make sure that our kids know about our spiritual ways as well. You know, I told them when I was meeting with them that Anishinaabe is a very spiritual people, but you know, they kind of think of us as, you know, pagans or whatever, but you know, we're not really. Miigwech.
Hi, Miigwech. Okay. Okay, with this, I'll probably close with a comment. And I'd just like to thank our panel. One of the things that I've gotten from you is, first of all, you put students first, you valued them, you gave them a cultural perspective, you've empowered the teacher, you've given them personal experience connections, and I do like the comment that establishing partnerships where you jump forward and you do it. And like I had started in the beginning by stating that it all started with a pebble that was thrown in the water and to make a ripple effects. Can you imagine how many ripples that we have affected today? Thank you.
So we also have gifts for Jennifer and Andy, so you guys could come back up. Where are you? So how's everybody feeling now? Good? You know, it's been a pretty long day, and we have a few more items in the agenda that we have to get through, so yeah. All right, Thunder Mountain Singer is in trouble time. Hi! Whoops, wrong MC. So for this next speaker, I actually met him at a powwow, and this is actually gonna be my third time introducing him to you guys. So please, actually, first off, let's give another round of applause to our speakers we just had. It was very, very wonderful, very terrific, and I felt like a lot of what was shared was very touchy in a way for me, because with my education, I faced much adversity as well. So at this time, I would like to introduce the Ontario Regional Chief, Isidore Day.
Okay, how's everybody doing so far? Good? Awesome. Anyways, just a bit of an update, and I don't want to take a whole lot of time. I will be very quick with my comments, but I just first of all want to update you. We did have a meeting with the minister, and again, just so that you know we're transparent and people know where this is going and why things are happening the way they are with Paul Martin coming here and the minister as well. we took the opportunity to invite the minister here to ensure that we're not wasting time. And I'm glad that it worked out that way, because obviously, you know, we got some really good advice from Paul Martin, and again, seems to remain faithful to the cause. And with respect to education itself, he's somebody who puts his money where his mouth is, and he's somebody who has done some pretty good front-end work in getting us to this point. And as he indicated, obviously he's going to continue to be a champion for the cause. The minister, in our meeting, we talked about a number of different things. We talked about the process that's happening here, and she reiterated her support. And again, just as Paul Martin indicated, what she said was, what's the plan? Get the plan out in front of us, and let's begin there. What's going to happen from here, folks, is that there is going to be a couple of tables that will be established. Those tables are going to look at immediate issues, they're going to look at medium-term issues, and they're going to look at what the rollout of the Ontario process is going to be. And again, just to correct that, it's being suggested that as we look forward, and just looking back for a second, we saw a proposed Bill C-33. That legislation didn't work. The national process won't work. A regional process in Ontario won't work if it's just an exclusive pan-Ontario approach. And we've been quite clear, and in the meeting, the minister well understands that we're going to have to get our work done to ensure that all the communities and regions within Ontario, say for example the remotes, are going to have their process well stated in terms of what the capacity issues are. I heard one speaker with the purple shirt on earlier. He asked the question, how does this all work together? We're going to have to coordinate those things now. And again, the minister is going to wait with us. She's going to work with us, and again, has indicated that the support will be ongoing. What I wanted to talk about here today, and I'm going to explain this picture here a little bit later, but it's there for you to think about, and maybe you can think about as I'm talking, where do you think that picture came from? Where do you think it came from? And I'll leave you with that question. But what I want to talk about is setting the context. I understand that so far what we've been talking about and where we've been working with in regards to what does our education look like? What do those systems look like from the perspective of the Ontario region? And what does this overall charting our own path look like? Again, we've concluded here today, and as Grant Chief Peters had pointed out very clearly, this is not going to be one of those pan-Ontario approaches, that we are going to have a really good understanding of what the needs are at the local level, what they are in terms of various education authorities that are doing a lot of really good work. Say, where does ONICA fit into the process going forward? What are the current funding disparities? What works? How do you standardize testing? All of those things are going to have to fit into a process. But one thing that we are hearing, and what I'd like to offer here in terms of maybe a way of thinking, is that we've been kind of pigeonholed because of the current programs under the federal government to think K-12. And we also know that with respect to the legislated requirements of K-12, that we've been struggling for the longest time to get standardized improvements and increased investments in post-secondary. We also know that we got adult learners, those that have went back to school, and I was one of them. I didn't go back to school until I was 24 years old, and that's when I started coming to life again. But I just also want to make the note that one of the areas that we're thinking about is this notion of lifelong learning. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to just kind of point a couple things out here and setting the context, but I'd maybe just ask that we think about a few things going into this discussion of setting the context of figuring out what's all on the table. The first one is we are set back. There is a gap. And, you know, there was a question asked here earlier when we were in some of our interviews, and the question was, well, how do you define the gap? What is the gap? And we know that there's the social gap. There's that from a testing perspective, we know that, you know, certain people meet certain thresholds in testing. We also know that there's the dropout rates, the success rates. So we know that when we look at the gap, that it's going to be something that is going to differ across the board. And part of the work that we're doing here is getting a standard definition of what the gap is going to be. The other point that I'll make is that we have broken systems. And I know that one thing we can clearly say going forward is that we've been working with the federal government for the last 10 years that has had no real way forward. They've not been working with us in good faith. And what I would like to say is that, you know, sometimes we're creatures of habit. We get used to working in that mode, and we get used to reacting that way. So it's going to be a challenge, I think, at times for us to change the way we work with one another. We're going to have to recognize that this is going to be an all-inclusive process. So all the different networks, different authorities, and different associations across the region, the remotes, the southern communities, this is going to require that we're all going to have to work together in the same circle. So again, the way we view this is going to be a little different as well. We have our own cultures, our languages, and our own traditional systems. And again, that's where I'd like to maybe spend a couple minutes, and I believe as many of the elders and knowledge keepers have gotten up here, that's where much of our strength lies. But we're also dealing with the challenge that some of that is locked in and codified in the language. So obviously we're going to recognize the need to have to go back to addressing the bigger issue of the language. I know the elder just spoke here a second ago, and what she had pointed out, she said, you know, we can offer these programs, but we're going to have to follow through on these. We're going to have to do the work to reclaim the language. And I would say that I believe that's a challenge, but we have to look deeper at the reality there. Our language is our language is about the land, and you know, much of what we've been constrained by and what's oppressed us was the Indian Act system. And it's the Indian Act system is one of those things that is going to have to go hand in hand. So as we look at education, we're going to, in the same breath, going to have that discussion with the Minister of Indian Affairs in Canada and say, listen, we need to break down the barriers of the Indian Act, and we need to recognize that our access to the land, our authority and jurisdiction on the land goes hand in hand with reclaiming the language. That's part of the Truth and Reconciliation process. So again, I'd like to say that something that is very simple and straightforward as the language and having to just reclaim the language, it's going to have to go hand in hand with a lot of other work that we're going to do politically. And you know, these are things that guys like Grand Chief Gord Peters have seen for a number of years sitting around the political tables, that you know, there's really complex policy issues that we're going to have to work through. But I think the point being with this new government, and this being a Liberal majority both in federal and provincial, is that we actually have an opportunity. And I think that that's going to require us to have this plan. So the point being that yes, we have a need, and the issues are quite dire in our communities, but we're going to have to begin somewhere. What I do see, however, is that there's a lot of strengths that we have, and I'm fascinated. I'm just I'm actually comforted when I hear a lot of the knowledge keepers and folks that are working in education that have the language. I think we do have some strengths that we can rely on. But I'd like to point a couple things out here. In securing a future for our children, obviously the platform that I was elected on, it's now become securing our rightful place as a political agenda in Ontario. But what goes hand in hand with that is this education symposium and the goal to achieve charting our own path forward. But you know, if we can, it's often how we look at things and how we conceptualize going forward. And again, I just like to point out that when we look at the issue of lifelong learning, there's a continuum of education, and we've thought about it in our own community of Serpent River, and we had the debate, how long should our strategic plan be? And what we looked at was, okay, it could be 3 years, it could be 5 years, but what we determined, a number of us, was that in order to have a really good strategic planning process, we have to look at 25 years. And the reason why we felt it was important to look at 25 years is because the baby that is born today, everything that child can actually obtain throughout its childhood and working through the various stages of human development and going through preschool and going through elementary, K-12, post-secondary. It's when that child turns about 25 years old when they're ready to have their children. It's that time. If we do everything within that 25 years, then we've successfully laid the foundation for the next generation. So I think in terms of looking at a continuum of, you know, what is that time frame for making sure that we have a strong focus on education? It's 25 years. But the added aspect that I would leave with you on that is, you know, there's also you know, a lot of people, and you see it in our many of our cultures, that there's a focus on prenatal. That when a mother is carrying a child, there's a certain environment that she needs to be in, or you often hear or see certain things taking place that are pretty deeply rooted in our customs and cultures. So a way in which that woman carries her child, those are very important aspects of making sure that child has a healthy bringing into this world. So also too, when we look at lifelong learning, the point is that maybe it's even when that woman is carrying that child. That's part of a very important part of that child's education. So I just wanted to make the point that the whole issue of lifelong learning really should be much more ingrained into this system than just thinking that we're focusing on K-12. I think from the perspective of government, the statutory requirements for education and programs, we focus on the way they want to deliver that. But we know our system is much greater as well. We've heard this morning from the elder and Grand Chief Peters recognize again the aspect of conveying those responsibilities through our elders and through those oral instructions. Again, a very important part of our education. I guess one of the examples that I'll use here is that you know, part of the Cree culture and a number of the communities in the north, that walking out ceremony, and I'm not in any real authority to speak on that because I've not done that ceremony, but I've seen it once or twice. And in that ceremony, we know that child is in that Tikanagan for a certain period of time, and their feet don't touch the ground. And there's a reason for that, and it's to ensure that there's an integration of teachings and instruction and relationship that occur in that child's life. It's not just, oh, let's bundle that little baby up so he doesn't get out of hand, sort of thing, right? That baby is bundled up in that Tikanagan, so that way there's a relationship that the family, that the community has with that child, and that child is actually observing everything around, and that they know that they're safe and they're comforted in that family. So it's a community process from the time that child is born till the time that they put their feet on the ground. That's a very very intricate teaching system and model for the Cree people. And it's one that if you watch that child after, they're very sure, they're very certain, and they have very strong relationships in the community. And those are the things that we need to rely on and bring into the process. Anyway, I want to maybe just wind up here and just set the context that way, but I wanted to give you this picture and ask you to think about where this may have came from. And I'm actually gonna give a little bit of a reality check here, because this particular picture comes from a community near Sandy Lake, and this picture is a little piece of art that I have that I asked the chief up in Couchiching to. I asked him if I could have it and use it. He said sure. But you see in the picture here is the little child was going to school in a little schoolhouse that when this government came in, the former government, the federal government came in, they lost their funding. So there's no more school in that little community. And you know, the community essentially lost a lot from the previous government. But one of the things they lost was the ability to deliver education services to the small population of children that they have in the community. But if you look in the picture here, there's some houses, there's some snow, there's a tree, there's the little child with a smile on their face. And the little child says, I love you, Dad. That's what that little child wrote. And you know, I looked around the community, and what I saw was not a lot. This is from one of our remote communities that, again, as I indicated, they've experienced the adverse impacts of a government that just doesn't care about our people. But in this picture here, somehow this little child still raises a sense of hope, and still is able to express, you know, how much he loves his father. And you know, when I look at the community now and the challenges that have occurred, and the education opportunity that was ripped away from that community, and now that the community has responded by kids having to leave the community and going somewhere else, I think that there's something definitely wrong with that situation. And I bring this picture to you today to show you that, you know, through the eyes of this child, you know, despite whatever substandard conditions may have existed in that community, there was still love in that community, right? And that there was still the ability to learn and convey something so positive and beautiful. And I bring this here because I think that we ought to dedicate much of the work that we're doing here in the area of bringing forward a strong education system for our First Nations. We need to dedicate it to these children that may not have the type of education that they deserve. That is a human right. That is a right of all Canadians. And again, we definitely focus on our communities and look at the grassroots systems and the language and the land and the relationship to the land. Much of what's been left out of the discussion with government, they're now recognizing that needs to be part of the process. So again, I just wanted to, I won't say much after this until the end of the meeting, but I certainly want to thank you and congratulate all the work and success that's happening in our communities, and know that we've got much more work to do. And again, this is my picture to share with you. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. I think that will really help set the stage for the discussion and input session that we're going to undertake now. I know everybody's might be getting a little groggy. You've been sitting for a while. So, yeah. So I would welcome you to just get up and stretch if you like. What we need you to do is get into tables of about 10 people each. So what we're going to do is we're going to start at table 8. So we need people at table 8, 9, 10, all the way up. So if you're sitting at a table less than 8, sorry, you have to move. I know, funny, eh? Oh yeah, sorry. And the people sitting on the back wall, can you come in to the tables? We'll see how many tables we fill up. But so what we're going to do is there will be a facilitator and a moderator at each table. And the moderator will have questions, discussion questions for your table. Okay, so please feel free just to walk around for a little bit, but get settled into one of the tables from 8 to 20. Thanks. I've been sitting for a while.
very much, Chief Day. I too would like to pick up on a couple of things that you mentioned in your own remarks. Over time, people may forget, but I don't think they will, the residential schools. But we must take advantage of the residential school survivors who are alive today. There's no doubt that one of the most emotional events of my life was being a witness at one of the sessions, the session in Montreal, and listening to the survivors. And I just simply want to pick up on your mention of Margaret Wabineau, who was Canada's oldest living survivor until she passed away. I also, Chief Day, want to pick up on something else that you said. When you stood up in front of the audience and your very first remarks were of the refugees and of the need to talk to the elders. And you know, I think that that's something that Canadians should hear from coast to coast to coast. The fact is that here at a seminar on education, at a seminar on First Nations education, that the regional chief from Ontario stood up and reminded us all as Canadians and of members of the First Nations of our responsibilities to the world, that this country has come of age. Grant, when you spoke the way that you did, and I really want to congratulate you on bringing all Canadians to the realization that we have a responsibility to each other and we have a responsibility to the world. So thank you very, very much, Chief. I have two embarrassing things that have occurred to me here. One of them is that I'm going to speak to you about two subjects. One of them I've been asked to speak to you about is MAI, the education initiative that I started and that Carlana Lindman, who is hiding there in Liberal Red, is very much in charge of, and very much the boss, and she's from Thunder Bay. But the other thing that is, this one is a little more embarrassing. I have, in my life, before danced the hokey pokey, but I have never been asked to stick my bum out in front of 200 people. And I really am very worried about the cameras that are here. Anyway, but thank God my political career is over. Let me just simply, I would like to talk about two things. The other embarrassing thing that has happened is I've been asked to speak about the new minister of Aboriginal Affairs. And nobody told me that she was going to be here. But she is, and so I'm still going to speak about her. But let me just begin by talking very briefly about three of MAEI's programs, just in case some of you may not be too aware. I want to pick up a certain aspect of our youth entrepreneurship program. And I want to do it because one of the things that happens, not when I'm speaking in front of an audience such as this, but when you're speaking in front of an audience sometimes of educators where there are no First Nations members, or you're speaking to educators who are not fully aware. And they will talk about why is culture so important? Why are languages so important? And I'm sure you've had the same discussions yourself when people have asked you, why is culture such an important part of it? And one of the things that we discovered when we set up our business program, which has been a huge success. We started out with 3 schools, we're now in 47 schools. But the reason that course has taken off, it started here at the school in Thunder Bay, the reserve school in Thunder Bay, Cromarty. But very quickly, after we got to about 3 schools, something happened. A young boy, a young Cree here in Thunder Bay came up to me and he said, Mr. Martin, I don't quite understand something. This course is for us, but all of your examples are from Toronto, they're from Vancouver, they're from Montreal, and some of them are from New York. But the fact is that this is supposed to be a business course for young Indigenous Canadians, and there are no Indigenous examples. None of them are occurring on reserve, none of them are occurring in Northern Ontario or elsewhere. And so the bell suddenly went off, and we brought in 2 of our teachers, both Indigenous, and we brought in a publishing company, and for a year they set aside and we designed the first set of workbooks and textbooks teaching business ever in an Aboriginal, in an Indigenous context. And as a result of that, the course took off, and that's why we're in 47 schools. And I've been to those schools, and Carlana has been to them many times, and when you sit down and you talk to these students, What really grabs them is that they're able to talk about it within the context of their own culture, within the context of their own history. The First Nations were huge traders from North to South America. And when you're able to talk about it in a way that is relative to their culture, it's enormously important. And you know, people will say, well, you can't teach it. You can't talk about culture and other things except when you're talking about culture, but you can. You can bring the First Nations culture into every single area that you want to study. And I think it's very important that Canadians understand that, and it's why I wanted to mention it to you today. The second thing I want to talk to you about is the Principles course. Now, Carlana Lindman, along with 13 expert Aboriginal educators in the University of Toronto, have designed a course for principals, not courses for principals who are going to be principals in downtown Toronto, but principals who are going to be in reserve schools up through the north, right across the country. Principals who've got to deal with a very different set of problems without the benefit of a Ministry of Education in Ontario, without the benefit of all that the large school boards in Montreal or Vancouver have. And the course is being a tremendous success. We spent a year and a half developing the modules, and now we're in the middle of a pilot project. There are 20 principals from across Canada, 5 from Ontario, who are taking the course online. And it looks like it's going to be a tremendous success. And one of the things that we would like to talk to you about at some time is where do we go from here with this course? Is there a second stage? Are there other areas that we should look at? And so what I would really say to you, Chief Peters, as the education chief, to you, Chief Day, is that this is the kind of area in which I think we should work together. And we are very, very open to doing this. And then the last that I would mention to you is our literacy course. Some of you heard the results of our literacy course at Kettle and Stony Point and at Walpole Island. But the fact is that it was a course that went in with a literacy rate was 15% compared to the Ontario standard. And 4 years later, after when the course had completed its term, it was evaluated by the University of Toronto. The fact is that 70% of the kids in grade 3 were at the Ontario standard. That's the Ontario average. And the greatest thing is that those who could read, those who could write were above the Ontario standard. And the thing that gave me the greatest deal of pride is that the girls in those 2 schools could read better than the girls in Ontario could right across. And so it was a tremendous, tremendous success. But what it says is something else, and I'm now looking at the minister. It was expensive as heck to do the pilot program, Minister. It's the kind of thing that we're going to publish. We're going to start it in other schools. But sooner or later, Minister, as fundamental revolutions take place within the First Nations education system, the Canadian government is going to have to play its role. And I can't tell you, having been the Minister of Finance and having Carolyn Bennett, when she was another minister, come to me for money, what a pleasure it's going to be to go for you for money. Could I have a glass of water? Did you get me one? Now, let me go to the second thing that I was asked to do, was to speak about the current government and the minister. I did not know Carolyn Bennett was going to be here this morning. I didn't know that I was going to stand up in front of the boss and do this. Thank you very much. And I won't take immeasurable amount of time on it, but I just want to say that I served in cabinet with Carolyn Bennett when she was the Minister of Public Health. I knew Carolyn Bennett long before she became a minister. Her interest in education, her interest in First Nations education, the interest that brought her here today did not start yesterday. This has been her interest from the beginning of time. And she's incredibly knowledgeable, but she is also incredibly sincere in what she wants to do. And I must say that I do believe that this is a magic period. Chief Peters and Chief Day spoke about it. The fact is that the relationship with the province of Ontario and the First Nations could never have been better. We all know what happened in the last 10 years. I don't want to be partisan. Well, yes, I do want to be partisan, but I'm not going to be. The fact of the matter is that relationship with Ontario was one that you were building on. And let me tell you, I know Carolyn Bennett, and I know Justin Trudeau, and I know this government. And that also is one that you will be able to work on. But let me say as well that they will need something from you. There is no Department of Education in Carolyn Bennett's ministry. There is no Department of Education in Ottawa. That's why it was so absurd that the previous government decided that what they were going to do is impose upon you, look at the educators, look at the Indigenous educators in this country, look at the people who are in this room. And a Department of Aboriginal Affairs that has no educators at all attempted to impose upon you their own will and basically told you that if you didn't accept it, it was that way of the highway, is simply a triumph of stupidity. And not what we want to do now. What we want to do is we want to reverse that. Carolyn wants to reverse it. I know I have talked to Justin Trudeau, and what he said during the election campaign and what he has said since. What he said in Carolyn's mandate letter is as sincere as it can possibly be. That they want to work with you. They want to make this happen. But that Carolyn also was going to require, she may not want to say this to you, but she's going to need something from you. She is going to need for you, the education leaders of the First Nations, to set out your own plan for successful education in a strong and united voice. A plan that will show how you will run the system. A plan that stresses the importance of languages and cultures, as both chiefs said, but a plan that will also be at the top end of mathematics, of science, history, literature, and all of those others. Fundamentally, what she will need from you is a plan that will show what kind of a system that you can have and you will build if you have real and consistent funding. And that is what is all important here. This is a combination of working together. The promise has been there for the funding. And I think that some of you will say you don't think that's enough. And you know something, I'll agree with you. The fact of the matter is that education is an ever-evolving thing. And the problems that you face in terms of education are not simply limited to the classroom. But they are limited to the fact the number of children who've been taken away from the reserves on welfare. They are related to a welfare program that isn't working, that you're going to have to change. And when that happens, you're going to have children in care in the schools, and you're going to have teachers who understand how to work with those children in care. And that's going to cost money. And so it's a question of working together. And that's why it's so important that Dr. Bennett is here, and that's why it's so important that we're having this discussion. And then I'm going to close on one other thing. I don't want to take too much of your time. But the reason that the country, not simply the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, requires from you, Indigenous Affairs, that the Minister requires from you is a plan, is something else. I'm going to quote, take my glasses off, I'm going to quote from something that Chief Peters said. He talked recently, I don't know where you were, Chief Peters, when you said this, but I'm quoting from you. We are in the midst of a changing social and political environment where First Nations are not alone in the fight, but are joined by other Canadians to voice our common interests. I could not have said this better. What I believe that the Chief was saying to you, saying whoever the audience was when he said that, is that the world is changing fundamentally, education is changing fundamentally. As Chief Day said, the world is changing in some ways that are not all that pleasant, and we're going to have to face up to them and the kinds of things that you talked about. But if you listen to what Chief Peters said, what he is saying is, we want to have this fight for better education. We want to have this fight for decent revenue sharing and for an understanding of natural resources. We don't want this to be a fight between the First Nations and other Canadians. We want this to be a fight where Canadians stand hand in hand, as we did around this room, basically dealing with the issues that we have to face. And for that to happen, your plan is going to have to be the one that in fact Canadians speak to. And I can tell you something. Yesterday I was in Halifax with the Mi'kmaq, and the number of university presidents were there. If we do this, if you develop the plan and Carolyn basically implements it, you will have every single university in this country supporting you. The deans of education in every single faculty in this country came out with an accord 5 years ago. And they did this in the face of the government that was in office at the time, talking about the necessity to work together in terms of First Nations education. The Teachers Federation of Canada has come out in favor of what you want to do. The school boards across Canada, the Canadian school boards, have come out in favor of what you want to do, and I have spoken to most ministries of education in this country, and they will support you. Shortly, what can happen if you come up with a plan, if you are strong and united behind the kind of plan that you want, and you would get Carolyn Bennett and the federal government behind you, and they will be there, then what we will do is bring the entire education constituency in this country behind the First Nations. And then just think of what that will mean. If you go to the Canadian people, it won't be you just saying this is the First Nations plan, but will be every single educator in the land saying that this is the First Nations plan and it makes sense. Who in God's name is going to be able to withstand that? Who is going to say that's wrong? Who's going to say that they're not being accountable? No one can. And that, I believe, is feasible, and I believe that it has to happen. And I believe it's going to happen because of meetings like this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Day. I too would like to pick up on a couple of things that you mentioned in your own remarks. Over time, people may forget, but I don't think they will, the residential schools. But we must take advantage of the residential school survivors who are alive today. There's no doubt that one of the most emotional events of my life was being a witness at one of the sessions, the session in Montreal, and listening to the survivors. And I just simply want to pick up on your mention of Margaret Wabineau, who was Canada's oldest living survivor until she passed away. I also, Chief Day, want to pick up on something else that you said. When you stood up in front of the audience and your very first remarks were of the refugees and of the need to talk to the elders. And you know, I think that that's something that Canadians should hear from coast to coast to coast. The fact is that here at a seminar on education, at a seminar on First Nations education, that the regional chief from Ontario stood up and reminded us all as Canadians and of members of the First Nations of our responsibilities to the world, that this country has come of age. Grant, when you spoke the way that you did, and I really want to congratulate you on bringing all Canadians to the realization that we have a responsibility to each other and we have a responsibility to the world. So thank you very, very much, Chief. I have two embarrassing things that have occurred to me here. One of them is that I'm going to speak to you about two subjects. One of them I've been asked to speak to you about is MAI, the education initiative that I started and that Carlana Lindman, who is hiding there in Liberal Red, is very much in charge of, and very much the boss, and she's from Thunder Bay. But the other thing that is, this one is a little more embarrassing. I have, in my life, before danced the hokey pokey, but I have never been asked to stick my bum out in front of 200 people. And I really am very worried about the cameras that are here. Anyway, but thank God my political career is over. Let me just simply, I would like to talk about two things. The other embarrassing thing that has happened is I've been asked to speak about the new minister of Aboriginal Affairs. And nobody told me that she was going to be here. But she is, and so I'm still going to speak about her. But let me just begin by talking very briefly about three of MAEI's programs, just in case some of you may not be too aware. I want to pick up a certain aspect of our youth entrepreneurship program. And I want to do it because one of the things that happens, not when I'm speaking in front of an audience such as this, but when you're speaking in front of an audience sometimes of educators where there are no First Nations members, or you're speaking to educators who are not fully aware. And they will talk about why is culture so important? Why are languages so important? And I'm sure you've had the same discussions yourself when people have asked you, why is culture such an important part of it? And one of the things that we discovered when we set up our business program, which has been a huge success. We started out with 3 schools. We're now in 47 schools. But the reason that course has taken off, it started here at the school in Thunder Bay, the reserve school in Thunder Bay for Marty. But very quickly, after we got to about 3 schools, something happened. A young boy, a young Cree here in Thunder Bay came up to me and he said, Mr. Martin, I don't quite understand something. This course is for us, but all of your examples are from Toronto, they're from Vancouver, they're from Montreal, and some of them are from New York. But the fact is that this is supposed to be a business course for young Indigenous Canadians, and there are no Indigenous examples. None of them are occurring on reserve, none of them are occurring in Northern Ontario or elsewhere. And so the bell suddenly went off, and we brought in 2 of our teachers, both Indigenous, and we brought in a publishing company, and for a year they set aside and we designed the first set of workbooks and textbooks teaching business ever in an Aboriginal, in an Indigenous context. And as a result of that, the course took off, and that's why we're in 47 schools. And I've been to those schools, and Carlana has been to them many times, and when you sit down and you talk to these students, what really grabs them is that they're able to talk about it within the context of their own culture, within the context of their own history. The First Nations were huge traders from North to South America. And when you're able to talk about it in a way that is relative to their culture, it's enormously important. And you know, people will say, well, you can't teach it. You can't talk about culture and other things except when you're talking about culture, but you can. You can bring the First Nations culture into every single area that you want to study. And I think it's very important that Canadians understand that, and it's why I wanted to mention it to you today. The second thing I want to talk to you about is the Principles course. Now, Carlana Lindman, along with 13 expert Aboriginal educators in the University of Toronto, have designed a course for principals, not courses for principals who are going to be principals in downtown Toronto, but principals who are going to be in reserve schools up through the north, right across the country. Principals who've got to deal with a very different set of problems without the benefit of a Ministry of Education in Ontario, without the benefit of all that the large school boards in Montreal or Vancouver have. And the course is being a tremendous success. We spent 1.5 years developing the modules, and now we're in the middle of a pilot project. There are 20 principals from across Canada, 5 from Ontario, who are taking the course online. And it looks like it's going to be a tremendous success. And one of the things that we would like to talk to you about at some time is where do we go from here with this course? Is there a second stage? Are there other areas that we should look at? And so what I would really say to you, Chief Peters, as the education chief, to you, Chief Day, is that this is the kind of area in which I think we should work together. And we are very, very open to doing this. And then the last that I would mention to you is our literacy course. Some of you heard the results of our literacy course at Kettle and Stony Point and at Walpole Island. But the fact is that it was a course that went in with a literacy rate was 15% compared to the Ontario standard. And 4 years later, when the course had completed its term, it was evaluated by the University of Toronto. The fact is that 70% of the kids in grade 3 were at the Ontario standard. That's the Ontario average. And the greatest thing is that those who could read, those who could write were above the Ontario standard. And the thing that gave me the greatest deal of pride is that the girls in those 2 schools could read better than the girls in Ontario could right across. And so it was a tremendous, tremendous success. But what it says is something else, and I'm now looking at the minister. It was expensive as heck to do the pilot program, Minister. It's the kind of thing that we're going to publish. We're going to start it in other schools. But sooner or later, Minister, as fundamental revolutions take place within the First Nations education system, the Canadian government is going to have to play its role. And I can't tell you, having been the Minister of Finance and having Carolyn Bennett, when she was another minister, come to me for money, what a pleasure it's going to be to go for you for money. Could I have a glass of water? Did you get me one? Now, let me go to the second thing that I was asked to do, was to speak about the current government and the minister. I did not know Carolyn Bennett was going to be here this morning. I didn't know that I was going to stand up in front of the boss and do this. Thank you very much. I won't take immeasurable amount of time on it, but I just want to say that I served in cabinet with Carolyn Bennett when she was the Minister of Public Health. I knew Carolyn Bennett long before she became a minister. Her interest in education, her interest in First Nations education, the interest that brought her here today did not start yesterday. This has been her interest from the beginning of time. And she's incredibly knowledgeable, but she is also incredibly sincere in what she wants to do. And I must say that I do believe that this is a magic period. Chief Peters and Chief Day spoke about it. The fact is that the relationship with the province of Ontario and the First Nations could never have been better. We all know what happened in the last 10 years. I don't want to be partisan. Well, yes, I do want to be partisan, but I'm not going to be. The fact of the matter is that that relationship with Ontario was one that you were building on. And let me tell you, I know Carolyn Bennett, and I know Justin Trudeau, and I know this government, and that also is one that you will be able to work on. But let me say as well that they will need something from you. There is no Department of Education in Carolyn Bennett's ministry. There is no Department of Education in Ottawa. That's why it was so absurd that the previous government decided that what they were going to do is impose upon you, look at the educators, look at the Indigenous educators in this country, look at the people who are in this room. And the Department of Aboriginal Affairs that has no educators at all attempted to impose upon you their own will and basically told you that if you didn't accept it, it was that way of the highway, is simply a triumph of stupidity. And not what we want to do now. What we want to do is we want to reverse that. Carolyn wants to reverse it. I know I have talked to Justin Trudeau, and what he said during the election campaign and what he has said since. What he said in Carolyn's mandate letter is as sincere as it can possibly be. That they want to work with you. They want to make this happen. But that Carolyn also was going to require, she may not want to say this to you, but she's going to need something from you. She is going to need for you, the education leaders of the First Nations, to set out your own plan for successful education in a strong and united voice. A plan that will show how you will run the system. A plan that stresses the importance of languages and cultures, as both chiefs said, but a plan that will also be at the top end of mathematics, of science, history, literature, and all of those others. Fundamentally, what she will need from you is a plan that will show what kind of a system that you can have and you will build if you have real and consistent funding. And that is what is all important here. This is a combination of working together. The promise has been there for the funding. And I think that some of you will say you don't think that's enough. And you know something, I'll agree with you. The fact of the matter is that education is an ever-evolving thing. And the problems that you face in terms of education are not simply limited to the classroom, but they are limited to the fact the number of children who've been taken away from the reserves on welfare. They are related to a welfare program that isn't working, that you're going to have to change. And when that happens, you're going to have children in care in the schools, and you're going to have teachers who understand how to work with those children in care. And that's going to cost money. And so it's a question of working together. And that's why it's so important that Dr. Bennett is here. That's why it's so important that we're having this discussion. And then I'm going to close on one other thing. I don't want to take too much of your time. But the reason that the country, not simply the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, requires from you, Indigenous Affairs, that the Minister requires from you is a plan, is something else. I'm going to quote, take my glasses off, I'm going to quote from something that Chief Peters said. He talked recently, I don't know where you were, Chief Peters, when you said this, but I'm quoting from you. We are in the midst of a changing social and political environment where First Nations are not alone in the fight, but are joined by other Canadians to voice our common interests. I could not have said this better. What I believe that the Chief was saying to you, saying whoever the audience was when he said that, is that the world is changing fundamentally, education is changing fundamentally. As Chief Day said, the world is changing in some ways that are not all that pleasant, and we're going to have to face up to them and the kinds of things that you talked about. But if you listen to what Chief Peters said, what he is saying is, we want to have this fight for better education. We want to have this fight for decent revenue sharing and for an understanding of natural resources. We don't want this to be a fight between the First Nations and other Canadians. We want this to be a fight where Canadians stand hand in hand, as we did around this room, basically dealing with the issues that we have to face. And for that to happen, your plan is going to have to be the one that in fact Canadians speak to. And I can tell you something. Yesterday I was in Halifax with the Mi'kmaq, and the number of university presidents were there. If we do this, if you develop the plan and Carolyn basically implements it, you will have every single university in this country supporting you. The deans of education in every single faculty in this country came out with an accord 5 years ago. And they did this in the face of the government that was in office at the time, talking about the necessity to work together in terms of First Nations education. The Teachers Federation of Canada has come out in favor of what you want to do. The school boards across Canada, the Canadian school boards, have come out in favor of what you want to do. And I have spoken to most ministries of education in this country, and they will support you. Shortly, what can happen if you come up with a plan, if you are strong and united behind the kind of plan that you want, and you would get Carolyn Bennett and the federal government behind you, and they will be there, then what we will do is bring the entire education constituency in this country behind the First Nations. And then just think of what that will mean. If you go to the Canadian people, it won't be you just saying this is the First Nations plan, but will be every single educator in the land saying that this is the First Nations plan and it makes sense. Who in God's name is going to be able to withstand that? Who is going to say that's wrong? Who's going to say that they're not being accountable? No one can. And that, I believe, is feasible, and I believe that it has to happen. And I believe it's going to happen because of meetings like this. Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone. I think we're going to wrap this up now. I'm glad that everyone is talking so much. This is great. That means we're going to have lots of work to do after this, rolling everything up. I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to the screen up here. So for the note takers, please email your notes to Regina Mandaman at COO or Robin Kavanagh at COO.org. And any hard copy notes that you have, please bring them up to table number 4 and we'll gather them up. So unfortunately today we're running a little bit short of time, so we're not going to have, we're not going to have each table give their top recommendations or anything because we need to move on. But hopefully at the next couple of discussion tables that we have, we will have time to do a bit of a collective discussion. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to the volunteer note takers and the volunteer moderators. I was walking around the room and heard lots of rich discussion, so looking forward to having a look at those notes. I believe we have a presentation now. Do we have doctors? I have them here. Stan and Peggy Wilson, yes. Oh, the MC is going to come up and introduce them.
How bonjour, wache anin. So at this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Stan Wilson and Dr. Peggy Wilson. Dr. Stan Wilson is a member of the Opaskwayak Cree Nation, where he spent his formative years on a trapline. He has experience teaching at all levels of education, including primary, elementary, and high school, both in the public system and on First Nations. Dr. Peggy Wilson is also a member of the Opaskwayak Cree Nation. She has experience as a classroom teacher, high school administrator, curriculum writer, and researcher on Aboriginal issues. Dr. Wilson is a licensed associated clinical psychologist with the Psychological Association of Manitoba and conducts First Nations school counselor training throughout Canada. So at this time, let's give our attention to Drs. Peggy Wilson and Dr. Stan Wilson.
Oh, okay. Bonjour. Anin. Ciego. Washte. No. Oki. No Okis. Tansi to Timothy. Get the Tamiskat now. I'm honored to be asked to be with you. Well, we are both honored to ask to be with you to spend these few minutes with you this afternoon. Some of what we're going to be talking about, you've all been talking about it, but I think perhaps we'll add a few things to it and perhaps slant it in the way that we like to we like to to see it. We've been asked to talk about this word, indigeology, and you heard before, I guess, that the word pedagogy is actually refers to teaching children, right? Andragogy is about teaching adults. So I figured, well, if we're going to be talking about teaching and learning from an Indigenous perspective, we need a word to demonstrate that, or to show that. So we put the two words together, in Indigenous and the pedagogy, but indigeology. And we met somebody this morning that also had the similar ideas, so we're on the same wavelength, except that she said indigogy, but it's the same idea. Yeah. Okay, so we'll follow this outline up here as best as we can. So we'll introduce ourselves, explain the term, and where and how to start implementing the idea, and end up with talking about regaining our balance, because our people have been off balance because of the influence of the Europeans coming to our land, and well, you know the story. I'll say a little bit about. It's already mentioned that my earliest memories are being on the reserve at Opaskwayak, which is in mid-northern Manitoba on the west side, and in trapping season being out on the trap line. I didn't start school until I was about 8 years old, which I guess was a good thing, as was mentioned before by one of the speakers. And when I was 14, my father said, "It's time that you start taking care of yourself." He didn't kick me out of the house or anything, but he, planted this in my head that I have to start looking to see how I was going to make my way in the world. And so I think that's when I came to this shocking experience that I had to take care of myself. So how that happened was my father was spring trapping muskrats, and I was helping him, and we both. He went on the west side of this marsh to check his traps, and I went on the east side of the marsh to check the traps for muskrats, and we would meet at the other end, and that's where we would have our lunch and skin the muskrats so that we wouldn't have to carry the carcasses all the way back to our camp. On halfway there, this is a beautiful March day, spring, with the sun shining and all this snow on the ground. I was sitting on this muskrat house, looking out, trying to find where the horizon was, and because the snow is so bright, the sun shining on it, I couldn't see where the horizon was. So I think that's when I decided I want to find out what's beyond the horizon, and that's when I started going to school, and I kept going back to school, and when I was at university doing my PhD, one of the older guys on the reserve said, "I want to have coffee with you." I said, sure. We went and sat down. We were talking about different things. When I got up to go, he said, wait. He said, what I wanted to tell you was, he said, when are you going to grow up and get a job? He considered me, doing my graduate school, going to school, meaning I should cut that out and get a job. Anyway, since then we've been at different universities, but we ended up at University of Alberta, and we'll talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, I'm not sure where I take off from that, but I guess what got me interested in going to graduate school is our own kids going to school. They all did very well, and at that time we did not have our own school on the reserve. All our schooling is on our own reserve now. And as I was listening to some of the discussions, I was thinking, oh, I'm glad that we're over that phase. We don't have to negotiate with the provincial school system. We have our own system. But when our daughter was going to high school, in elementary school, she always said she wanted to be a doctor. So, she really excelled in math and science, and we figured she'll do really well in that. But her first day of high school, she came home, and she had been put in a special ed class. And we said, well, what happened to your plans about being a doctor? And she said, well, they put me in special ed class and I can really help my friends. All my friends are in the special ed class. Of course, friends were all from the reserve. All my friends are in special ed classes, so I'll be with them and I'll have friends in the class. And I was really upset, so I went to the high school. I asked to see the principal, and I sat down with the principal and I said, why is my daughter in a special ed class? And he asked who that was, and I said, it's Sandy Wilson. And he said, Sandy Wilson? Does she have a white mother? And I said, yes, I'm her mother. And he said, well, she probably could handle university entrance courses then. So I was really furious, and I realized that that was happening to all the kids from the reserve. That's why we had our special ed classes were all full of Aboriginal kids. I was really mad at him. And he took out a bottle of whiskey or rum or whatever was in his desk and said, here, have a drink and calm yourself down. I got him fired, and he was fired on having the whiskey in his desk, not for having put every kid in the high school into special ed. And then I realized when I was going into graduate school, I want to find out how often this is happening. So I did a study of all the schools in Manitoba, and I realized the same thing was happening all over. Even in the schools that were supposedly Aboriginal schools, the same thing was happening there. They were graduating kids from high school, but they didn't have full qualifications. They had special ed qualifications. And because their parents didn't know how to fight for the system or didn't know the numbers that were put behind in that time. In those days, it was 0, 1, 0, 4, and 0, 0 were behind the numbers, so you knew what slot you were going into. Now they've made it even more subtle. You really don't know where you're going. But I decided that I wanted to go, and that's what I got my PhD, and I did a study of that. And I actually sat in an elementary school for the last year in this one school while the kids were preparing to go to high school. And I watched how they were prepared, and they were prepared. And at that stage, I already had my psychology license. I did all their IQ tests, I did all their testing, and then I watched them for the next year as they moved. And I think this is published information now, so I can give the names of the community. This was at Brandon, Manitoba, and Sioux Valley. The kids from Sioux Valley went into the school. By the end, there was 22 of them went into the high school. By the end of the school year, there were none of them in university entrance courses. They had all dropped out of school but 4. And we wonder why Aboriginal kids drop out of school. Well, there was nothing challenging in the high school for those kids. And even the ones, for instance, the guidance counselors, the people that you would have thought would have been able to help them, would say things to them like, You'll never have a computer at home to work with. There's always old cars in your yard, so why don't you just take mechanics? And the kids would go along and they'd take mechanics. And even the counselors from the reserve that were at the high school that were supposed to be helping the kids didn't want to be seen as different. They wanted to side in and be part of the high school staff. So they didn't back the kids. So the kids had nowhere to turn. And the kids from the reserve, as they went in, their parents on the reserve said, you're in the white man's school system now, they can look after you. So the kids got abandoned. It didn't matter where they went. As a consequence, so those kids that dropped out, it's amazing how many of them, as they became adults, went back to university. So they just skipped high school. They went back to university as mature students and have done well. And many of them are teachers now. But I just wonder why we felt that we had to put kids through that horrible system of making them feel like they were nothing before they could really become something. So that's what got us going on our PhDs. We both worked in the same field. But my dissertation, which is published now, is looking at the trauma and the transition between the schools. And as I listen to some of you talking about sending your kids to provincial schools, it's scary to listen to that, because knowing that they're all going through that. Those kids are going through that in school still.
So anyway, when we ended up at the University of Alberta, the reason they wanted us there was because they didn't have an Aboriginal teacher education program. And they said, okay, we need a Aboriginal teacher education program, so come and join our faculty. And at that time, University of Alberta, in the Faculty of Education, there were 150 full-time tenured faculty. It was a big faculty. That means that there were also probably another 100 sessional teachers, so it was a big faculty. So we said, okay, we'll do that. So the dean called for a meeting of the faculty. Anyone that was interested in Aboriginal teacher education program, come to this meeting. So we went, and there were about 20 of the faculty people there. And we explained how we were going to do this. And they said, oh, great, okay, we'll have a follow-up meeting, and 2 weeks we'll strategize on how we're going to do this. So, we went to a meeting, and it was all different people. So we had to start all over again. And then I called for a third meeting, and the same thing happened there, all different people again, because it's such a big faculty, right? We couldn't get going. So in the meantime, we had been looking around to see how many Aboriginal graduate students were at the university. And we found 3. One was graduating from the Faculty of Law. What's her name?
Anthropology.
Huh?
And the others were in anthropology.
Yeah, and the other 2 were in the Department of Anthropology. So we said to the dean and the faculty, we don't need right now, we don't need an Aboriginal teacher education program. We need a graduate program, and well, at that time we said First Nations education, so that people that get through the graduate school can start the teacher education program, and they can be the teachers. And we proposed that idea to our department, and the rationale we used was you claim that this university is for diversity, and we don't see much of it. So what we're proposing is epistemological diversity. We have to have that. and they understood that, and so that's how we started.
And by the way, there were only 2 Aboriginal faculty, if you can consider me Aboriginal. There were 2 Aboriginal faculty at the University of Alberta.
At that time, yeah. Okay,
And
so
they had never graduated an Aboriginal doctoral student ever.
So anyway, we got our program, and we got a bunch of Aboriginal students who wanted to pursue an Indigenous way of teaching and learning and doing research from that perspective. That's what the whole thing was about.
So the basis that started it was from an Indigenous paradigm. And we said to the faculty, we're not going to teach this from a Western paradigm. So we're not going to take your curriculum and infuse some color into it. We're going to make a completely different curriculum. And as I hear you talking about the school system and about infusing into it, you know at Christmas time when the oranges come out and they're not ripe, so they give them a shot of orange coloring, they shoot orange into them, but they still remain an unripe orange. So, and they still look like an orange. The only difference is they have orange spots in them. Well, that's what I think of when you take a little bit of beadwork, or you make bannock for a half an hour, or you teach language, so-called, for 40 minutes, and then you think you've got an Aboriginally sense of curriculum. It's not, because the curriculum is still the mainstream curriculum. So we decided that at the University of Alberta, we wanted to start in a completely different place. We wanted to start from an Indigenous paradigm. But then you have to be able to define what that is. And that was hard because a lot of our students didn't know what it was. Like it's hard to define, but it's really important to define.
Okay, so indigeology is an Indigenous way of teaching, living, and learning. In other words, you not only have to talk the talk, you not only have to walk the walk, but you have to live it, right? So it's not just talking about it. And like there are a lot of people around who can talk the talk about what it is, but it soon becomes obvious that they can't walk the talk, right? And there are lots of people in our communities that can walk the walk, but because they haven't had a chance to talk about it, to analyze it, and to discuss it, they're not able to articulate well enough what it is about Indigenous philosophy, Indigenous way of thinking about the world. And so that's what we need to do, is to help people that live that way to be able to articulate why it is that's the way to approach education in our communities. So the idea is based on Indigenous ways of thinking and being. Okay, you want to say more?
No.
So it deliberately starts from an Indigenous, and we use the word Indigenous because culture is learned. Okay, if you're an Indigenous person, you can be biologically an Indigenous person, and be and not know the culture and not live the culture, right? and the reverse is true, is that a non-Indigenous person can learn the culture and learn to to talk about it and to live that way. That's the important part. Is just
And that's what makes it indigenous rather than indigenous.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that all of us have to learn, is that there are allies out there, and those allies are really important. And if you look at Dr. Bennett this morning, you know, those are the kind of allies that we need. We need people, and there's no doubt about it. She's a political person, and if she loses her job in 4 years or in 10 years, somebody else you have to deal with. But I think that during the time that she's in that position, use her as an ally. And maybe she'll become indigenous.
Okay, so what this does, it adds Western knowledge and Western science to the indigenous paradigm. I guess we need to explain the difference between a perspective and a paradigm.
No, a perspective is an individual thing. Like my perspective is the way I personally look at something. A paradigm is the way that a whole culture looks at something, or a world view of a whole culture. But when you use the term perspective, you're talking about how one person looks at it, so it individualizes it.
Yeah, so when you see something written that they're going to have an indigenous perspective in the curriculum, that means that an individual Aboriginal person or individual indigenous person can express that point of view. and there's a lot of programs that a lot of universities have that they have the indigenous perspective in their curriculum. But to operate from an indigenous paradigm is that the paradigm is a collection of individual views, but what's common about them. Okay, that's what the difference between the perspective and paradigm is. Okay, so indigeology privileges indigenous knowledge and paradigm, and it will, in our view, we will retain our cultural sovereignty if we follow that direction. I keep looking back. I can't see this stuff. Okay, one of the major tenets of indigenous view is that it's based on indigenous ideas. Like, I'm Cree, and you've all heard about how a good human being is supposed to be. You have you're supposed to respect. You're supposed to. Some people call them the 7 teachings, right? But that's only half of the story. The other half is in Cree. It's the Cree word is Ochinewin, and the other one is Pastahowin. Okay, what it means is if you don't live the values, the teachings, and if you deliberately mistreat other beings, there's a consequence to that. That'll come back on you, or your family, or your grandchildren, or your great-grandchildren. I guess everybody knows that and understands that that's essential part of what we value. And the same thing with Pastahowin is if you deliberately transgress the spiritual, again, the same thing can happen. It'll come back on you. Okay, so in other words, we are accountable to all our relations. We are accountable in our actions and our words. Okay, so we refer to it as relational accountability. We are accountable to all our relations. Okay.
That's something within the university system that was hard for a lot of people to understand. Is that you know, when we oppose fracking, for instance, what does that mean? You know, when we oppose oil spills, what does that mean? So there's a whole lot of teachings behind this. So that that whole philosophy, or that whole coming from an Indigenous paradigm, has been used in a number of different ways. And there's one, this is our daughter, who started the land-based education program in the University of Saskatchewan. And there was somebody that spoke when they were asking questions this morning about the connection to the land. She's using that, teaching at the master's program. There's a master's program in land-based education, which is done over 4 summer courses where teachers go there in the summer and spend the summer taking those courses. Then they take some online courses during the year. But she's now graduated 4 cohort groups of 20 from that program that have their master's degree. And she's in the process of starting a PhD program where the students will travel to Indigenous communities all over the world, because there is a core that's the same in all Indigenous communities. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to
this is just an example of how you can use Indigenous perspective or Indigenous paradigm in
Hi, my name is
to teach your young people. If we could, how do you start this?
She's getting it.
Huh? Okay.
Associate Professor here at the University of Saskatchewan. I'm also the Director of the Aboriginal Education Research Centre, and I'm from the Opaskwayak Cree Nation. You know, we're always trying to see further. We want to see further. But there's different ways to do that. So technology is one way that we look further into the universe to try and understand our past. Because ultimately, that's what astronomers are doing. They want to go back because it's about time. They want to go back far enough in time to figure out how the Big Bang happened, or how things were created, right? So ultimately, the question is about creation, but it's usually not framed that way. So as a Cree person, I think I want to look up there to better understand the context of what my purpose is and other people's purpose is here in this form that we're in right now. So you can look through a telescope as a telescope is a form of technology, or you can burn a piece of grass like sweetgrass or sage, which is a medicine, and you can do it on a spiritual level. So that's why dreams are important for many Indigenous peoples, for Cree people, and all over the world, because it's seen as a way where you enter a state of consciousness where you can kind of do that traveling into another dimension, I guess, that is beyond empirical. So Western science is about empiricism. You have to be able to taste it, touch, smell, all of those things. But then Indigenous science seems to be beyond empiricism, so there's other dimensions that cannot be measured. So maybe something you feel, like some people may call it intuition, other people call it cellular memory. And one of the ways people connect with that is through ceremony. So the sweat lodge, or even burning sage or other medicines, tasting things, eating things, and then knowing that has some kind of a familiarity to the person that goes beyond just your experiences in your own life. So those kinds of things, that's why we connect and honor, and we call, you know, these things our ancestors, and we connect to our ancestors. And our word for spirit in Swampy Cree is Katachak, your spirit, and the word for star is Achak. So it's very much us linked to the rest of the universe, and those celestial bodies are our relations as well. And in our understanding, that's where we came from initially. And when saying that's where we came from, it doesn't necessarily mean we came on a spaceship and then propagated on Earth. It's an understanding that there is an energy that exists everywhere, and somehow it came down here. And so that is something to behold as sacred or amazing, or whatever word you want to give to it, spiritual. And so there's a need to kind of protect that as well, because we have a relational responsibility, because it's part of who we are. So in every kind of cell in our body, we have this connection to the universe. And Western science says that too in different ways, that there's nitrogen in your blood that existed in a star, you know, billions of years ago, as Carl Sagan says, or others. So that idea also exists in Cree cosmology, that our bodies are just, you know, material for now, but yet we have material in us from, particles in us from before our ancestors. And when we die, it will go back into the soil, and that thing will continue.
Okay, so we've heard discussions about culture and what that means, and we need to talk a little bit about that, because the way that we see it is that some culture, some of it is visible and some of it is invisible, you know, much like what you see there, the analogy of an iceberg. You see the top of the iceberg, but it's only about 1/10 of the size of the iceberg. The rest of it is underwater. You can't see it. Or you're in lake country, you know, islands. You see the top of the island, but you don't see what's underneath. But what's underneath is what keeps the top of the island, right? The top visible. So culture is like that. Or I could use another analogy, and that's that when you're looking at me up here, you see my physical being, and you may ask yourself, well, what's that old Indian guy doing with a pretty young woman here? Anyway, you don't see the inside of me, right? And science tells us that our bodies are more than 90% water, you know, but you don't see that, right? You don't see me as 90% water, and when I look out, I don't see, you know, blobs of water here and there, right? I see your physical part, right? So the same thing about culture. We can see some elements of culture, but the important part, the part that keeps the visible part, is invisible, and that's what we want to stress here.
It's the visible part that I heard a lot of the discussion around. It's almost like that visible part that we're trying to tackle, without thinking about the part that's underneath, the whole belief system, the whole philosophy, the whole understanding of the spiritual world, that we're not taking into account. And until we start doing that, we're not tackling education at all. We're just using somebody else's idea of what education is. So I still still think, when I hear you talking about sending your kids to provincial schools, having to negotiate about, fees that are paid and all those issues, we're still dealing with having a bit of beadwork here and there, or having a baking bannock here and there. The physical part, the top part, even when we prepare powwow outfits, if you're not teaching the kids what the meaning of a powwow is, and you're just making them an outfit, well, sure, it's an outfit that makes them feel good for the moment. But if they don't know what it's all about, then they're not going to continue that life. Once they know what it's all about and understand the philosophy that drives it, it's a completely different story. And that's what will get your parents involved in the school, if they know that you're teaching that, about the philosophy and what drives them in their life. Yeah.
Okay, so if we're talking about culture, then we can start with, as an example, we can talk about, we can teach our young people about their history, or what archaeologists call prehistory, right? But we have our own history that we can teach our young people. And that history is in the stories that the old people have, the legends. An example is when I was taking my undergraduate degree, I helped some archaeologists dig around along the riverbank at Opaskwatt. And the artifacts that they found, they were able to make the statement that the earliest form of habitation in this area was 3,000 to 5,000 years old, so that there wasn't anybody living here before that. Okay, but we know from the stories, just as an example, like the story about how the rabbit got its white fur. It's a Wisagazak story, if some of you are familiar with that. The beginning of the story says that for a long time the earth was dry and our people suffered, but we survived. And then came a period of time when the winter wouldn't go away. Our people suffered, but we survived. Okay, but you have to analyze that. It's not just a kid's story. There's lots of information in there. And to me, what that winter that wouldn't go away is the ice age, okay? So if that's a reference to the ice age, the last ice age was 10,000 years ago, right? And if there's a reference in the story about the time before then, that means our ancestors were living here, before 10,000 years, right? So that's just an example of how we can teach our young people our history. It has to come from the stories and from the language. And an example of language is that the people in the southwest of the United States, the Navajo, call themselves a Dene, right? And we have people up in the Northwest Territories, they call themselves Dene too. And when they get together, they can speak the same language. Even though, they may have been separated for thousands of years. And how that happened is when the Ice Age moved south, naturally all our people moved south with the, ahead of the Ice Age. So back then, our ancestors lived in Georgia, Texas, and down south, right? When the ice receded, some of our people moved back to up north, and that's how, like the Cree language, for example. There's a group in the southwest that are referred to as Kickapoo. They're actually Cree speakers, and so the same thing happened, with the Cree. After the Ice Age, some of the Crees moved back up north, and some of them stayed down there. But even though we've been separated for 10,000 years or whatever, we can still talk to each other. So that's the power of language. That's what we want to talk about next. Is that there's language carries the culture, and the culture carries is expressed in the language. We can also use words to help us know about our past. And in that regard, about the Ice Age, you see in Cree, the Cree word for north is Kiwetinuk, and the Cree word for the north wind is Kiwetin. Okay, when you look at that word, the first part of the word is Kiwe, means go home. Okay, so that word, gives us an indication of another piece of evidence, so that it can mean either one of two. Well, it can mean two things, right? It can mean when the cold wind starts to blow, or when the ice age, when the ice age is coming, it's time to go back home south. The north wind blows us home, right? Or it could mean as the ice recedes, the wind is blowing from our homeland. So those are just two examples of the power of language. That's why we need to initiate. If you don't already have your indigenous language in the schools and teaching our young people, we need to do that because there's power in the language. Okay. There's a picture of a geologist's picture of what Ice Age might have looked like. There wasn't anybody alive back then with a camera to take this picture. This is an idea of what the geologist said looked like, the Ice Age looked like. Okay, the power of the language. What I mean by that is that when the first Europeans arrived here, they brought with them some new things, new technology, if you think of it that way. So that what happened was that they brought these metal pots as an example, right? And our people used to use clay pots and other containers like that. Okay, but these utensils that they had took a long time to make, right? And so it was more convenient to start using the metal pots, right? Same thing with the Europeans brought the rifle, and so it was more convenient to use rifles instead of bows and arrows, right? So, there's many examples of how it became more convenient for our people to adopt this technology, and also it became more convenient to start using English because other tribes were learning English as well, and so it became the language of use amongst the different tribes. So the mistake, however, was that our people started to think that we're merely substituting one language for another, okay? Not realizing that English language carries with it, the culture, the concepts, and the ideas that are really completely different from our ancestors' way of thinking about how we fit into the universe and how we should treat each other. An example is that the European languages, like French, for instance, categorizes everything as masculine and feminine, right? So they say the table is masculine and the chair is feminine. So the French categorized everything as either masculine or feminine. And that, excuse me, but along with that, with that idea of masculine and feminine, there's a hierarchy, okay? And the hierarchy means that masculinity or males are dominant over females. So there's that idea of males are superior to women. That's right into the language. Same thing about the English language. That idea of a hierarchy was brought in the language. And that if you don't stop to analyze, the words and the language, you start to also adopt that way of thinking. Whereas in Cree, everything is, we are all part of the circle. There is, I was told that there was, you can't think of yourself above anybody else, and you can't think of yourself ahead of anybody else. In other words, we're all equal in the circle.
Also, it's animate and inanimate. Yeah.
What's that?
Talking a lot.
Okay.
When Carolyn Bennett this morning talked about going into the schools and seeing the desks in straight rows, there's a reason for that. That isn't a random thing. It's teaching culture. That's definitely teaching culture. When we place square tables around the room and people sit around those square tables, you're teaching culture. You're absorbing culture. The military is set up on that hierarchy. The church is set up on that hierarchy. And there's always less at the top than there are at the bottom. The people at the top are the supposedly the people you're supposed to look up to. People at the bottom are just the minions. They're the leftovers. The people at the top rule it all. And then when it's a patriarchal society, you can be sure that the people at the top are all males also, like the Pope and in the military, the people at the top are all military. So in the education system, until very recently, it was all males at the top. That's changing a little bit, but we still function on that system. So you think about the kids in school that are LGBT kids, any of those kids, where do they fit? When you make ribbon shirts for the boys and ribbon dresses for the girls, where do the transgendered kids fit in that? So there's a whole spectrum of Indigenous gender that we just skip over as though it's not there, and we don't, for goodness sakes, don't ever talk about it in public. So there's so much that's not being dealt with, and we keep wondering why Aboriginal kids drop out of school. We've got to start dealing with those hard issues, because kids are committing suicide. They're certainly dropping out of school, but they're committing suicide also. if you think about, for instance, all the transgendered kids that are dying with sexual diseases, we're not dealing with any of those things. But that's a byproduct of teaching people that they have to live in a patrilineal society where males are more important than women. And then Aboriginal women get killed in the process. And many of the time, people can't understand why, we spoke to one person not long ago that said, well, it's mostly Aboriginal men that are killing them. So what if it is? I mean, that still needs to be dealt with. We still need to find out why that's happening and do something about it. So I think that those are, we don't really think about the consequences of what we've allowed ourselves to get into, and then we think that we can just fix it up by jimmying it a little bit here and there. We can't. We have to go back and figure out what's at the basis. What's at the very basis of Indigenous culture? What is it? And can we identify that? Can we name it? Can we work with that and then build up from there?
Oop.
Going ahead of yourself.
Okay, so what we're saying is that English language is corrupting our culture. It's killing our culture, and we need to reinstate the importance of Indigenous cultures because the Indigenous languages carry the culture. And in order for our cultures to survive and avoid cultural extinction, if we want cultural sovereignty, we need to return to our Indigenous languages because those languages carry the culture, the concepts of values, and so on. Okay, the Prezi, thank you. Okay, so how do we regain our balance?
Land-based education is one way of doing that. Using land as the text, because the land has a lot to teach us. But you don't need to, it's very hard to get a teacher that can teach from that basis because we've all been trained in the Western system. But to find somebody that has lived on the land and can teach from the land, Alex took her students out, for instance, this summer. They paddled from Saskatoon to the Pas. And the amazing things that those students learned on that trip, just doing that paddle, I mean, a lot of them hadn't been on the water since they were kids, and they paddled all the way, and the oldest one was 65. They ranged in age from, I think, 30 to 65 years old. But you can learn amazing things, and one of the things that we learned from the people in Hawaii was that you can learn so much from the whole cosmology. Like astronomy teaches people amazing things, but we're very seldom using that as a teaching tool.
Okay, so how do we, well, one of the problems.
While she finds, there's something, okay, do you want to go ahead?
One of the things that most of our communities suffer from is what we eat, the diets that we have. Some of it is, no good for our health.
Most of it. We actually there's a combined problem on our reserve. People are actually dying of diabetes. There's a real epidemic of diabetes. I remember the last flight we came out on from our home community, there were 6 people coming in from Winnipeg with their legs amputated. That was on one flight, 6 people coming in with amputated legs. So I think that, if that kind of thing was happening in the mainstream community, it would be called an epidemic. But we're kind of laughing it off as these people are obese and they're not eating the right kind of food, they're eating too much sugar. What are we going to do about that? So I think that when we start looking at education, we need to start looking at some real issues that we have and using our education to teach us about those things. So one of the things that we have done, and if we ever get this presentation up, a project that we started in our community is growing community gardens. But that has been, like, well, it's one thing to grow a garden, it's another thing entirely to get people to eat the food out of the garden. Because people have forgotten to do that. They've forgotten to cook the kinds of foods that will lower their blood sugar levels. So although we have lots of spinach in the garden, we have lots of Swiss chard, we have a lot of things from the cabbage family, all the things that will lower their blood sugar levels, people don't like those things anymore. They've got away from eating those things because it's so simple to go to the store and buy bologna or macaroni. But it's killing our people. And obesity is killing them as well. Obesity, diabetes, and cancer, and smoking. So all those wonderful things.
Yeah, okay, apparently we can't get the thing on the thing, but if you're interested in it,
have you got the Prezi Connect the?
Yeah. If you,
yeah.
go on the.
On your computer?
Yeah, if you
Prezi.com.
go on the internet and go on that, you'll see our community garden project. Okay. Any more?
When you there's all kinds of grant money, by the way. If you want to start community gardens, there's money available all over the place. We got our funding from Tides Canada, and then the Lush Foundation offered us money. There's money for it. You have to do some work, but the money is there. That's one thing. When people come into your community to do research, and believe me, there's so much money out there for doing research. Universities have this big thing about doing research on diabetes, but they do the research and then nothing follows up, nothing happens, nothing changes in the community. I was on the board for choosing the research grant for SHIRK for a lot of years, and I'll bet half of the people that got funding, and there were millions of dollars worth out in research funding for doing diabetes. We all know now what causes diabetes. Nothing has changed in our community. None of that research ever came back in concrete forms to our reserves. So I think that when you help your reserves and people are coming in to do research, you need to ask them, what component is coming back to the community? What are you going to give back to the community from that research? That's really important to do that. That's just one example of something that we're doing now in our retirement, as if we didn't have anything else to do. We also do a lot of evaluations of First Nation schools, so we're available to do that. And we're open for questions now. That's all. I think we've talked too much. If you have any questions?
Yeah. No questions?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I just want to say that, anyway, my name is Patricia Big George, Chief of Anishinaabe Nalgashing. I just really enjoyed your presentation, especially with your daughter talking there. And I just wanted to say that I know in my territory, Ojibwe, Lake of the Woods, Ojibwe, we believe in that same system. You know, your blood is connected up there. And I was really proud to hear her say that. So, and then also having the PhD, so it can work. You know, you can have your education and you can still follow your traditional, your values. You watch.
Thank you. All right, there's a book also, I don't know if any of you have read it, it's called Research is Ceremony. You've read it? That's our son. All right, yeah, and he does a lot of traveling, talking about that too. So all our kids have finished their I mean, they haven't finished. 2 of our kids have their PhDs. The one that was put into the special ed class finished her PhD from Harvard. So they've done well. Our youngest son is the treaty commissioner for Manitoba. So they've all maintained their cultures and teach about their culture, but they all have Western educations. So they've managed to merge the two.
Okay, if that's.
Oh,
that's
is there
it
one
from-
question coming?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, got a question.
You need to turn the mic on.
Okay. Nenel Kamigok Menwea Sheik, Dijinakas, Dicto Dem Wabagun Lake and Donji. First of all, you're very well respected, but you went there, and I'm a little upset. You picked on the 3 B's. Bannock, baloney, and I'm glad you did not go to bingo. Sitting there back there, it's like, whoa, that's bad territory that you're going on there. Getting onto the land, everybody is jumping on that land bandwagon, and you did. You mentioned that it's going to be hard for our language teachers, those knowledge keepers, and I was visiting with some people from the Ontario College of Teachers. They need that accreditation piece because we have those knowledge holders in our communities and they're not being recognized. But at the same time, as educators, we need to almost decolonize ourselves because Mom and Kukum and Grandpa had all this knowledge that they gave us. We didn't even think it was valid until now, until this resurgence of land-based pedagogy. When we think of, I was telling a story a little while back there about my grandfather saying, why can't you get along like those trees out there? And I'm kind of going, I was 4 or 5, I was like, what the heck is Grandpa talking about there, getting along like those trees? And now we have a term for it, it's called conflict resolution. You know, so we need to, for myself, I've had some big grief in my family, but right now, I need to step away from this mainstream schooling, and I'm just finishing up, like you said, your master's and stuff, but you step away from it and recognize that we need to visit with our elders and get that knowledge because that is going to be the foundation when they talk about what's the plan. The foundation is getting our knowledge, putting it in a package, and how do we get that when we still, I just came from the mainstream and they gave me a full box of Band-Aids and they said, fix the education system from the indigenous perspective. And if you get done with that box, I'll give you another box. But we can't do that. Like you said, it needs to start from there, getting onto the land. And I look forward to everybody doing their part because I feel that I'm ready to go ahead and step forward and do something local because I think local knowledge is incredibly important for us to celebrate. And that's where you get those knowledge keepers, and they need to be accredited from OCT and people like that who need, I don't know why we need their stamp of approval. I'm sorry. My new friends over there, I'm just trashing them now. But I'm not sure why we need, and I asked, that was my thing, is just like, then who assesses that?
Yeah.
And we don't need to ask the higher levels, these scholars from England and stuff, to give the stamp of approval on what we have for Indigenous education. We need to just go ahead and, like Andy said, just do it. Yep. And we'll go and ask for forgiveness later when we're trying to get those tuition agreements and stuff. So that's just all I had to say. And thank you for your knowledge. Thank you.
There is an Aboriginal board that accredits Aboriginal knowledge. It's the World Indigenous Higher Education Consortium. WINHEC, yeah. You need to start using those boards instead of thinking that they're secondary because they're Aboriginal people.
All right. Well, thank you very much for sharing your wisdom with us today. I think that everyone's really enjoyed your presentation. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. And Tristan has some gifts for you. All right, so that concludes our session for today. I just want to make an announcement that there is going to be a special session taking place in this room in 15 minutes. So if anyone wants to join in, we're going to be discussing the provincial education funding formula consultation. I believe everybody received information about that recently. So if anybody wants to stick around and discuss that, we will be we'll be conducting the session right here in 15 minutes, and it'll probably take about an hour. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Very informative. Everyone enjoyed it.